leaving it on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go on a Saturday morning. NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, sadly without our Dallas Stars. But yet we move forward here on White Guy Radio, 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Fred Davis with Jet Nelson back in the cup. Hey, bud. Missed you.
What's going on, bro? I see you rocking your Kentucky gear today.
Yeah.
Rough week for you guys.
Well,
Rough week for you guys.
This was the jacket that was most appropriate for the weather today. Not exactly feeling great about my squad, my school. Just not, in general. When the governor of your state has to call out the administration,
no, it's a bad deal.
That's not good. It is not good at all. But that being said, the 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby.
The ponies, they're out today.
I've got some picks later on. I'll get
my top three here in a second.
Yeah. Are you going, have you thrown it into Claude or Gemini or whatever?
I've got an actual, so my homeboy Henry Thomas, 14-year NFL veteran, should be in the Hall of Fame, is a huge fan of the ponies. I had never watched horse racing until I became friends with Henry, and we used to go out to Sam Houston Race Park over in H-Town and watch the races out there. So it's it's an experience like any other. And then, of course, there's a racetrack in Grand Prairie?
Oh, yeah, Lone Star Park.
There you go, Lone Star Park. I actually...
I used to frequent that place quite a bit. I miss it. I need to go back out there.
Closed my first DFW roofing deal at the Lone Star Race Park. So, not that doesn't sound sketch, but yeah. So, what time? That goes down to what, 2 or 3 today? 4 or 5?
Well, no, the coverage starts then. The race will... Post time is about
5:57 or something?
5:57, yeah. Not like what they did at yesterday or last night, which has everybody in Louisville just pissed off. So there is Derby Day. The day before is Kentucky Oaks.
Okay.
You see everybody at Churchill wearing pink because the Oaks race is they're all mares. So all female horses, so hence the pink. But it was, it's a big tradition, and a lot of people locals would avoid Derby Day just because it is such a, it's a mess,
yeah, I would
right?
Imagine.
But still go out for the races. Oaks Day, well, it's become almost, definitely not as, almost as bad. But, it's packed. It's a great time. Well, their locals are pissed off now because NBC and Churchill Downs Inc. had post time. It used to be at like 5:40. They moved it to 8:40.
As in 8:40
p.m.
Wow.
So we might think, okay, what's the big deal? It's pretty cool. Prime time? No.
I can only imagine.
Do you
what
have
traffic
any?
Must look like.
Well, the traffic is awful. Getting in and out of Churchill is a nightmare anyway. But this is the biggest weekend of the year for restaurants in the Louisville area, and you just absolutely destroyed a Friday night by having the Oaks post at 8:40 p.m. Restaurants were closing down last night because they're like, it's no point.
Because, there's nobody there.
Right. Nobody's going out to eat. So it's become this controversy.
Way to go,
of how,
Louisville.
Yeah, well, no, it's not Louisville. It's NBC.
Way to go, NBC.
Yeah. So, anyway.
By the way, speaking of Louisville, I'm talking about what's their NIL looking like these days. I mean, they're just throwing money. Just throwing money.
Everybody's just got...
Drunk sailors.
And then now, Duke and Amazon, it's... Man, we are in...
people are giving them a hard
wild
time.
times, dude.
People keep giving Duke a hard time. I think it's brilliant.
It's absolutely
I think
brilliant.
It's brilliant.
Nobody hates Duke more than me, and I was like, good for them.
Man, they just keep finding ways to do innovative things, and I get it. They're a national brand. I'm hoping to God that we do something similar to that from a basketball perspective. Let's jump on board with Netflix. Let's jump on board with, I don't know, Peacock. I don't care at this point, but you have to do... in today's basketball college athletic landscape where millions upon millions of dollars are being thrown out every single season, you have to do things to get creative. And then, of course, you got people that are complaining about it. But who doesn't have... I'll tell you what, I'm tired of hearing people complain about Prime. Who doesn't have Prime at this point? You know what I'm saying? Like everyone, damn near, I want to say 200 million people have Prime.
First off, before you even had any kind of entertainment, like television, movie, anything like that.
Yeah.
Everybody had Prime to save money or to get shipping free or faster.
I'm not a big. Here's the funny thing, though. Are you a big online shopper?
Man, I do get quite a few things on Prime. I mean, I will get.
that you're willing to disclose.
Kind of anything and everything that I'm looking for, I will look to see if it's on
The
Amazon.
first,
Because it's usually, all right, so here's the latest, and I haven't bought this yet. All right, so I play golf. And there's a new, and I want to throw this out to the Tolos out there, 877-881-1053. If you golfers out there, I know there's many. I had a Bluetooth speaker. It's a GPS speaker.
Okay.
And loved it. Great product. And like one would do, left it at a golf course and, probably.
Couple pops feeling kind of nicey.
Yeah. And,
you forgot it.
The card kids probably took it home.
Damn card kids.
So I'm looking for a new one, and there is a new one called the Gene Sonic Pro. I don't know how to pronounce the company. Miles CY. I don't know, but it showed up on my Instagram feed.
Of course it did.
And it has a
Probably
detachable face that
what is this, the 90s and car stereos too? I mean, can you pull the whole thing out too while you're at it?
Exactly. So it's a big speaker, the magnetic speaker that you put in the cart. But then like if it's car path only, and you can detach the face, walk over, and it gives you the distance from, wherever you are, all that. Anyway, but there's other features, but it looks like a great product. Well, the first thing I do, because it's, I want to say $400 on the website. So I go to Prime.
Let's go.
$300 on Prime.
Okay. So $100. It's $100 cheaper.
Yeah. So that's, I always check. No, I haven't pulled the trigger yet.
All right, thinking about it?
It's gonna be, okay, I've been thinking about it. And by the way, Instagram, Meta, they know I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, they do.
Because they're driving it home. They are driving. I mean, every time I open up the gram, bro, I get 3 or 4 ads on it.
I tell you what, it's scary how much they follow us.
It's scary how much they know. There's sometimes, obviously I clicked on it, so they're just going to feed it. But there's times where I know I've just thought about something and it pops up in my feed.
That's the crazy part. They're in your head. They're in all of our heads. What's the last thing that they popped up on your IG, Jet?
Gotta think a little bit here.
What kind of thirst traps you got going on?
Not too.
I bet you've got a pretty docile Instagram.
Yeah, I don't think it's a lot of food. I get, actually, to be completely honest, it's like chili dog stands. They're like in Ohio or something. I think it's called Yumbo Dogs. That's one that pops up more than I think it should.
Yumbo Dogs.
Look it up.
Hold on.
Yumbo Dogs.
Yeah, I got to make sure I check it out.
Wow. Okay. We learned something new today. And it's just a local
Ohio,
brand?
Huh?
Yeah, they're like a little set-up shop. They move from street to street.
And they're in Ohio.
I think so.
And they showed up on your Instagram feed.
I got to repent or something. I got to...
Yeah. Yeah.
Moral of the story is Jet Nelson likes chili dogs, apparently. I think is what we all learned today. Jet Nelson's a chili dog aficionado.
And Meta knows it.
877-881-1053. What's the craziest
chili dog
radio-friendly thing that you can say shows up on your Instagram? And we're not talking about Instagram thoughts, okay? Because we all know that those find a way to, and I don't even know how they show up on mine, but they find a way to make their way to my algo. But
yeah, no, I know mine too.
I don't even look at that kind of stuff.
No, lately the newest one where there'll be some woman talking on the phone to her husband, like, "Oh yeah, we're running late," because she's out shopping with her stepson. I'll let it be the kind of the content we're talking about. And I'm like, at first I didn't know it. Now it's like a thing. Like we're so many do it, and it just keeps showing up. I'm like, what is? How does this just get thrown onto my feed? Most of my stuff that shows up is like old school baseball, like 80s and 90s, like old baseball clips.
Your story game is pretty elite. I will say that. I heart one of your story messages at least 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah, I feel really good about my algo for the most part.
Yeah, no,
I get
you
some
should.
funny stuff, some good like old clips. Like the other day, because, Eric Davis, I guess there's, a picture of me, with the Eric Davis jersey on when the Reds and Rangers were playing. I think I probably liked something when they were on the All the Smoke, podcast. And then it was like the case for Eric Davis in the 1987, I want to say, MVP race in which Andre Dawson won. So I get stuff like that all the time.
Yeah.
That's the majority of it. But then, and that's where I don't understand that all of a sudden I get like these weird, like porny stepmom stuff. I'm like, what?
It's one of those like come down to Grand Prairie, only 10 miles away or something. I think I've seen those before too.
Yeah, it's a little odd. But yeah, we'll take those. 877-881-1053. How about the association last night?
So wild. You had three. Now we caught parts of the Rockets and Lakers. Blake and I were on last night. Did catch the end of the Raptors and Cleveland Cavaliers. What a shot by, was it R.J. Barrett knocks down that shot at the end. Hell of a game.
Wait, for the second time in as many years, you have a shot look exactly the same. One a game winner, one to tie it to go into overtime with Tyrese Halliburton last year.
Yeah. Wild
shot. Great game.
No, it was a great game. I mean, and it's funny.
Not the same for the Houston Rockets game.
No, the Rockets, when you look at, and this is what the beautiful part about the playoffs, right, is even when your team makes the playoffs, and, we've talked about the last few days now, all right, if you're the Dallas Stars, and I'm sure we'll get into this, and I might even have to reach out to the Hockey Hawk and see if he can join us and kind of get his thoughts on what do you do? Like, okay, so we'll park the Stars talk here later, but let's just look at, the Nuggets. Obviously, the last 24, 48 hours of Nuggets Twitter has been in just shambles.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Jokic, I think everybody's I think we can kind of quell the, he's one of the greatest big men of all time. Like, I don't want to hear anybody from now on until further notice tell me that Jokic is better than prime Shaquille O'Neal. Okay, I didn't believe that to begin with. And again, you and I are old enough to have seen prime Shaquille O'Neal. Like, we all agree Jokic is one of the greatest players of his generation. All right, but Shaq would have put him in a meat grinder.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
The only, if you want to start talking about Wemby in that way, and they're different types of players, but I think where you're going with this, Shaq was so dominant. Like, you couldn't do anything.
There's nothing you could do.
Hack-a-Shaq. The only thing you could do is put him on the free throw line. And sometimes it would take multiple players to do so on a play. That's how dominant he was. Jokic is
great. Don't get me wrong. I wonder if he's kind of worn down from this season. I think getting rid of Mike Malone and hiring this, mad Rick Adelman's kid.
Yeah.
There's nothing about this guy, and I've said this since he was hired. What's the guy's name from Mad Magazine?
Alfred E. Newman.
Alfred E. Newman. Okay? I mean, we all agree this kid looks like, Adelman's kid looks like Alfred E. Newman.
He looks like an actor, too. I'm going to have to do this during a break today.
I think I know. I think I know who you're talking about. I think I know exactly what you're talking about.
So I saw a meme that had Joe Exotic's husband or something.
No,
I was like, not as close.
That's rough. I mean, look, that's a hell of a doppelganger to get lumped into. No pun intended. But the Nuggets are in trouble. They're going to have to make some decisions. And as much as it pains me, and you guys know we love our college basketball here on White Guy Radio, it pains me to see what a non-factor Christian Braun was. I mean, he was awful. He was absolutely dreadful. There was one play, and Blake sent me, you saw it in, I think it was in Game 5, Game 6, whatever it was, where he's cutting to the basket. Cutting to the basket! Jokic hits him with the pass. Now, granted, he's got Gobert right there, but look, man, you're getting paid. You just signed a 5-year, $125 million contract. Like, you're an athletic dude. Like, I need you to go. You've dunked on Gobert before. Like, I need you to make that play. Homeboy gets the ball in the paint and then dribbles out and then throws it back to and you can see the bench, like, visibly all, like, kind of sigh and collectively like, oh, great, this is what we're doing. So, look, Aaron Gordon can't stay healthy. Jamal Murray was, as great as he was in the regular season, was terrible in the playoffs. Jokic just looks worn down. All right, this team's got
Minnesota. I think lives rent free in Denver's head.
Look, I mean, think about it. And the stat that came out it's been all over the place. Jokic, which is crazy to me. I didn't realize this, and I thought during their finals run that this would. I guess this holds true there. He's never beaten a 50-win playoff team.
Is that right?
I don't know. I mean, I need to look that up, but that stat was all over the place yesterday.
Man, that's wild.
I'd have to look at his playoff run.
How in the world that you can get to the next round without two of your key players?
How do you win a championship?
Too?
Well, that's what's most disheartening if you're a Nuggets fan. Is like, look, okay, maybe you didn't. Maybe, look, you're not better than Denver, or excuse me, you're not better than the Spurs, you're not better than the Oklahoma City Thunder, but you couldn't beat the Minnesota Timberwolves, who it felt like were rolling out different guys each and every game.
What did we talk about 2 weeks ago? Like, I couldn't believe that they were in the place that they were just in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is a team that, has made it to a Western Conference Finals, all that. And then I guess just because I don't pay, as much attention during the regular season as to where they're slotted really more towards the end. And I'm like, how in the world are they a 6 seed? And yet, just absolutely, and I loved how everybody going into that series was saying, Denver, who's a bigger threat to Oklahoma City, San Antonio or Denver? And I'm like, you think Denver's really going to beat Minnesota? Because last I checked, not really able to do that in the playoffs.
I thought they were going to do it, man. I really thought that Denver was going to take care of business. I thought because you had an ailing Anthony Edwards that this was going to be, that Denver would take care of business. Look, I've said from the jump, I thought the Spurs were Wemby's on a different planet than everybody else. But, man, I didn't expect you could have told me that, yes, Minnesota would win this series and they would win in 7, and I would not have been shocked. And you'd have told me, all right, well, Anthony Edwards is going to have a performance for the ages. I said, all right, I can buy that. That's not far-fetched to me. But if you'd have told me, okay, they're going to do it, and they're going to do it with a hobbling Anthony Edwards, and you're going to do it with a middling Denver Nugget team, and Jamal Murray's going to disappear once again, I would have been surprised by that, not necessarily by Jamal Murray's disappearing again. So, no, if you're the Nuggets, you got problems. Where this brings back to the Dallas Mavericks is now the scuttlebutt is, and of course, take what you see on the internet with a grain of salt, is that Tim Conley, the general manager for the Minnesota Timberwolves, a guy that was widely viewed as a popular successor here in DF-Dub, now, with this run that they're on, may not be able to pry him away as easily. And you kind of need to do something sooner rather than later, considering I'm not as freaked out about May 10th not having a GM, but then you got about 5-6 weeks, give or take.
How in the world you don't do whatever you can to lure Steve Kerr? I mean, I know it's still up in the air as to what's going to be, his situation, whether or not he's going to be with Golden State. But that looks like a separation.
Something
that feels like that's been in the works.
Well, I mean, let's not bury the lead here. I don't know that the political dynamics between Miriam and Steve.
Yeah, that may be.
Look, I would be game for that just for the fireworks.
Yeah.
Could you imagine the behind-the-scenes conversations between Miriam Adelson and Steve Kerr?
I had not taken that into consideration.
Now that, just for that reason, I'd be
get your popcorn ready for that. Fly on the wall for those conversations. Let's do that.
What was that show, Crossfire on PBS? We could just do a whole new Crossfire every week. KRLD would love it. 1080, come on.
Second time and as many nights where you had a deciding game in a series be an absolute clunker. The Lakers move forward, and what their CEO had to say about the trade with Luka Doncic just getting started on a Saturday morning here, White Guy Radio on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on.
fellows on the telephone, whichever, as you may put it, Freddie D, whatever your flavor is. That all coming up later in the program. It's White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Alongside Fred Davis, I'm Will Chambers. Jet Nelson back in the Pimp Cup. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Saturday morning. Who's got the best shot at a title here in DFW now with the Stars out? That's a tougher question than I anticipated as I completely pick six a Fan After Dark segment from when, last night? Did you get that cleared up? Yep.
We're a community show on Fan After Dark, so it's and you know what, you and I have done radio long enough to know damn near every segment in radio history has been stolen at some time or another.
Oh,
okay.
What's your Mount Rushmore of DFW? What's your Mount Rushmore of DFW athletes? 877-881-1053. Your calls and thoughts more coming up next.
Oh, somebody within the last year or two, and I honestly can't remember, asked me a Mount Rushmore question, and I just looked over and I said, don't ever do that again to me. I'm not.
Awful.
I can't.
Low-hanging fruit.
The lowest of the low-hanging fruit. It shows up because even if you watch just 1 second, it saves into your watch history. All your friends' likes and comments show up in your feed and saves and shuffles into your algorithm.
I mean, was that Mark Zuckerberg that just texted that in? My God.
For the first 10 seconds, I don't even know what I'm watching.
That's what she said.
That's an excellent point. Truer than you know.
Story of my life.
It was just a few weeks ago when we had an all-timer text in on the Franco and Frankel injury attorneys fan text on my quote hate boner for the Lakers.
Wow, that's right.
Remember that?
Wow, I had forgotten all about that line. Holy mackerel.
And I called. This was before the series started. I was like, it's going to be a gentleman's sweep for Houston without the Lakers having Luka. And man, did those tables turn. 20-point win for the Lakers last night. Incredible performance by LeBron James. We may get into a little bit earlier his comments from earlier in the week about he and Michael and that in the debate. And I thought he was absolutely right on all of it. And I have always and will always be on the Michael side of it. But the way that he put it, I thought was just brilliant. And it really shuts down with a debate that I really has thought has been stupid forever. But what he showed last night is something that he's shown throughout his whole career, and that is the ability to close out series. LeBron was terrific. Houston was a mess. They were without Kevin Durant for, 5 of 6 of these games? Even when he was in the one game that he played, it didn't look like the Rockets looked worse. Because of, look, I think Ime Udoka is, a good coach, but he had JJ Redick was coaching circles around Udoka. So the fact that they were having Durant at the point, anyway, you go back maybe to the drawing board if you're Houston. Look, they've been without their point guard all year. They've been without some key players. So, maybe they run it back, bring Durant back. Who knows? I know Durant has been talked about possibly, in circles around here with the Mavericks. I don't necessarily see that. But it was interesting to hear the thoughts of Lakers CEO Jeannie Buss.
Jeannie.
Talking about Luka Doncic and the trade with the Mavericks. Here is Jeannie.
In my experience, welcoming a player to the Laker organization, I often hear, this is my dream. I've always wanted to be a Laker, to play in the same place where Magic did and Kobe and Shaq and Kareem. But Luka didn't come into the Lakers like that. He was still, I could see he was trying to figure out, why is this happening? Like, you could see that he left his heart in Dallas, and it was going to take him time to process. And the beauty, and I'd never met Luka. Never in a million years thought he would become available, that he could become a Laker. The beauty of Luka and getting to know him was that is a real person, and he feels his emotions and he doesn't try to hide them.
Well, that's heartbreaking. And also, she said in this conversation that she was having with Maria Sharapova, of all people, I don't,
the podcast game's out of control.
Really is. You know me. I'm trying to figure out whom I credit here. Like, what podcast is this? What platform? I can't find any of that. It's just it's a podcast, and she's
Jeannie
talking
and Maria.
It's
Talking
Jeannie
ball.
and Maria, I guess. But she also mentions that how Rob Pelinka pulled the trade off and did so without leaking it to the media because she said, quote, I think Mark Cuban might have jumped in front of a train to keep it from happening. All this to say, this is going to just enrage Mavericks fans.
Again.
You know, years ago, 2016, Tony Romo goes down and Dak Prescott takes over.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys became kind of like this freight train, right? They just kept winning, and it was a lot of Ezekiel Elliott, and it just got to a point where, okay, Romo's going to start getting healthy. What are they going to do? And he steps aside. You know, he has the whole press conference, the meritocracy, and it's probably 4 or 5 weeks later, and the Cowboys are just cruising. Right? They're winning games. Everything has died out. There's no more controversy. And then all of a sudden, out of absolutely nowhere, Jerry Jones, in an interview with The New Yorker, talks about how Tony Romo is going to win a Super Bowl. And we're all like, wait, what? Like, it was almost as if, okay, this whole thing had kind of died out, and like Jerry purposefully, and I don't think Jeannie's purposefully trying to, upset Mavs fans, but it's like this thing has really died out quite a bit, right? I mean, it still burns Mavericks fans and will forever will hate Nico. And now with Jeannie saying this, I'm just like, my first thought was, oh man.
I get the conversation. It's still going to be one of the biggest trades, if not the biggest in-season trade in NBA history.
In sports history, I think.
In sports history, yeah, you're not wrong about that. And again, I don't want to belabor the point on my end. I mean, look, I've made it very clear from day one. I've always thought that the NBA was, and look, I will gladly put on my tinfoil hat. I have been steadfast in my belief that the NBA engineered this trade. They could say all the things they want. Well, he didn't want to tell them he couldn't leak it. Well, of course not. I mean, it's easy not to leak the media when there's you, Adam Silver, and Nico Harrison involved. Okay? I mean, of course there was a reason why nobody found out about this. So, yeah, I mean, you're not going to convince me otherwise. That's why I believe that the Mavs are going to get the number 2 pick in this year's draft, and we will put a final bow on the Luka and Dallas deal when it's all said and done, right? So I get it. I mean, look, it's for not just us to talk about it, but it gets. I mean, it's a great way to get people talking about the Lakers outside of the LeBron aspect of it right now. I mean, I think we've kind of calmed down a little bit. The whole, I mean, it's funny you bring up the, you want to talk about one lazy topic that everybody gets into. Oh, Mount Rushmore. The other one has got to be, who's your GOAT, MJ or LeBron?
Oh my God, it's the new Pete Rose going into the Hall of Fame radio topic.
It's crazy. And look, there's just we have. I thought Steve Kerr. Now you talked about what LeBron said. I caught parts of what he said. Oh, it was never me. My issue with LeBron when it comes to him talking about Michael Jordan is he's he's like John Kerry. He's flip-flopped so many different times.
Wow. But that is a deep pull. Al Michaels over here.
You'd appreciate that. On how many times he's flip-flopped on what he's talked about when it comes to MJ. I've never concerned myself with chasing him. Like, bro, that's what you talked about when you first got into the league.
I know.
Okay? And look,
you're totally right.
He's been in the league for 25 years. I'm not mad at him. Okay?
Yeah.
But I think, honestly, bringing it back full circle again, Steve Kerr I think it was with the New Yorker or the Atlantic, one of the two, talked about the difference between Michael Jordan and LeBron. And I don't know that there's anybody outside of maybe like a Phil Jackson, but really not even Phil, who crept back out of Twitter
no
purgatory
doubt, man.
and had a little nugget that he dropped on us this week. But I thought Steve Kerr had a great point, as far as Michael's his ability on the court and just the fear and just the way his mentality was on the court that LeBron doesn't have, right? Yeah. So I think there's a way.
They're two completely different players. And that's what LeBron said. And LeBron's totally right. I always hated the comparison because I'm like, LeBron, the better comp is Magic. That's the better
always said
comp.
Scottie Pippen.
Or I would throw Scottie in that too. He's a greater version of those two players.
Yeah. Let's not. And I think we can all agree is probably the greatest athlete in NBA history. Okay, and again, now I know this is going to be, and taking nothing away, but maybe I am. If you told me tomorrow that LeBron was on PEDs, I would not be the least bit surprised. All right? I'm sorry, but I have a hard time believing that LeBron James at 42, 43 years old, whatever the hell he's at right now, is performing the way he is without some sort of help.
The only pushback I have on that is that he's looked tired in this series. Like those games in which, let's see, they just won in Game 6. So in Game 5, where a lot of his threes were coming up short. You knew it was his legs. Yeah. When he had ample time in between games or just, more rest, he looked like he did last night.
Yeah, but there's a lot. But look, think about it this way, though. I mean, that's not just LeBron centric, right? I mean, that's when you've played 85, 90 games, I don't care who you are. You can be a 25-year-old and have shots falling short, right, at the end of a game like that. So for him to, and I've said this for a couple years now, for LeBron to be doing what he's doing, and then I joked around with Blake a couple weeks ago before the playoffs started. I said, look, go call our boy Victor Conte, do what you got to do. Let's get him, I, as a sports fan, would love nothing more than to see LeBron James go on one final run. And you got Austin Reeves back. Let's get Luka back for this next series, all right? Inject him with whatever clear, crystal, whatever the hell.
Even with those guys with crystal what? Go keep going. I'm sorry. Sorry I popped in there. Hold on, I'll lay out. Let me put my feet up and let you finish that thought.
Whatever he needs to do, okay? All right? I'm game for watching a prime LeBron on one final run.
Okay, I was obviously wrong about this series. Things in play on that. I just didn't think the Lakers
and Rockets? Nobody. Yeah. I mean, but here, nobody outside of LeBron's inner circle. And probably who knows what that conversation was like. Nobody had this series going the way it's 4-2 Rockets or 4-2 Lakers.
There is absolutely no way that they have a chance against OKC. I can't see it. Even if they get healthy, even if Luka makes it back, I would think I can't see it happening. If they had anybody else, I'd say, okay, well, let's see what it looks like in the Western Conference Finals.
Okay, so we discussed this. You would need to somehow, some way, steal one of the two games, because let's say that Luka comes back for Game 3, all right, which will be back in LA. You can't go down because I think his first game back he's not going to look good. All right, just for the simple fact that even just rest alone, rim rust, the whole nine, I don't think you're going to get a good Luka Doncic in his first game back. Now, do I think he would be better in his second game? But that's a lot of basketball that he's missed. You're talking about playoff basketball. It's a different speed. It's a different intensity. And this guy's coming off of a bad hammy. All right, so I just think there's a lot that goes into it, and we already know that Luka's not the most. Now, he's been better athletically this year than he's been in years past, but he's a sieve on defense, so you just worry.
Oklahoma City has to lose a player. They have to in order for the Lakers to have a chance.
And you're going to have somebody just go. I mean, not just LeBron, but you're going to have Austin Reeves is going to have to go off. You're going to have a Rui Hachimura.
Yeah.
What the hell is this?
I think you were close, Hachimura.
Yeah.
almost called him.
We all know Instagram's listening.
That's true.
Why did I almost call him Hoochie Mama? Why did I almost call him Rui Hoochie Mama?
Well, I mean, it really, the alliteration's pretty close.
This is what happens when
You work
Fred
until
gets
midnight.
6 hours of sleep
Yeah.
and then rolls out and comes back in this morning to do radio again. By the way, the Netflix, what was it? The Homicide New Orleans. First of all, you can never get enough good crime shows.
Enough good homicide.
So I'm watching the episode of last night. You know, I had to just kind of decompress my brain before I go to bed last night. They're following they're chasing this guy that may or may not have killed this poor kid, and the guy causes an accident. That they light his ass up. He obviously takes off running. Boom. Then he gets into a severe car accident. They roll up on the kid. He's sitting outside the car, and half his face is blurred. And so they walk up to him, and the kid says to the cop, "Is my eyeball hanging out of my head?"
Oh.
And the cop nonchalantly says, "Yes, your eyeball is hanging out of your head." And that's just a snippet of what you're going to get
Nice cliffhanger.
on Homicide New Orleans.
Oh, boy, I tell you what, we went from
Rui Hoochie Mama.
Rui to eyeballs hanging out in a quick, hot second. That's on Netflix.
Our eyeballs will be hanging out in this OKC Lakers series.
Who's probably, especially with my hate
Putting it
boner.
out there.
Best 877-881-1053. Text us whom in DFW has the best shot. Who's going to win the title first between the Mavs, Rangers, Cowboys, and Stars? Next on The Fan.
It's almost summer. Do you know what your electricity bill will be when it hits triple digits and the AC doesn't stop? The rate you're on really starts to matter. And if you don't know...
loss to the Minnesota Wild. Didn't that feel to you, White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan? Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you with Jet back in the cup. I don't mean to piss anybody off when I say this, because it's just going to sound kind of cruel, but I felt going into the game the other night, I'm like, there's no way Minnesota loses this game. If you're on the other side of it, the poetry around it, the fact that, you're facing the franchise that left you high and dry in a, hockey-crazed part of the world that loved that team. You haven't won a playoff series since, 2015?
2015.
All that stuff laying out. I'm like, and they're at home? I appreciate, Wolchuk and his steadfast, belief in the Stars at night. But because I was listening to G-Bag, and when he was saying it, and I appreciate it, not that I'm thinking he was whatever. I knew where it was his heart talking. I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, man, I look at it the other way, where I'm like, this is not going to happen. I could not. But man, it was a disappointing for a season that you had, and to have it fall apart that way. Anyway, we will talk about that with Gavin Spittle. Spits and Suds is the podcast.
Yeah,
top of next hour.
Because you and I talked a little bit about it during the break. I mean, it's the thing about the Stars is. And really hockey in general, unless you're uber plugged in, and you don't get the casual conversation. I mean, when the Mavs, now that the Mavs are done, well, they've been done. I mean, it's pretty easy to go in depth on, all right, what are we going to do next? What's the situation? What's the next steps look like as far as what this basketball team needs to do? With the Stars, it's a little more muddied, right? Okay, so, you got Robertson that you got to figure out what you're going to do with. You got Mikko still a couple more years. What's the situation with this hockey team? And plus, it's kind of even more convoluted because do you need to make a lot of moves? I don't know. It's a very confusing situation for me on the outside looking in. So I figure, let's get Gavin Spittle on here. Let's get an idea, because I don't know. Do you blow it up?
Oh, man, that's hard to...
do you blow it up?
Yeah. I would say no, but it'll be interesting to hear Spittle's thoughts on that.
I'm going to ask him one question and one question only, and I won't ask it, and it won't take me 53 seconds like it did last time he came on with us. Do you go out and get Connor McDavid?
That?
No, Eric Chiafalo did.
It did, of course he did.
No, of course Chiafalo did.
Of course he
Chiafalo
did.
might be listening right now.
Yeah.
Chiafalo, if you're listening, 877-881-1053. Probably wearing his black Hokas, if I had to guess.
And shout out to you Tolos out there from the 214. Yo, Will, Freddie D, sounds about white, hashtag.
Sure
That's
does.
a new one. Okay.
Sure
All right, so the question being, who's got the best shot at a title next here in DFW? So this was the question Fred posed to me.
I did. Well, I posed it to you courtesy of Blake Elliott.
Right. They talked about it on Fan After Dark, and my initial thought was even the fact that the Mavericks are where they are, but the fact that you've got Cooper Flagg and where you could be and how things can move so quickly in the NBA with a couple good drafts, that it could be the Mavericks. But I will go with the majority of what we were seeing here on the Frankel and Frankel fan text. And I guess this was you last night as well. I had come back to being, it's got to be the Cowboys. As crazy as that sounds, to me, when you had a season like you did last year, and they were, all right, so they finished 7-9-1, but second in the NFC East. But there was a part of the season where you go, man, they may actually make the playoffs, and this looks like a completely different team. Mm-hmm. After the trade. And you go, okay. And now I look, and this is going, I know on its surface it sounds ridiculous, but this question was asked earlier week on a number of different shows here on the station. Like, if you had Caleb Downs on last year's team, how many wins is it? I hate the quantifying of wins that way, because it's like, oh, Caleb Downs means 4 more wins. Caleb Downs it completely changes the dynamic of your defense. The quarterback, really, of your defense. That is what he is going to be. We've talked about it for weeks. Wilson. Yeah, well, And also the fact, and I know I've been big talking about, middle linebacker, because as somebody in the middle of your defense, whether it be, you go right up the middle like you do in baseball, like pitcher, up the middle of your defense. It's the same thing for me in football, and especially somebody with communication, because remember, that is how everything really went haywire. Caleb Downs, statistically, is not going to win you more games, but he is going to win you more games because of what he will be able to do just personality-wise, communication-wise on that defense. And I go, that's a total game changer. And this is still an if the Cowboys can replicate, even be similar to what they were last year on offense, yeah, I mean, we're all going to have to sit back and wait and to see if Dak Prescott can do it in the playoffs, because that's a damn big question. But on paper, you got to go, man, that's about as good a shot as anybody else here in the Metroplex.
I totally agree. Now, again, you're going to have, George Pickens signs his tender.
That's a whole other thing, too.
That's a whole other thing, and I don't know that he's in the fold. I feel bad because I don't think you can underestimate. I'm not in this. I don't want to sound simplistic here. I'm not going to say I'm not worried about the defense, because of course I am. And the old adage, if it sounds too good to be true, it usually is. Everything Christian Parker has done so far seems like it's been, he's got this just Midas touch.
There's no reason to feel pessimistic with the changes that have been made.
None whatsoever. I mean, the fact that if you think about everything that's fallen into play, I think the only knock that you could make on this football team right now is that you haven't done enough at the linebacker position. All right, now I get it. D Winters, we're all geeked about D Winters, and if you're D Winters, how about the fact that you were buying a house already in Arlington as a member of the 49ers, and then boom, your agent calls you and says, "Hey, you're getting traded to the Dallas Cowboys." I mean, talk about a turn of events for our boy D Winters there. Two positions that concern me is still the linebacker group and the backup running back spot, because I'm not. I love Malik Davis as much as Mama Malik Davis, maybe the best last name in football, but it's Malik Davis. Okay, there's a reason why he's been off and on the practice squad for the last 5 or 6 years. Jaden Blue, I'll believe it when I see it. Okay, so I'm concerned that the same issue that you had with last year.
I don't know if that dude's even going to be on a roster.
That's the other thing, right? I mean, yes, does he have all the ability in the world? Well, guess what? Stop me if you've ever heard this before. NFL football player is a freak athlete and has all the talent, but can't get his mind right.
Yeah,
and doesn't make it onto an NFL roster. Okay, and we're watching him in the UFL in a year.
Shout out Anthony Richardson.
Man, I'll tell you what, that's a whole nother conversation right there.
Yeah, we'll do it around the NFL and bring up that news later on.
So let's tell you this. I think defensively, the fact that Caleb Downs fell to you at 11, the draft gods smiled on you. The fact that the Cowboys were aggressive, they gave up the 2 5th-rounders, which at the end of the day are kibbles and bits.
Well, yeah, you end up getting them
back. Spot, you got better. You got 2 fourths for sliding from 20 to 23rd, right? So I feel really, really good about what this defense looks like. And I appreciate the fact that the front office, a.k.a. Jerry, Stephen, and Will McClay, have let Shoddy do his thing by bringing in Christian Parker. All right, that was really the first domino to fall. That you went out and you let Shoddy go out and get a young and upcoming defensive coordinator that the entire league universally agreed on. Y'all hit this. You guys hit this out of the park with this hire. Do I think he's going to be here more than 2 years? No, I do not. Hell, he may not be here after a year if he goes on the kind of run that we think he could potentially go on. The coaching on both the offensive and defensive side of the ball look to be improved. We already know what Shoddy's been able to do from an offensive standpoint. So if Christian Parker brings that same kind of energy and know-how to the defensive side of the ball. Secondly, what you've done to remake your defense on the fly in the offseason, you feel a lot better about, because you know as well as I do, Will, I don't need this. I don't need you to be Seattle good.
No, I was literally just going to say that. If you are,
we don't need that.
If you are 12th to 16th in the league.
15 to 18. Just give me 15 to 18. Bend, don't break.
You are really going to be a problem if that offense is what it was last year. But I think that your questions are good. I like how you, with the running back, I mean, we still got questions on the offensive line. I know there's a lot out there in the national media that, you got a solid offensive line. I was like, I still got some questions as to what exactly, whom is even going to be playing where.
Look, your interior of the line is great. You feel okay with left guard. From left guard to right guard, you're as good as anybody in the NFL.
If your left guard is your left guard and not your left tackle.
I think, look, if you
By the way, Rui Hachimura is now trending on Twitter. I think it might be you.
Do we think it's because of Rui Hachimama?
It might be. I'm going to look that up right now.
Well, let's check that out. All right, we got the Hockey Hawk coming up.
All
next.
right, we'll talk Little Stars autopsy next year on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
You've dedicated your
Phil Chambers, Fred Davis with Jet Nelson back in the cup. The Stars fall on Thursday night 5-2 to the Minnesota Wild. Ending the season, you had two of the better teams, two of the best teams in the NHL facing off in the first round, and we talked a couple weeks ago with the boss, the Hockey Hawk, and we'll do so again for a Stars autopsy. Gavin Spittle joining us here. Well, boss, that was it's great to hear from you. Big time disappointment, man. I mean, what happened?
Well, first, Fred, thank you for saying that I did predict it.
You did.
That's one of those things where you predict it and you don't want Stars fans to hate you. But the reality was you were playing the seventh best team in hockey record-wise, and a team that made an incredible trade deadline deal to get what arguably could be the best defenseman in hockey all around the world. So, and the Stars, by the way, picked up Mikko Rantanen last year, so that was their big deal. Mm-hmm. I just don't want anyone to I think hitting the panic button, Will, at this point is very tough because the expectation level is so high after 3 straight Western Conference finals. And we know as Cowboys fans, getting there once would be an absolute honor and pleasure. So I think we're probably spoiled here a little bit with 3 straight Western Conference finals, a Stanley Cup final a few years ago during COVID. So for people to say, let's blow it up, I don't think that is the proper situation. But I think that there does have to be some trust in Jim Mill and the management to make crucial off-season moves that could make this a playoff roster that could get over the hump. And you have such a good team, you just can't run it back. You have to figure out, okay, what can we do to make this team better? They have some hard decisions to make.
Yeah, that's where I think that fans, unless you're on the treadmill of winning championships like the Chiefs or in hockey the Blackhawks were for, the last dynasty probably in the NHL, fans don't want to be on a treadmill of anything unless they feel like, okay, well, what's moving it forward? So I think what makes it to where, okay, we've been able to get to this point, well, what is the thing that's missing from this franchise right now, even despite the success that it's had over the last 4 years?
I think that probably a few ingredients that are missing, would be one, the physicality. While it got better under Glenn Gulletson, I think we've seen a trend where teams are being extremely physical with the Stars. And I think the Stars really attempt to be physical. And physicality, by the way, does not necessarily have to be size-based. Mm-hmm. Because the 2-time Stanley Cup winner Florida Panthers are not the biggest team, but they're known as a physical team. And I think you have to play what I call heavy. And what heavy means is that you're heavy on the puck, meaning you always are checking. You are always pushing someone. It doesn't mean you're fighting. It doesn't mean you're hitting someone as hard as you can. But you're very difficult to play against. And when you watch that Minnesota series, maybe it was because they were protecting against Quinn Hughes and Brock Faber, but the reality was their forecheck was absolutely absent. And what I mean by forecheck is you put it in their defensive zone and you attack, and you force them to make errors. And it's very much like a full court press in basketball. Or a blitz in football. Now, if they break that, they can have odd man breakouts. But at the same time, you have to put some kind of body on Quinn Hughes because otherwise he's going to do what he can do. You saw him several times do several pirouettes. Literally look at the play and say, I'm going to start over and circle back. That just can't happen. Now, easier said than done because of his quickness. But you have to find guys that have that knack to get in and cause turnovers. And I think that when you look at this series, would it have changed things? Probably not. But you look at that last game, and the 2 goals that the Stars scored, one was a penalty that Michael Bunting drew off the face-off when Treniff held him. The second was the Maverick Bourque goal, which gave the Stars a temporary lead. And that was off a Bunting shot. Mm-hmm. And so then you wonder, you pick this guy up at the trade deadline. He's feisty, he's small, he gets in there, he's kind of like a little rat, and he can score goals. But he was a healthy scratch. I'm not saying that would have changed the series, but they have guys sometimes that are on the ice and they're like, oh, yeah, they're there. And it's like, no, you can't have guys that are there and win a Stanley Cup. And you looked at that fourth line of Minnesota, and you can call them, they're bullies or whatever. They were the factor of the series. The Foligno brothers were so good in that series. So, those are things. And then I think you need to change the room in some aspects. Mm-hmm. You need to figure out guys that are going to be in that room and say, guys, let's effing go. Like, you need people like that. And listen, I'm not in the room. You guys aren't in the room. So I don't want to speculate. But the question becomes, with Jamie Benn being a captain as long as he has, I think it's fair to say, okay, can the other voices in the room fairly speak up? And who's that next voice that has that dog in him? Because I think the Stars need some dogs. And Ritskovian was a dog for part of the year. So, who are those guys? Because you see these playoff teams that are advancing. Now, and I'm very long-winded, so I'll keep this short. But notice a trend. The 2-time Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, out, didn't even make the playoffs. Edmonton Oilers, who have been in the Western Conference Finals a bunch the past few years with Connor McDavid, out after one round. The Dallas Stars, out after one round. They have played so much hockey in the last 2 to 3 years, not to mention all of those teams. Their players played in 4 nations. They had a bunch of players in the Olympics. And you notice a common theme as well. Rope Hintz from Dallas, hurt. Rantanen, hurt. Leon Draisaitl for the Oilers, hurt. Florida had so many injuries this year. So did they play too much hockey? So that could be a factor as well.
Yeah, I wonder on that. And I know, not to rehash the whole thing on, the playoff format, but you do have a lot of the teams with the Stars, that are gone. A lot of the teams that we're used to watching late in the playoffs. And look, that's what hockey is in this country. I don't think you have those, big time, fans, or a ton of fans that are watching first round series. They're kind of waiting for conference finals and Stanley Cup final. And it's almost getting to it like, man, we're missing a lot of teams that you wish were facing off before you get to the Stanley Cup final that are no longer doing it. And it's frustrating to have such a, 2 quality teams playing in the first round. I just wonder if that ever, is going to change if we happen to get, a weaker rated conference finals and Stanley Cup final because of that.
Yeah, I think we all want it to change. The problem is the commissioner doesn't want it to change. And for this round of playoffs, the opening round, he's right. That's the toughest thing. He's right now. You've had some amazing series. Like Canadians, Tampa?
Yeah.
Are you kidding? That's an amazing series.
Yeah, it was a great
Stars,
game.
Wild? Yeah. Those are amazing series. So right now, he is getting eyes on the NHL early. The question becomes, second round, Western Conference, Eastern Conference Finals, what's it going to look like? And is it going to hurt the NHL that maybe a team gets there that isn't as popular based on, the fact is Minnesota can beat Colorado. Like, that is like we forget Colorado is a Stanley Cup favorite. They got knocked out early last year.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, why are we talking about that? Like, teams get knocked out, and it's okay. And I'm not saying, like, Stars definitely need changes, but I just feel like you can't blow this thing up. You have to make tactical, smart decisions. And yes, this NHL playoff system is going to continue because this is what the commissioner wants. And I hate to tell Stars fans, this Central Division is an absolute gauntlet. Utah is made the playoffs this year. They're going to be better. Winnipeg's not going to just sit back. Nashville's going to be better next year. They just missed out on the playoffs. Chicago has one of the best odds to get Gavin McKenna in the draft. So all of a sudden you have Gavin McKenna and Connor Bedard, two of the bright young stars playing for one team. So, like, the Stars have to realize this Central Division is definitely the best division in hockey. So they have to make strategic moves like Colorado did in the offseason to build themselves up for this run.
Gavin Spittle, host of the Spits and Suds podcast, joining us here talking all things Dallas Stars as they see their season come to an end this past week. And so the one thing that jumped out to me is, look, you brought in, you mentioned already, Mikko Rantanen, who had maybe outside of his first year, his first time in the playoffs back, I think it was in 2016, 2017 with Colorado, had his worst ever playoff performance from a goal scoring standpoint. Yeah, he had some assists as well, had a big assist to, I think it was Maverick Bourque on the other night.
To Wyatt Johnston.
To Wyatt Johnston, right? And so, but look, what we saw from Mikko a year ago, right? The guy that was absolutely just on fire in that postseason. We did not see that same guy. We talked about it with Wolchuk the other night. It just felt like ever since that injury, and you mentioned it in the play, or in the Olympics, Mikko just wasn't the same guy. It just felt like maybe there was a nagging injury. I mean, I know he played 4 or 5 games before the season ended, but what is it about, if that was Kyrie, or if that was a Dak Prescott who would have had as bad a performance postseason as what Mikko just had, he would never hear the end of it. What did you see from our boy Mikko this past series?
Yeah, I saw a guy that I'm not sure had enough time to come back from his injury and fully heal. And I saw a guy that this season took too many penalties, and he needs to adjust to that. And we saw that, like we need to take a step back as Stars fans. We had some dirty plays by our players. Like, you shouldn't cross-check someone in the back of the neck, Jamie Benn and Mikko Rantanen. Like, I'm not trying to, be, anti-Stars, but that stuff ticks me off because, that's not good hockey. So I think the Mikko Rantanen that will come back next year will be a force. I think he's going to be a lot more physical than he was. I mean, he was extremely physical early on in the year. To the point where he had some hits that were borderline. And I think, so from everything I've heard about Mikko Rantanen, the guy is just would not be surprised that Mikko Rantanen's in the gym right now preparing for next season. That is he is a dog. Like, Mikko Rantanen cannot stand losing. And he is a player that will give you everything. So that leads me, what was it, an injury? What was the situation? So I'm personally not worried about Mikko Rantanen, Fred. I think the future is bright. I think he's an elite player. I just think also Minnesota did a really nice job, not just shutting him down, but shutting a lot of the Stars players And I think that Roope Hintz injury up the middle really hurt this team, because that's the speed that you could match with Minnesota was Roope Hintz, and you lost that. And when Nils Lundqvist went down,
I was going to say that was a big loss too.
Yeah, they were not the same team after Nils Lundqvist, which, by the way, kudos to him. He could barely get on the ice under Pete DeBoer, and now all of a sudden he has a new 2-year deal, and he played second-pairing defense the whole year. What a turnaround. So it just shows that the right system can fit you. So I'm excited for Nils, but I think Mikko is going to be fine. There were a lot of players, Will and Fred, that were frustrating. Thomas Harley did not have a good series. Yeah. And you just gave him a big contract. So Wyatt Johnston wasn't as prevalent as you would like. You mentioned Mikko Rantanen. So you can kind of go up and down and just say, what happened? And Glenn Gulletson was very candid in his post game. They were outplayed in 4 of the 6 games. He said it. So I want Stars fans. I know it's going to be tough. I am going to watch the Minnesota-Colorado series because I want to see what Colorado does with Minnesota that the Stars couldn't. Because to me, that is a telltale sign of what you need to fix and what you need to do. So we can go back, but I'm looking at this next series with like a scout's eye, like a Broadus eye, and I'm saying, how can I fix this thing?
You're not wrong about that. All right, real quick, two-parter, 30 seconds or less, because we're up against it. You know that as well as anybody. Number one, you mentioned Glenn Gulletson, just kind of his overall, what did you think of his performance this year back in the fold as far as what we, because again, the conversation's a lot different this year versus our boy Pete DeBoer, who just went out guns blazing and threw everybody under the bus after the end of last year, and a Fred Davis special. Why not blow things up and go after Connor McDavid?
30 seconds or less.
I know.
You're welcome.
I know.
You're welcome, Gavin. You're welcome.
By the way, I think we have him clocked in at over a minute on his question. We're still working on the tape on that.
Well,
back-to-back weeks.
I don't want to get a call from the program director, so I'll be on my best behavior. Glenn Gulletson, very good performance this year. Neil Graham, very good performance. All the assistant coaches. I give Glenn Gulletson an A-. They faced a lot of injuries. I thought he did a great job.
Great hair, too.
If you really, really want to go after Connor McDavid, you can. It's going to be tough fitting in the salary cap. Here's my counter. Are you going to trade Jason Robertson for Connor McDavid? And what else are you going to give the Oilers? Because Stars fans have to realize you have to give to get.
Yeah.
So if you want to go out, remember, it wasn't like Matthew Tkachuk came from Calgary to Florida just for nothing. Calgary got a lot of assets in return. So what are you going to give up to get good players? So that's a Jim Nill decision that he has to make.
Great stuff, boss. Thank you.
Hey, guys, you've been terrific. Thank you guys so much for supporting Spits and Suds. And you know what? It's weird having a Saturday night off, but I promise listeners we're going to keep grinding with Spits and Suds. We're going to talk about this off season. We're going to look into the future. So I still think the future is pretty bright for this Dallas Stars team.
Heck yeah. And the fact that Connor McDavid is even in just a discussion point will keep you on the edge of your seat. So we look forward to it. Thank you, sir.
Stick tap, boys.
All right,
thank you, sir.
That's Gavin Spittle. That's the boss here. Spits and Suds with Mr. Shapiro. The latest one out there wherever you find your podcast. We got, did you tell me 130?
124.
124.
No way. That was not a minute and 24 seconds. There's no way that question was a minute and 24 seconds.
Hold on. We
no way.
Yeah, we're gonna have to play the tape on that one.
There's no way that was a minute and 24 seconds.
All right. Houston has a problem on whether to pay their quarterback, and one of the worst draft picks of all time is not getting picked up. We go around the league next year on White Guy Radio 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ KJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan. And our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
No. We're gonna play it.
Tolos,
We're gonna play it.
Springtime baseball's back, and it's truck season in Texas.
That's right. Tony from East Dallas Diesel. If you're ready to roll up to the ballpark and something that stands out, we've got the best custom trucks in DFW.
We're talking lifts, wheels, tires done right, no shortcuts.
We've got options for every budget and concierge service with easy financing to get you in and out fast. Skip the big dealership runaround.
Visit EastDallasDiesel.com or call and ask for Tony.
East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
The average car payment in America is now nearly $800 a month, and many auto loans stretch longer than 6 years. That means millions of drivers are paying for vehicles long after they're ready for something new. Most people don't actually have a car problem, they have a loan problem. That's why more...
It's White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Great to talk with Gavin Spittle. A little autopsy on the Stars, but that little Connor McDavid element to it is something that it's tasty. It's tasty.
Do it. All right, and you know,
You
something
talk
I
about
thought about.
game changer.
First of all, we all know that he played for Glenn Goldson, was what the assistant over there in Edmonton. They've got a close relationship. You've got the pieces that you could theoretically put a deal together. He'll be 30 in January. Mikko's 29. You probably would have to get rid of either Jason Robertson or Wyatt Johnston. I'm not giving up both of them. I don't know what your draft pick situation looks like because I do know that you gave up a handful when you traded for Mikko last season at the deadline, but look, Jim Nill's a gunslinger, and I gotta believe that if you want a title, which look, we all know if you were to able to get Connor McDavid, get him to be a Dallas Star, number one, at that point you roll out Mikko and Connor McDavid night in, night out. I mean, the Dallas Stars would be must-watch hockey. Not to say that they're not already, but I think from a nation, from a national perspective, I think it would be one of the biggest stories in hockey.
Let's do a little Eric Chiafalo special here. We Jet, what do we have? What did you say you clocked this at?
I think I got a minute 24 seconds.
But I want you to clarify though because you can't include anything Gavin Spittle said in the question.
I don't think he's in here. I was listening to bits of it. We'll listen to the whole thing.
All right, here. I got the stopwatch. Let's go.
Gavin Spittle, host of the Spits and Suds podcast, joining us here talking all things Dallas Stars as they see their season come to an end this past week. And so the one thing that jumped out to me is, look, you brought in, you mentioned already, Mikko Rantanen, who had maybe outside of his first year, or excuse me, his first time in the playoffs back, I think it was in 2016, 2017 with Colorado, had his worst ever playoff performance from a goal scoring standpoint. Yeah, he had some assists as well, had a big assist to, I think it was Maverick Bork
30
on the other night.
To Wyatt Johnston.
To Wyatt Johnston, right? And so, but look, what we saw from Mikko a year ago, right? The guy that was absolutely just on fire in that postseason. We did not see that same guy. We talked about it with
45
the other night. It just felt like ever since that injury, and you mentioned it in the in the Olympics, Mikko just wasn't the same guy. It just felt like maybe there was a nagging injury. I mean, I know he played 4 or 5 games before the season ended, but we're
at a minute.
About, if that was Kyrie, or if that was a Dak Prescott, who would have had as bad a performance postseason as what Mikko just had.
115.
The end of it. What did you see from our boy Mikko this past series?
I got it at 122.
Good God.
122.
There's just something that when Gavin Spittle...
It had flow. I honestly was guessing around 38 to 40 is what I thought. When Jet told me in my ear it was at like 120, I was like, no.
And dare I say, I owe my boy Jet Nelson an apology. Okay? I owe my boy Jet Nelson an apology.
Gavin did speak there a little bit, but...
Well, no. But I mean, I didn't believe you. And I accused you of cooking the books a little bit. I accused you of padding the stats a little bit.
I do need to earn faith and trust in me. We know that.
No, you have. And if there's anybody that he calls it like he sees it, it's Mr. Jet Nelson. So shame on me. Shame on me. But you know what? There's just something about Gavin's. But look, from one long-winded guy to another.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair. So long-winded that I actually kept my mic on going into the break, apparently.
So long-winded. Also, but then, we also forget that to end that conversation with Gavin Spittle, I hit him with 2 big questions and said, look, 30 seconds or less.
Yeah, that was my favorite part of the interview. After clocking in at plus 120 on a question. Okay, real quick.
Two-part question.
Two-parter.
That I need you to answer in 30 seconds or less.
Two-parter. And we are already like 2 minutes past.
Up against it.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, that was great. Also, a little side note here. We were talking earlier about IG and feeds and all that, your algorithm. And mine, right now on MLB Network, there is, they're showing the 20 strikeout game from Roger Clemens back in, I want to say, 86 with Seattle. And I get like clips all the time of like 80s and 90s baseball stuff. Look at everybody that shows up on your screen, and they look like anybody that you would run into at HEB. That is the difference between baseball now and baseball back then. These are guys. They're just guys.
What's the fact that
they're
Steve
good athletes,
Yeager's
but
batting 133?
Yeah, early in the season. Look, long sleeves, it's early in the season. Pitchers ahead of hitters. I could be totally wrong. This could be like, late September in Boston. My guess it's early in the year.
You're right. No, it was 429 of 86.
Oh, okay, there you go.
So there you go.
But they're just like
40 years ago. My God.
I've said this for years where you had a handful of guys in the league that were huge, like Canseco, McGuire. Strawberry wasn't thick, but he was super tall, right? He was a taller guy.
Now you
got 4 or 5 guys in your lineup. What's that?
Ever tell you about the time I ran into Darryl Strawberry in a DFW bathroom?
No. Partaking?
No. No, it was
tutti frutti going on there.
No, nothing inappropriate. It was I had just flown into, I think it was Dallas. Maybe it was somewhere else. Anyway, I don't remember what bathroom it was in. Please don't take this out of context, people.
All right, I didn't know if we were getting a scouting report.
Yeah,
here.
No. No, I just, it was. Anyway, whatever. It was at an airport, and, you use the bathroom, and then you go to wash your hands, and you're sitting there washing your hands, and you're like, man, this big-ass black dude. And sure enough, it's Darryl Strawberry. He's a big dude.
Wild. Just wild. I mean,
we're washing our hands, people.
877.
Get out of here.
881-1053. Most interesting person or celebrity you ran into in the bathroom.
What about a Burger King bathroom?
Was it really?
No.
Okay. I didn't know airport Burger King. You never know.
That was a Digital Underground reference.
Billy Gillespie. Oh, sure. Sorry. I can't believe I didn't follow right in with that. Easy enough. Billy Gillespie, I think, for your boy here. Right after he took the job coaching Kentucky.
Wasn't he at Tarleton State? Billy Gillespie? Has there been a more profound fall from grace?
I think he may be still in a hospital or something.
Boy, Billy Gillespie, man.
It wasn't good.
No, it wasn't.
It was not good.
It wasn't at all, man. I mean, we say it to kind of, if you need help, get help. I think he's at Tarleton State.
Yeah. No, that sounds
most
about
recently,
right.
At least.
Yeah. God, he ran into some stuff. He used to make it look like he was drinking iced teas in those Coke glasses, like the generic, red translucent, like ones that you would find at Pizza Hut. Coca-Cola, and he'd have like a lemon on it to make it look like it's an iced tea.
I mean,
the servers at Malone's are like, yeah, that's not iced tea.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's definitely full of bourbon.
Well, I'll tell you what, his Wikipedia is insane.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he just got let go. I don't know. It says he's been at Tarleton State since 2020. He's 92 and 92 at Tarleton State.
Okay. All right.
Okay, he's still there. The 2025, hold on.
Something happened to him somewhat recently.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
that's why I got me to thinking.
Yeah.
All right, talk amongst yourselves.
So that's where,
Billy, if you're
I don't know. Jet, you got anybody you've urinated next to?
I don't think I've ever had a great encounter in the bathroom. Best one I probably have, or the one that felt the best to me, was getting the media pass. I'm at UT Arlington, and I get the media pass for the Texas Rangers parade in 2023, and I see the great Hall of Famer Eric Nadel just alone on the field.
Okay.
And I just got to shake his hand. That's what's going through my head. And get to meet the great Eric Nadel. Now I
is there
work
not
with
a
him pretty
more greater gentleman in the business than Eric Nadel?
I don't think so.
Well, speaking of Eric Haut is, I'm guessing that's how you pronounce his name. H-A-U-T is the new Tarleton State basketball coach.
Yeah, maybe Hout.
Hout?
I'm going to go Haut. I'm with you on that, but it could be a Hout.
He was the associate head coach at Utah State the last 2 seasons. So
somebody took a squirt with Jack Nicklaus at Colonial.
Okay.
Met Dan Marino in a restroom at a bar in Arlington when the Super Bowl was at AT&T. There you go. All right.
Okay.
NFL stuff. We'll do that.
Spud Webb at a charity event.
Okay. Probably towering over him. He could literally jump right over you just dead foot.
From the 817, Troy Aikman in an Outback Steakhouse bathroom when I was 8. He said, "Good luck, kid."
All right.
Changed his life.
Hey.
Changed his life.
Speaking of quarterbacks, should the Texans sign C.J. Stroud? That's next here on The Fan.
Polo's time is running out to get 10% off your home painting project with my friends at Certa Pro Painters. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you are in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Jet. We're checking the record books. I think we were all part of history here today. We may have a record broken. I'm waiting to hear back from Chiafalo.
I was going to say, did you text him?
I did, because my question was, his question to Steven, was that the record here at the station?
No. No, the record is Corey Majors. Corey Majors has the record.
Really?
He asked, I think it was Sean Merriman, a really long question.
Oh, man. All right, we got to get to the bottom of this.
So,
we got to.
I mean, I'm in the top
we
three.
Open up the books. Let's find out.
And I've got several submissions too, because when I first started here at 105.3 The Fan, I was on. This is before that we got officially moved to the night show, and I was on with CA, and I asked Nick Harris like a minute and 20 long question. So I try not to be long-winded. I really don't. But as you alluded to, and again, you did this unsolicited. It just gets I get going. Okay,
Yeah.
it gets good to me. And the next thing you know, a minute 23 went by. Much like my love life.
Let him
it gets
cook.
good to me, and then a minute 23, boom, it's done.
Let him cook. Just let it ride.
That's it.
He's on a roll.
That's it.
Let him go. Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you, White Guy Radio 105.3 The Fan. So I wanted to get into this with you, being with your Houston background, many years there doing radio, and this is where it gets really tough in the NFL nowadays. And the great thing with quarterbacks is that they are ready to play much earlier than, say, when you and I were growing up or older, right? A quarterback needed to play a few years in college, and then you'd like to have even a high draft pick. Carson Palmer was taken #1 overall by the Bengals. He sat behind John Kitna for a year. That was kind of the ideal
now, you say
thing.
Ready to play. I would disagree slightly and say are forced to play. Because I don't think I think that's one thing that we've lost our way a little bit with college quarterbacks, is that these guys are forced to play. Like, to your point, the idea that, well, we got to play Fernando Mendoza. No, you don't.
Yeah. No. I don't disagree with that. I think that because you grow up, you had to wait your time throughout growing up.
Yeah.
Right? You had to wait your time in high school. Now you have 7-on-7 teams. You have all this stuff. You go to college programs and they have offensive friendly, very simplified offenses where you're looking off cue cards and all that stuff. And then you've played more football by the time you've made it to the NFL now, is really kind of where I'm going with it. And that being said, you have guys, I can't recall seeing this as many times as we've seen it over the course of the last decade, where you're like, wow, looks really good. And now all of a sudden you're like, looks like a hot mess. CJ Stroud, perfect example. Rookie year, just stepped right out of Ohio State, looked exactly, I was pounding the table. I could not believe that Bryce Young was the consensus #1 over CJ Stroud. I'm like, did you see CJ carve up a Georgia defense that was one of the best defenses that we've seen in college football in the last 10, 15 years? I mean, how many of those guys are playing in the NFL well?
Right.
And he was terrific, and terrific his rookie year. The last 2 years,
not so much.
What is happening here? So what do you do in Houston? And there is a piece up on ESPN.com by Jeremy Fowler, in which he had NFL execs from around the league weighing in. And as you'd imagine, they're all pretty much saying, okay, very talented. You could pay him, pretty much somewhere in the, realm of, there's one NFC executive offer him something like 8 to 12 quarterback money. We'll see if he, takes that or where you go with it. But man, if you're just taking a step back, we talked about it with Spittle and the Stars earlier, well, you don't want to do a complete reset. You don't think you're really there yet. But if you're Houston, man, that's a really tough question right now.
Well, it's a tough question in the sense of what do you do if he sucks? I mean, again.
And you pay him and you've got a 3-year deal.
I don't think you have to pay him. You don't have to pay him right now. And you're going to let him play out his 5th year, rightfully so. And then if he still has the same kind of year that he had before, where it's kind of like, all right, he's kind of having this wonky, we're not sure, you can do one of two things. You can give him a Sam Darnold-like deal, all right, 3 years, $100 million or something along those lines, right? And I think it was like $30-40 million guaranteed. And you can live with that, okay? And it gives you an out after a year. Or maybe it was a 2-year deal. Either way. Or you franchise tag him. I mean, you're going to do one of those. You're going to do one of those two things. So it's funny you bring this up because when we had Lance Zierlein on a couple weeks ago to talk draft, I asked, because Lance is based out of Houston, does radio there for ESPN 97.5. And so I asked him, the last question I asked him, that we had talked draft. I said, hey, while I got you here, what's the latest with our boy C.J. Stroud? Are people getting David Carr vibes down there? And he said, well, it's funny you say that because and Lance is plugged in to all things Houston. He said there are members of the front office in Houston who are privately concerned about C.J. Stroud.
I would hope so.
As far as like whether or not he's the long-term answer for you at quarterback, because his regression is real.
It is real.
Okay.
We've talked about this before. I've mentioned it a number of times. I want to say Christmas Day, not this past year, but the year before. It was on a holiday. Because I remember going over to my brother-in-law's mom's house, and I knew we were all getting together for a holiday. So it was something, I don't think it was Thanksgiving. I think it was later on. But I got there, and having watched most of the first half of, I forget who Houston was playing, and I'm like, the dude has the yips.
Yeah.
Like, straight up yips.
And he's not great at reading defenses. Like, if you go back, and this is something that's been brought up before, like, if you go back to his rookie year, his standout season, right, because he did play very, very well and had some big games, but people forget in those losses, he looked terrible. Like, he showed some early signs like, okay, but at the same time, it was like, well, you didn't think much about it because he's a rookie, right? So you can live with a rookie making quote unquote rookie mistakes and
absolutely,
it's fine, right? Like they're going to disguise defenses, they're going to see things they hadn't seen before. This isn't the Big Ten, okay? So that's going to happen, especially the second time around. I think, and I think it's been brought up. Like if you look at what the Jets did, Robert Saleh's defense, okay, and the reason why that looms large this upcoming season. Well, guess who he's going to have to play twice this year? Robert Saleh's defense over in Tennessee. I'm going to tell you right now, just kind of off the cuff.
I'm with you already on. I know where you're going.
Tennessee's going to be tough, dude.
Yeah, they are.
Tennessee is going – I could see Tennessee having – they are going to be the Carolina Panthers of 2026.
I think that they could be bigger than that. I think it could – not quite New England jump, but along that trajectory. I'm not saying that they're going to the Super Bowl. I think that they are going to make the biggest leap next year.
Look, you just worry, does they got Wan'Dale Robinson, you got Calvin Ridley, and then I know they went out and got one more wide receiver in the draft, but do they have enough pieces? And one thing we do know, like Brian Daboll, what he may lack in being a head coach, hey, the dude's a pretty damn good offensive coordinator. And that coaching staff...
People forget that he is what made Josh Allen into Josh Allen.
When you look at this coaching staff, you're going to have Robert Saleh, and I can't think of who now. I don't know who their defensive coordinator is. Not that it's going to matter. I mean, Robert Saleh is obviously going to have a huge part in the defensive side of things. So, and we know that Saleh can do some things on the defensive side of the ball. Plus, what intrigues me the most about the Tennessee Titans, number one, do we think they knew about Rossini and Vrabel? That's another story for another conversation. But you've got two coaches in Daboll and Saleh who have something to prove. And I think that having had the experiences they had in New York, New York, both of them, I don't think that can be understated or overstated enough. So, the AFC South, I think Indianapolis is going to be in a world of hurt this year. The fact that you put all your eggs in the Daniel Jones basket and he's coming off an Achilles injury, all right, and Anthony Richardson, who you've already pretty much said we don't like.
You're not picking up his fifth-year option.
Well, think about it this way. You're not picking up his fifth-year option, but that comes on the heels of we told you could go find a trade partner and nobody in the NFL wanted you.
Right.
So now we're stuck with you. And I love how they worded it. And Chris Ballard, I mean, does he have pictures of Irsay or something? Because how does this guy still have a job?
I have no idea. That is the worst draft pick I have ever seen. I have never seen a worse draft pick. You can talk about Jamarcus Russell and all that kind of stuff, but that wasn't about talent. That was just because the dude doesn't really care about football. And I watched so much, SEC in Florida that year where he started, and I'm like, this dude does not play the position well at all. And he was just taken fifth in the draft. Like, absolutely mind-blowing. You were mentioning wide receivers for Tennessee.
Who'd they draft?
Carnell Tate.
That's who it was.
And then they got Wan'Dale Robinson and Calvin Ridley.
Hello.
Also, Elick Ayamanor, who was kind of...
tight.
Yeah, thank you. I liked him, coming out of the draft last year out of Stanford. But
where are you at on the Caleb Downs, Kobe Durant number 2 issue?
Look, it's Durant's trying to get a check. Right? I mean, is that not it? It's got to be
it, right? It's got to be, right?
It has to be.
Why is he not giving the number up yet? What's he waiting on? And here's the thing. He's never been number 2 before. Like, he was number 14 in college. And by the way, he was known as Kobe Durant. He took off the duh because the duh wasn't in him.
Well, I mean, do we really know exactly? I mean, is this guy...
Who, Kobe
he's
going
to make the team, Kobe.
Oh, Kobe Durant is making the team, 100%. No, Kobe Durant will be one of your cornerbacks for your Dallas Cowboys. The question is, what number will he be wearing? At what point does Jerry step in?
I don't think he does.
No,
I don't think they do.
No, he's Jerry. Look, no one. Okay,
if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Jerry.
Because Caleb Downs right now is wearing number 18. In the history of, and I get it with the numbers of, and we were talking about this week, right? I'm a huge numbers guy. I'm a jersey number guy from back in the day. In what world has a number like what number 18 outside of Peyton Manning jumps to mind? 877-881-105.
I'm literally on Pro Football Reference right now to see if I can actually look up
18.
The 18s out there.
Devin Moore is going to be number 29. Michael Trigg, everybody's favorite undrafted free agent tight end, is going to be number 46. I kind of like that. My gut tells me, though, once roster moves are made and what have you, he will jump off of 46. That's kind of an ugly number for. That's more of a fullback number, 46. Let's see other. Yeah. Jyshawn, is it Jyshawn or Jayshawn? Jayshawn Barham is going to be the double nickel, 55. Malachi Lawrence is going to be number 57. Drew Shelton will be 67. And LT Overton is going to be number 99. And then, of course, the one question I have is, did Malik Davis go back to number 34? Because on the Cowboys roster, he's listed at 43, but Dominic Richardson, one of your running back undrafted free agents, is listed as number 43. So there's your...
I've got some other notables.
Who?
Charlie Joyner.
Okay.
Hall of Famer. Cooper Kupp.
Oh.
Early in his career. He switched it over to 10.
Didn't he switch to 10?
Yeah. But he wore 18 early in his career. A.J. Green.
Yeah.
A.J. Green was an 18.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I hate it as a number.
It's just not... 18's just not getting.
It's weird.
It's just not blowing up anybody's skirt.
No,
dude.
it really isn't.
Again, you got Peyton Manning. Again, Charlie Joyner, Hall of Famer, but it's a, and maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's what Caleb. But at the same time, like, look, his brother's number 2. He was number 2 in college. Like, give and them and those number 2s are. We've already said Caleb Downs already has the number 1 selling jersey in all of all rookies. Right now, it's the number 1 because he's the Cowboys' first draft pick. Don't let you give Kobe Durant number 2, and that's why I think Jerry the marketer is going to step in because you're not buying Durant 2 jerseys. You're just not.
No one is. And I don't
Downs
like
too,
the fact
though?
of waiting. Yeah, I don't know.
Buddy,
play it out. I mean, I see why Kobe's. He's gonna lay out for it.
He'll lay out.
What you
He'll
got
lay out
for
for a
me?
little bit, but then Jerry's gonna be like, "Look, we're going into training camp. Like, I need my marketing
I need jersey
team.
sales.
Yeah, we need to get this thing picked up.
Yeah, come on. All right, heading into hour number 3.
Let's do it.
There's a lot to get to here today. Fatty's on the phone. Tolo's on the
Randy
telephone.
Moss wore it in Oakland.
45. Damn. What do you wear in Minnesota? By the way,
84.
that's coming up an hour from now.
84. I think he was 18 in Tennessee.
Yeah, 84. Okay.
So,
San Francisco maybe too. I don't know.
I think you're right about that. Either way.
All right, we'll open up hour number 3. What happened last night in the NBA? And who's going to win it all? That's next here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
I think there is an omen. Because as we were talking about this and going through it during the break, I'm looking down at my Derby notes, and they're just for me. I mean, we're not going to get into the weeds on Kentucky Derby, but I will give, when we do hit the news at noon, post positions, who the favorites are, all that. I do have the horse that I think I'm going with to win the Derby today. It just so happens to be the 18 horse.
Real quick, Luttrett, diehard Tolo and Fatty. Shout out to our boy Luttrett. He's come to a couple of our events. A1 from day one, as we like to call him here on the program. He said Randy Moss was 18 with the Patriots, but I thought Randy Moss was 81 with the Patriots.
He was.
So that's what I was thinking, too. So Luttrett maybe mildly dyslexic. Mildly. I
was going back through this, too, by the way. Listen to this.
Not that there's anything wrong with being dyslexic.
We were talking about because Fred in an airport bathroom ran into Darryl Strawberry.
I did. Washing hands, people. Washing hands.
817,
Creeps.
Nolan Ryan on one side, Robert Duvall on the other at Del Frisco's in Fort Worth. I had no words, went blank. Yeah, that's a 1 seed.
Yeah, it is.
No one's beaten that. You had the consigliere on your right and Nolan Ryan on your left. That's wow. That's an all-timer.
Speaking of all-timers, here's 972 with maybe one of the worst texts of the day. Well, definitely, you do get the worst text of the day. Now, there's still 2 hours left of the program, so there's plenty of time for you to either text back or somebody else to say something equally as ignorant. You need to drop the white guy radio. What's the deal? Do you guys have white guilt? Are you white saviors? Come on, man, grow up. Well, why don't you take your own advice and grow up?
There you go.
It's called tongue-in-cheek. It's called a little sarcasm. Try it. You might enjoy it.
You're going to live longer. I'll tell you that. They're coming at me, and by the way,
you know, it is kind of. I've been meaning to say something to you.
Okay.
About being cubbed out the way
we
you are
on
today.
YouTube and Twitch, so you can follow us with the fan cam going on the weekends now, which I forget about all the time. Yeah. YouTube chat is going at will for the full Cubs uniform on the fan cam. I don't have the pants, but I wish I did.
Thank you, Knight.
Because with this, this is the old school 80s, Cubs
you look like,
road jersey. They
look
have
like
white
Mark
pants.
Grace.
White pants. Maybe a little Leon Durham.
I don't know who that is.
The Bull? Wow. See? Now, does that not go to show you what my algorithm, why it is what it is on old 80s and 90s baseball? Just tons of it.
From the 314.
I'll have to jump in on YouTube to find out what everybody's roasting me on. Yeah, so I threw on, because I got a bunch of old school baseball jerseys. I've got a Darryl Strawberry.
There you go.
Got a Ricky Henderson.
Imagine if you saw him in the bathroom with that thing on, huh?
Barry Bonds,
Darryl!
Pittsburgh.
Ah!
See?
What's up?
And I threw on my, just my regular, generic Nike hat.
Yeah.
And I was like, just throw on the Cubs hat. It goes,
Look at Luttrett. Shout out. Fred, my bad. I meant Moss was 81 with the Patriots. He was 18 with the Raiders.
We knew he'd come around.
And then 972, doubling down. I knew he'd come back with something equally as stupid. So you're saying yes to all the above. No, we're saying yes to you are a party pooper and clearly not fun to hang out with at parties, courtesy of Degenerate Jacob. So
exposed.
Enough.
Totally
okay?
exposed.
Get a life.
Update on the record books here at 105.3 The Fan.
And real quick, I'm guessing he's white. I guarantee you he's an uptight white guy.
Yeah.
Tell you what, put in the comments when the last time you got laid was.
Yeah.
Okay? That'll answer everything I need to know about you, 972.
I wonder if it's the same person that texted in about Steve Kerr earlier. I'm going to have to do my research. I'll have to look back on that to see. Eric Chiafalo did weigh in.
What a loser.
So,
not this guy.
If you missed it earlier, Gavin Spittle, our boss, on loan from Spits and Suds podcast, talking a little Stars hockey. Fred weighed in with a
shots fired
minute 22 question.
Minute 22.
I think Fred, this is Eric Chiafalo, may have tied Corey's record. I'll have to check to confirm on Monday.
Is that coming from our boy Eric Chiafalo?
That's Cheech. So
is he wearing the black Hokas? 877-881-1053.
Oh, but Darryl Strawberry. wore 18.
Did he?
Yeah.
What a full circle moment we just had.
What
a full circle moment. 972, I hope you're listening. You've been a part of greatness.
I have never.
I like your text.
I don't know if I've ever felt better about betting on a horse than I will with Further Ado, who is the 18 horse, although going out of the 15 post because of some scratches and the 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby. We've got a Game 7 today. I'm going to ask you a question because, last night, some great games. And then one clunker where the Lakers just smoked out Houston. But you had Toronto winning in overtime on a last second heave by R.J. Barrett. Tyrese Halliburton memories of that ball bouncing off the back iron straight up and straight through. So we'll have a Game 7 there. Is there a harder basketball team to watch in the NBA in recent memory than the Boston Celtics? I'll hang up and listen.
Harder
Do you
team to
feel that
watch.
way? Do you feel that way, Jed? 877-881-1053.
I don't know, man. The Rockets are a hard team to watch.
Yeah, they come to mind as a hard team to watch.
Dude, the Rockets have been brutal.
When you watch the Celtics play, and you understand what it is, this is all by design, right? Joe Mazzulla, we're taking threes. We're taking 1,000,000 threes. We're going to live and die by the three. But it's such awful basketball in order to make up, because of analytics will tell you, that it makes more sense to shoot a three and miss than shoot a good two when it's all going to average out better by doing the three. I mean, how many times do you see them give up good looks? Or, Jason Tatum, he had one off the dribble, had a good lane to the hoop, and was going to have a contested shot, but certainly had the advantage offensively, and kind of did this hop step, ball up and around, turned, and it was a harder play to pass it out to get it back out to the three-point line. I was like, I can't watch this. It is such an awful watch. That's why I hate watching Boston play. And I hope they lose today.
I think there's a very legit chance that they lose today.
Yeah.
I mean, Philadelphia, even though they're the 7 seed and have had kind of an up and down year, again, they have all the things that you need theoretically to win a championship, right? Or at the very least to make a finals run.
Right.
You've got two MVP caliber guys. Now, granted, Paul George isn't the guy that he used to be, but he still can. I mean, look, he can still give you buckets when you need to and can still turn back the clock. Tyrese Maxey's that guy now, absolutely, right?
VJ's on his way.
VJ is your up-and-coming superstar, right? And then you've got Joel Embiid, who, when he decides, can be the best player on the court.
And this, I was going to mention this to you today. This is how I'm going to know in the first quarter if Philadelphia wins or loses this game. If Joel Embiid attempts a three in the first quarter, they're going to lose. When he settles for perimeter shots, he's awful. When he's playing down low in the post, what we've seen the last, few games, he's almost unstoppable.
He really is.
And yet, that to me is the difference. Now, obviously, if Boston, is not hitting from three, then
that's the other part of it, right? Is when they are the proverbial live by the three, die by the three basketball team.
And for both of us, we both said we thought it was going to be Spurs Celtics in the finals.
I'm telling you, I thought the Celtics were going to walk through this thing. Now, Jason Tatum, who hurt his calf or had to leave because of calf soreness the other night, will play in today's game. Now, the one thing, and could you check on this for me just real quick? Could you find out if it's the same leg that he tore his Achilles on? Because if that's it, and again, you just something to keep an eye on. I do think Philadelphia I would love it. I mean, look, my gut tells me the Boston Celtics will win. It's in Boston, but I would not shed any tears if Philadelphia found a way to win today's ball game. In fact, I think
with you.
Because the thing of it is, if you're the NBA, you're not losing sleep over it because it's still Philadelphia. Right?
Right.
You're still getting your big market. And in some ways, Philadelphia might be a more compelling story. Because I think in some ways we kind of have Boston fatigue.
Yeah, right.
All right. Whereas
Look, they won a title a few years ago. They've been,
Philadelphia is kind of, they're such a dysfunctional team, and they have been for the last 4 or 5 years. Where there's
10. I mean, let's call it what it is.
Well,
the process.
and not just that.
Where is Markelle Fultz? At the moment,
I'm glad you brought that up because there was a meme that was going around when this playoff started that was talking about how bad draft picks have consequences. In subsequent years, the Philadelphia 76ers went with Markelle Fultz and Ben Simmons, whereas the Celtics went with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum.
Yeah, not good.
I mean, that's all you. I mean, that's and look, I don't think we talk about how bad the NFL is at drafting.
Yeah,
Stevie Wonder could have told you stay away from Markelle Fultz.
Oh.
Markelle Fultz was not good. I mean, he was good in college, but I never watched. I mean, watching him in as it was leading up to the draft, I never thought to myself like, yeah, he's got the look of a number 1 draft pick.
Yeah, it was in Washington. Wasn't very good.
No, that's my point.
Yeah,
like,
and that's
it's
always
Washington, man.
It's always a cautionary tale when you take like the really good player on a really bad team
on a team
like,
that's not a basketball school.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
So
now, granted, Jaylen Brown went to Cal, so it's not like that's some basketball factory either, right? But there was just, I don't know.
The Ben Simmons thing I didn't like for them because I'm like, I don't know if this guy loves basketball. I mean, that was the book on him at LSU.
They talk about him in college, exactly.
So you're like, man, do you really want to do that? But damn, he did, skill-wise, he was the second coming of Magic Johnson, right? The ability he had to distribute the basketball, his, ball skills at his height, you're like, damn, it's a high ceiling. But, man, that floor is rough, and you saw it there. But still, I mean, look, Boston has been favored at home, I want to say 10, 11, 12 points mostly, and they're only favored by 7 today, which makes me as a bettor feel like the sharp money is probably on the Celtics. And look, I'm not here to tell you that I think the 76ers are going to win. I'm like you, where it's not going to shock me if it happens.
No, it wouldn't. From the 214, y'all stop tripping. It's the Celtics, the Boston Celtics. Nobody cares about these 76ers.
Actually, they do around here because Tyrese Maxey,
and also, like I said, as a Jayhawk, we've got my boy Joel Embiid. Mm-hmm. We've got my boy Kelly Oubre. And Quentin Grimes started his college career at the University of Kansas before he was unceremoniously booed. Really game in, game out. And then decided to transfer.
Yeah, well, that happens.
It does.
It does.
It does. More than we know.
Nowadays.
More than we know.
It's not good.
Now you can just get up and leave anytime you want.
By the way, that game tonight, following Kentucky Derby coverage on NBC, tip at 6:30.
Then we got 2 big Game 7s tomorrow.
But Tyrese Maxey, of course, the product of Garland, Texas. Yeah,
Shout out
2.
to Garland.
All right. You
want to do Faz on the phone next? Or you want to do 11:40? It's up to you.
What are you feeling?
You tell me. Look, I'm the co-pilot today, so
okay. Let's do Fatties on the phone next.
Do it.
I did want to say, give a little fair or foul. And this is with our friend Jake Riepma, who we will crosstalk as he and Brendan Baxter will take over for us at 1 o'clock.
Ooh, the Jayhawks. 214 wants to fight.
Okay. Jake was awfully proud of his Pistons last night.
I mean, rightfully so.
Should he be? Okay, that is the question.
He's got some defending to do of his boy Jalen Duren,
who's
been absolutely nothing. I mean, we know him more for being Angel Reese's ex-boyfriend.
Brokenhearted. That's where he's at.
I would be, too, after that slam dunk from a couple games ago.
Seriously, man. That was dunk of the playoffs, without a question. All right, 877-881-1053. Line them up. Tolo's on the telephone. We're doing it next here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together, we continue to build something special.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. It's Fatty's on the phone. It's Tolo's on the telephone, however you identify yourself as. We had somebody that got really, really mad last week on a Sunday morning. I was on with CA, and we had a gentleman who was so upset that I was referring to the Fatties. I don't know why you keep calling Fatties out and your weird-ass night show. F that. I was like, okay, calm down, dude.
Seriously. That's like the 972 earlier.
Morning, man.
Golly. Walk with the Lord.
My goodness, dude. So if you want to jump in on the show, anything that jumps out as far as what they're...
Oh, yeah. No, they're just questions like, what's up? I don't know why Will went full Cubs gear. I was like, look, if I was wearing the Bonds Pittsburgh jersey, I would probably wear the Pirates hat.
Yeah.
And I did grow up a huge Chicago Cubs fan, but that's really neither here nor there. I have a Mets hat to go with my Darryl Strawberry jersey.
Yeah, you do.
So this one here, this is just generic.
Yeah, it's just your regular... I
may go... I'll probably go Sean Dunston.
Okay.
That's what I'll do.
Maybe, who's the guy I'm thinking of?
Or who wore 18? I'm going to look up who wore 18.
Sean Dunston. That's an old school. Like
God,
I said, I always think of Mark Grace.
Oh, yeah.
He died, didn't he?
No.
You sure?
Yeah. Mark Grace had one of the all-time great
We talked about the
stories.
Slump Busters. That's his...
Slump Busters, him. Yeah, no, we didn't lose Mark Grace.
I thought somebody was dealing with, like, cancer or something.
No. Yeah, we still got him.
Who am I thinking of? There was a prominent old school baseball player who died in like the last 2 or 3 years. Anyway, I don't know.
A catcher is for some reason coming to mind.
I feel like it was a first baseman.
First baseman catcher.
It'll come to me. Let's go out to the calls. Steve, what a segue. Steve in Duncanville. Save me, please.
Hey, what's up, y'all? You guys have had a great show today. Great quality show. I've enjoyed it.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Number 18, we got from the Chicago guy there, Caleb Williams. And also to bring it,
Thank you.
Shame on you,
Shame
Will.
on
That's
me.
your guy.
Shame.
How the hell did you not know
Shame on me.
Caleb?
Seriously.
Anyway, don't worry.
And then to also bring it full circle again, I can't wait till when the Bears play the Texans. So Caleb and little bro.
Ooh.
Preaching.
Boy, that has
liking
not
this.
aged well for C.J. Stroud.
No. No, it has not.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It's a good call by you, Steve.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
It's a good call by him.
Yeah.
It's a good call by
God,
him.
what an omission on my part. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I have that jersey.
Even worse.
I hate myself.
Even worse.
Yeah.
Even has the jersey and didn't even realize it, huh?
Man, I'm going through this lineup. I just was looking like, okay, so did anybody wear 18? I just randomly picked 88 Cubs. Listen to this lineup. Damon Berryhill catching, Mark Grace, Ryan Sandberg, Sean Dunston, Vance Law, Rafael
Is it Ryan
Palmeiro.
Sandberg? Is he the one that's dead?
Oh, yeah, Ryan. Yeah,
That's who I'm
he
thinking
passed
of.
away.
That's who I'm thinking of.
I was locked in on first baseman.
I knew there was a Cubs infielder that had passed.
That was just a
Not
couple
too long
months
ago.
ago.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. I knew I wasn't tripping.
But Rafael Palmeiro and then Andre Dawson. Not a bad
Andre
lineup.
Dawson, what a dog.
No doubt.
What a dog. All right, let's go out to Patty the Fatty over in Arlington. What's up, Patty?
Not a whole lot, man. Running some errands with my little one. You got something to say, bud?
Hi, Fatty.
What's up, little man? How are we? A fatty in training right there. Love to see it. Love to hear it.
He just turned 7 on Tuesday.
Man, shout out to being 7 years old.
Yeah. Don't we all wish we could go back?
I don't watch you right now.
Go for it, dude.
Yeah. No, man, so I was right on the game 6, but I was on the wrong side of the coin on that one. I'm not in the middle of the road. I pulled off on the side of the road, dude.
Is your kid sitting there trying to...
Is he backseat driving?
Yeah, seriously. What's going on there?
Yeah. I pulled over so I could talk to you guys.
Look at you. What a responsible dad right there.
Yeah. So, anyway, okay, buddy. Hey, he talks more than I do.
He's geeked. He's geeked.
I don't talk more than you do.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, no, but I mean, it was Game 6. We're just on the wrong side of that coin.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think Mills and Lundqvist and Rope's injuries definitely hurt us a lot.
Say that one more time. Man, we're having issues with our phones today. Say that one more time. What about it?
I think the Rope hands and
Mills yes.
injuries, both had a big impact. Because, like, I was listening earlier, and I definitely think that Rope's speed could have kept up a little bit on the offensive side, and Lundqvist on the defensive side, it just wasn't the thing.
You know, and Patty, we appreciate the call, man. We're having some sort of issue with our phone lines today. We'll I don't know if we didn't pay the bill or what's going on here, but you know what? I think Gavin made a great point too. You just wonder they've played more hockey. They've played more hockey games, or excuse me, more playoff hockey games in the last 5 years than any other NHL team. And look, we get it when you're trying. I mean, look, LeBron's made
you got the Olympics
career
this year, but I mean, the Olympics too.
Look, that's one of the. That's when you're really, really good. All right. I mean, I guess, be careful what you wish for, right? But I mean, when you're really, really good, you're going to have a lot more playoff games. You're going to have an extra season that you're going to have to, and of course we all know the intensity ratchets up when that happens. So, look, it's you wonder if, and I thought Gavin brought up a great point. Florida, Edmonton, and the Dallas Stars, who have played a lot of hockey over the last 3 or 4 seasons, all knocked out in the first round. Hell, Florida didn't even make the playoffs this year. They're back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. So I think there's something to be said for that. Maybe, just maybe, getting knocked out early, having a little bit of extra time to kind of recoup the body.
I'll take that silver lining.
It's not the only silver lining we're going to have. That and when we trade for Connor McDavid. Let's do it. I'm pushing for it. All right.
I blame myself for buying the Mikko jersey sweater. Maybe. Maybe it's on me.
Well, no, I mean, I wouldn't. Like, your heart was in the right place.
Yeah.
Well. Your heart was in the right place. Walton Waco, let's see if our phone line is still working and if it's not clipping out every 2 or 3 seconds. Walton Waco, what's good?
Hey, guys, I just wanted to let you know that I take exception to the party pooper's comment, and I want to say that if you do take his advice and grow up, that will be the day that I turn it off and leave it off. So I just want to go ahead and get that out.
Amen to that.
Yep.
You're welcome.
And hey, the other thing is, Fred, I identify as, I guess you would say, fansexual, because I am a Tolo and I am a fatty. And I'm headed to DFW right now. Tomorrow morning, I'm en route to Alberta, Canada, Banff National Park. I've got my Tolo flag packed. I've got my Fan After Dark T-shirt and my Tolo T-shirt. I'm going to plant the flag there and send you guys pictures probably Monday or Tuesday. So, hey, fan representing in Canada, let's go.
Let's go.
I love it. Walton Waco, a fansexual.
I love it.
Fantastic.
By the way, a little update here as I'm just going through.
Lines, by the way,
1986, which would have been like this jersey worn, in that time. Number 18 for the Cubs would have been Steve Christmas. So I go 18 in Christmas on the back. That's got your boy. That's written. I'm written all over that.
We got
all about that.
I would say we got time for one more call, but the phone line, it keeps clicking out. It doesn't sound good. It sounds like we're. It sounds like the you know what it sounds like? It sounds like the feds have tapped our line. Is what it sounds like. But I don't know that. But if you're a Fed, you don't need to tap our phone line.
Not really.
You can literally just tune into 105.3 or
the Odyssey app. YouTube and Twitch.
Jump into the chat line. Tell you what, if
it's
you're
up and going. I'm in here now.
If you're a Fed,
I'm all up in it.
Hey, I tell you what, if you're a Fed, Cash Patel, what are you doing? Why don't you let it? Hey, Cash, tell us what you think of Will's get up today.
Yeah. Hey, look, okay? I'm uniformed out. Is what it is.
And you got the blue and white dunks on today. You are draped up and dripped out.
You got to coordinate.
Today. You are coordinated.
You got to coordinate.
You do. I appreciate that. I'm not. I'm wearing pretty much the same getup that I wear 9 days out of 10. So just take that for what it's worth. If you need your roof looked at, holler at your boy. I'll come jump on your roof. I'll do a rooftop rent from your place, too. Come on.
I'm feeling
Holler.
it. Let's go. Let's freaking go. All right. Where do you want to go next? A little fair or foul?
Let's do
Just
some
save
fair
that for
foul.
next hour.
We can
What do
do,
you want to do?
look, you know what? You want to talk baseball?
Let's talk base. Hey, look at me. Do I look like I want to talk some baseball?
Let's talk. We haven't talked baseball today yet.
Roger Clemens is cooking right now on MLB TV. Let's talk a little baseball. Rangers with the win last night. Where is everybody? That's next on The Fan.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp, and the leading online therapy platform, BetterHelp, now accepts insurance in Texas, making therapy far more accessible for people who have previously thought it was too expensive to start. With quick coverage checks, easy online matching, and average copays around $23, this removes a major barrier and helps more people get support when they need it most. As I've discussed a lot on these airwaves, therapy has been a game changer in my adult life, and BetterHelp is the next evolution of this as the largest online therapy platform with more than 30,000 therapists and having served more than 6 million people globally with an average rating of 4.9 stars out of 5. Here's how it works. BetterHelp does the initial work for you via a short questionnaire that helps identify your needs. And with BetterHelp's 12 years of experience and industry-leading match fulfillment rate, they typically get it right. Fill out the questionnaire and check your coverage today at BetterHelp.com/KRLD. That's BetterHelp.com.
Fan. Will Chambers, Fred Davis, White Guy Radio here on the Fan with Jet Nelson back in the Pimp Cup. We've got the news coming up at noon. A little fair or foul before we get out of here, talking with Brennan Baxter and Jake Rietmo, who will take over for us at 1 o'clock today. 5-4, Good Guys win in Detroit, getting the club to an even 16-16. How you feeling about this squad?
Hold on.
We're through a month. What's got you on the fan text? Is that where we're at?
No, I just from the 407, man, and I had even said something to you during the break. Shout out to the former Spirit flight attendant. Can I get a shout out to the 14,000 Spirit employees who lost their job overnight? So shout out to you, 407. Sorry about your job. They shut down Spirit. If you go to the DFW, I think it's the DFW. I don't know if it's DFW or Love Field. The Spirit hub completely shut down. Mm-hmm. So it's gonzo.
Yeah, that big yellow pill is a goner.
I mean, the memes and the viral stories that we're going to lose because of Spirit going under.
I know.
I mean, it seemed like it was a good time on that airline. I never flew Spirit.
Yeah, I did. Not a great time. No.
I heard stories.
No. Yeah, that one in Frontier. Time. Not. It's. I feel for the employees, but as far as a company goes, take care. Bye now. I'm all set here.
What was your most memorable moment from flying on Spirit?
I can't remember exactly. It's been a few years since I did it, but yeah, I mean, we landed. We landed.
Something to be said for that.
Leaving Tampa, I flew into Tampa on Frontier, left Tampa.
Yeah.
Same bag, same everything. But they said it wouldn't fit. I actually fit it into the compartment, right? They have that little metal thing to see. I fit it in there. Now, I just kind of squeeze it in a little bit, but then they're like, well, no, we can't do it. I'm like, well, I got it down here on a Frontier flight. Like, same thing, same bag. I had to throw away golf shoes.
Those rat bastards.
Seriously. I'm like,
they think they are.
This is it. And I have not and will never fly on Frontier ever again. And I shouldn't have in the first place. Look, you get what you pay for, right?
You had to roll the dice.
What you pay for.
You roll the dice, and that's what happens sometimes.
Yeah. Like $180 ticket, round trip. No, you pay for a bag. I mean, it ended up totaling what it, because they have those specials like $100 flight, this and that. No.
Yeah.
You know what? And it's relatively cheap to fly out of DFW anyway.
I don't know. Well, right now, I mean, I haven't flown in a while.
I mean, it fluctuates a little bit, but as far as other airports go, yeah. Oh, yeah, right now. I mean, I haven't even looked at a flight in forever.
Here we go. From the 817, I only flew Spirit. I loved Spirit. Never had one bad experience. Shout out to you, 817.
And maybe I'm just lumping Spirit in with Frontier, and I've had multiple run-ins with Frontier.
Yeah.
So maybe that's just me being, just
bougie.
Irresponsible of throwing out accusations against a now defunct airlines that actually did me no wrong. But
because it wasn't Spirit's fault, it was Frontier's fault.
Yeah, it was on a number of occasions.
Yeah,
terrible.
Frontier's still in business, isn't it?
Yeah,
as far as I believe.
Yeah.
By the way, we had asked the question. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
Wife and I were on a Spirit flight to Cabo. Only 5 others on the flight. Attendant let me do the safety briefing, then shotgun a beer. This was my missed opportunity to join the Mile High Club. Gonna miss Spirit. Wow, that's a great. That might go in with the hate boner. We got to start taking pictures of these and putting up in our Hall of Fame of texts.
No,
like the dude that took a leak next to had Nolan Ryan on his left.
That was a good
and
one.
Robert had Tom Higgins,
Yeah.
Robert Duvall on his right. That is, he said, mine just went blank. Yeah, I mean, I totally could see that.
Here's another great one from another 817. Devil's advocate here. Spirit had no aviation accidents in their entire history. You may have had to stand the whole flight, but you got to where you were going. And
did they do that standing on the flight deal?
Did they?
In the back?
I feel like they did, right? I mean, is that
I feel like I heard something about
that.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't know. Have things calmed down with Southwest? I know they caught all kinds of flack a few months ago when they got rid of the group boarding, and they went to assigned seating like every other airline. But that's what that was the quirkiness that you love so much about Southwest. So I don't know. They caught all kinds.
Yeah, there was a chaos around it for some reason, but I don't know the exact specifics. And I wondered why. I was like, okay.
I feel like the heat's died down, or did we just get tired of it? Because we will get tired of complaining after a while. That is the American way. Like we will.
Well, if you change anything, there's going to be complaints.
Yeah.
Right?
You get outraged at first, and then the algorithm takes over, and then we get tired of the complaints, and we move on to something else to complain about.
Right.
So,
like, for instance,
$3.95 a gallon gas. My God, can that stop? Can we open up the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah,
please. I know we only get. I know that we only 20% of the world's gasoline goes through that little strait, but man, sure would like it. Of course, it could be worse. We could be in Europe right now, who's rationing their fuel. So we're not there yet, but the ExxonMobil CEO said if we don't
take us back to 1979 with that, not good.
Not a good time. So we need to figure this thing out and figure it out quickly, please. So,
goodness gracious.
What a time to be alive, boys.
What
a time to be alive.
Speaking of what a time to be alive.
Rangers baseball, you'd ask me a question, and I totally got sidetracked because that's what Fred does.
Well, real quick on that.
Bringing it full circle.
Right now,
go Rangers.
Every single team in the National League Central is at or better record-wise than the entire American League Central.
Yeah, the American League
last
Central
place
is a dumpster fire.
The last place team is the Pittsburgh Pirates in the NL Central. They're at 17-16. In first place in the AL Central are the Cleveland Guardians at 17-16. That's wild. We're a month into the season. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I am uber disappointed in the American League Central. Let me take a step back. I'm not disappointed in the AL Central. I'm disappointed in my Kansas City Royals in the AL Central. But bringing it back to the Texas Rangers, we have talked ad nauseum that the first 40 games of this season was going to be not the ultimate litmus test, but because baseball is such a long season that like for instance, Skip Schumacher talked about how he looks at everything in 30-game increments, right? And then you had CY who does the CY show on G-Bag Nation every Monday at 4:20. Make sure you tune in for that. But he talked about how the first 40 games of the year were going to be, a great barometer for, okay, what does this team look like? And really in baseball in general, you can't really start making wholesale, decisions and or clarifications about your team until you're about 40 to 50 games into the season.
Right, but there's the old adage, like in baseball, that you can't win your division in April, but you can lose it.
You absolutely can. So, and right now, the beauty of where the Rangers are at, and again, this is peak Chris Young. Chris Young is a savant when it comes to putting a pitching staff together, right? Like here we are now 3 years in a row where this guy has put together another incredible pitching staff. Now, we could argue that, okay, well, would have been nice for you to given us a closer last year. That all said, I think Jacob Latz is going to be your closer.
Another save. Yep.
Okay. I think he's going to be your closer. Now, he is uber valuable in the sense that can you get a spot start out of him if you need to? Is he your long reliever of choice? Yes. But I think they feel comfortable with Cody Bradford coming back. I think they feel comfortable with Jordan Montgomery coming back. That okay, we can stopgap those positions if need be, because when you have a dominant end of the rotation guy like what Jacob Latz is starting to become, if you can just get this hitting together, and I still say, yes, is the hitting better than last year? Sure. But your hitting that's like saying, well, you know what? How much better does the Cowboys defense need to be this year than it was last year? Okay. Just saying you were better than last year. Okay, great. But you were terrible last year. Okay.
Yeah.
So that doesn't give me the warmest of fuzzies when you tell me, well, you're better than last year. Yes. All that said, Corey Seager has not been great.
Yeah, it's interesting with him because when they talk about barrel rate and, his average, with balls in play, that it has a feeling like it's just going to turn itself around. It's not,
got to, right?
Yeah.
That's what we keep waiting for this other shoe to drop. I mean, right now, look, he does lead the team in home runs right now. He's got 6 on the year, but he's batting a just putrid 211. Josh Young has been a revelation for you right now. And dare I say, if it wasn't for Josh Young, okay, there's two ways to look at this, okay? And the fact that, okay, yes, this team's 16-16 right now, and yes, offensively you've been a little bit better. But if it wasn't for Josh Young, what would the conversation be? Maybe it would be a lot less optimistic about what this offense is going to look like, or what it will look like for the
remainder
duration of the season. I go back to something I've been saying. Man, look, who do you fear in this lineup right now? Nobody.
Brandon Nimmo.
I don't know.
I don't know, but I don't know about the fear.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Look, I think and again, I'll go. There's respecting and then there's fearing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you respect Brandon Nimmo.
No, I know where you're going.
You know what I'm saying?
And you're right. I think it should still be Corey Seager, despite the fact of the 211 batting average. I do agree. I always look at because
this team
a number of different factors. Yes, one, you're sitting at 500 right now. Okay, if you maintain that for a while, the schedule so far this year has been a tough one, right? You've got Detroit right now, but now you go into the Bronx for 3, and then you got Chicago for 3 at home. The Cubs come in, and the Cubs are an offensive. That is a really good team. So you got 6 games right there where it does feel early in the year you kind of do it as, well, how do we stand up with some of the better teams in baseball? But how many times have we seen teams that are kind of middling, around 500, and then they can go on a big run?
Well, that's the other part.
I remember I can go all the way back to the 91 or 92 Braves. That first year when they made it to the World Series, I think that's 90. Either way, where they were kind of nothing, and then all of a sudden, David Justice got super hot, and the Braves all of a sudden, boom, they make this incredible run. They go through Pittsburgh, and they're in the World Series. Mm-hmm. There's many more teams that you could go to. That just popped in my head a second ago. If you can stay where you are right now, knowing that things are going to feel like they're getting better, I think so because of the Seager thing. You've got Jake Berger. It's been up and down, but he's kind of, he's been mashing at times.
I was going to say, but he's kind of regressed back. He's batting 222 right now.
Yeah. I'm still really optimistic. The biggest questions were going to be really the bullpen, right? And then the offense. And right now, the question has been more of the offense still, but you got a +9, run differential. I don't know.
Well, you got a +9 run differential because your pitching staff has been incredible.
Great.
That's why. Right now, the only teams that have given up fewer runs than the Texas Rangers are the Dodgers and the Yankees.
Yeah. And right behind him is maybe the best team right now in the sport, the Atlanta Braves.
So, here's the reality, right? When you look at this Ranger team, when you kind of take a step back and see. Now, I don't know. Look, you gave up the farm, and I'm being a little bit dramatic when I say that, but you gave up a lot for Mackenzie Gore, okay? Mackenzie Gore has been good, not great. For as good as, yes, is he a swing and miss guy? Sure. But you know what? It takes him 80 pitches to get through 2 freaking innings, okay? At what point, Mackenzie, can you get me to the 5th? I was bitching and complaining the other day. I was like, can my man get to the 6th inning? He has not done it this year. Couldn't get to the 4th last night. Couldn't get through the 4th inning. I texted Blake yesterday because he's probably the biggest Mackenzie Gore stan here at the station. 50 pitches through 2 innings. Bro, and I get it. He's great, but my God, man. And for what you gave up, yes, there's going to be a little more scrutiny on you. And dare I say, my guy Kamar Rocker, 2 6-inning games back to back.
He'll be on the bump today, right?
He's going to be on the bump today.
Yeah.
Can my man get some run support? That's all I'm asking.
5:30 pregame show right here on the Fan. 6:15 first pitch from Detroit.
I know this is a pipe dream, but I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there again anyway. See what you can do to get probably Yordan Alvarez from the Astros. But I get it. It's an in-division trade. Probably won't happen.
What is up with the Astros, by the way?
Look, they're done. They're cooked. That's actually
the team I was looking at when I mentioned you can't win.
No, that dynasty's
but you can
over.
lose your division in April.
Yeah.
I'm like, what happened to them?
No, injuries have ravaged them. I mean, think about it. You've lost. I mean, when you lose Kyle Tucker, you've lost Alex Bregman in back-to-back seasons. Altuve is a shell of himself. I mean, it's just not the same. It's just not the same squad. I mean, that thing was going to come to an end eventually. Dana Brown is, you had two really good GMs and Jeff Luhnow. What was the other guy's name? Chris, I can't think of his name. When they won the last World Series, the guy they took, James Click. I'm sorry, that's who it was, James Click. Two great GMs back to back, and then you had Dana Brown, who has not been a great GM. So there you go.
All right, the news is coming up. One of the absolute stunners from last night, and some news breaking earlier this morning.
Uh-oh.
If you're betting on the ponies today in the Kentucky Derby, what that is, it's all coming up next here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the
J.P. Morgan story.
Oh, my God.
And again,
Wild.
hat tip to tip of the cap, whatever the hell you want to call it, to Blake. So he sent me that story. When were we on? Wednesday? Yeah, it was Wednesday.
I want to say, yeah.
We did haikus that night. So he said, "Hey man," he goes, "I got a fair foul for you," and he sent me that story. And I hadn't seen it yet. I hadn't read it. And as we were reading it, we were like, "Dude, this is just." What dude? I mean, and we've talked about this, and I don't think we've had a chance to talk to you about it yet. You know, what dude's crying? You know, when he's getting a little loving, okay, crying, as he alluded to, and then we found out yesterday. Of course, the next day the story went viral, like it was all over the place, and then we found out that it was untrue, that he had completely fabricated. Now, the part of the story that I have not read, or that I don't know that there's been any clarification on, is as the story goes, the guy that was the former J.P. Morgan, him and her were not even in the same division, whatever. She had no say-so in anything that he did. Apparently, he got caught cheating by his wife.
Oh, yeah.
And then rather than just fessing up to it, just went scorched earth and made up this entire story. But we never found out did they actually sleep together.
Yeah.
So, because it was never denied that they didn't. It was denied that she did any of the things he alleged, but it was never taken to the point, or did they do anything? So either way, not a good look.
I know.
Not a good look.
Oh, all of a sudden, this was one where the news came to me. I didn't know what had happened, what was going on. I didn't know the story at all. And all of a sudden, I'm seeing this woman's face in like memes on my feed, and I'm like, "What the hell is this about?" And then I see it, and I'm like,
his
really?
calf. Squeezed his calf. And
who doesn't love a little calf squeezing?
That's what I said. I go, man, where is this? I could go for a calf squeezing right now.
I'm
going to tell you right now. Look, dude.
A little tight. It's a little chilly in the studio.
You and Jason Tatum.
No, Dante, maybe too. All right. 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby. That is tonight, 5:57 post time. I'm not going to waste a bunch of your all's time on it outside to tell you a couple of things. One,
Give
the
me some
Puma.
good names of the horses, though. That's really my favorite part of the horse.
Yeah.
Of the Kentucky Derby, or just really horse racing in general, are the names.
The Puma has been scratched today. So the Kentucky Derby is always traditionally it's 20 horses.
Yeah.
And it will be now 19 with the Puma being scratched today. That's also on Wednesday, I believe it's Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday, you get all the post positions.
Yeah.
Now there's 24 horses this time around, and basically those last 4 are backups in case anybody scratches. So, if you have, the horse that I'm picking, I was already looking at Further Ado, which is the 18 horse, and it's really come full circle because of all the 18 talk today. The Caleb Downs, lots of 18 going on here. So I'm going to go with it. Currently, I believe last I looked at 6-1. So there you go. Take it for what it's worth.
Further Ado.
18, Further Ado. Now, the favorite has been Renegade. It is trained by Todd Pletcher, and it's at 5-1, but it's coming from the number 1 post. I might put that in a trifecta somewhere. I am not betting on that horse to win.
Yeah. This is a tough spot to win from.
Yeah. You got 20 very good horses, now 19 horses going. That is packed, unless that horse comes out with an incredible start, so it's not just boxed in. And when you're coming from the outside, it's easier to stay if you're a closer, if you're making a late push, which you always want to kind of find those horses too. I don't like it at the number 1. So I am going with Further Ado. It's the 18 horse going out of the 15th post.
Okay.
Long shot. Right behind.
Names are just leaving a lot to be desired. Where's Smarty Jones?
Golden Tempo at 36-1 is my long shot. So, but here, you want some good names?
Ford Tempo owners.
Right to Party. Thank you.
Now, see, I might put a little change on that one.
Out of the 5 post.
Does my boy Bob Baffert have any horses in the race today?
Oh, yes. Let's see. I think he's got 2. Litmus test.
Okay.
Number 4 horse.
All right.
And he also has Potente.
Potente.
Yeah, the number 14 horse.
What about Dwayne Lucas?
Dwayne is no longer with us, so
I guess he won't.
That would be an incredible feat.
I guess that answers that. We will not have any Dwayne Lucas horses.
No, we won't. How about Chief Wallaby?
Damn, Dwayne Lucas is dead?
Yeah, we lost Dwayne.
When did that happen? I've killed off.
That's within the last
recent,
year or
isn't
two.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, you killed off Mark Grace.
I did kill off Mark.
It's been a record-breaking show. Well, unconfirmed. It's an unconfirmed record-breaking show with the 1:22 long question from my man here,
But
Fred
it goes
Davis.
by just like
does.
that.
It moves.
It moves. It's a smooth 1:22.
You don't even realize
It feels like 35 to 40 seconds.
That's right. Doesn't feel as long as it is.
Yes. That is.
I did want to add, Right to Party scratched from the Kentucky Derby.
Okay.
What?
Right to Party is the third
What?
scratch today.
My God.
The third scratch today?
Yep.
What the hell's
From
going
Courier
on?
Journal.
The horses are dropping like flies.
Boy, are they ever.
What is this, the Santa Clarita Race Park? My God.
What is happening here?
Unbelievable.
Man.
What'd they do, fly it on Spirit?
Nice pull down.
Couldn't make it. Sorry. Back at the stable.
They're still at the gate.
Okay, so our boy Dwayne Lucas dead within the last year.
Yeah.
Dead within the last year.
Rest in peace.
He was 89. What a run.
You want to talk about a dude?
What a run.
That's an ultimate dude right there.
You've got
let
just
me see
an
if our
initial-
boy Steve Asmussen. No, he doesn't have a horse this year. Local guy. Shout out Lone Star Park.
There you go.
Anyway, I'll just reset further ado. Unless it
Further ado.
scratches. Trained
Okay.
by Brad Cox. So that's what I'm
So
going
who'd you
with.
say was out?
Right to Party.
Right to Party, man. That was going to be one of my favorites. Did they say why?
One click over here.
Probably had a rough Friday night.
Just to be sidelined. Veterinarians involved.
Typically.
Anytime the vets get involved, you know it's
Typically not good.
Not good.
The
Not
Puma
good.
was scratched because of a swollen leg from his skin infection.
Ooh.
Thoughts and prayers.
Ooh.
All right. NBA today. Following the 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby, we will have Game 7. I was listening to SportsCenter on the way in today.
Okay.
And, Randy Scott and Gary, great combo. And Randy was absolutely right. You hear, and it was somebody saying this, I think the coach of the Raptors, like, best 2 words in sports, Game 7. And he's like, those are not the 2 best words in sports. The 2 best words are we win. And I'm like, can I get the Nobel on that one? We
sorry.
win. We
I'm
win.
sorry. That's shame on me.
That is
Shame on
way
me.
better. And from that texter earlier, hoping for their Boston Celtics to get the win at home, it'll be at 6:30 on NBC following the Derby. I got a Derby drink.
What's okay? So
I got a good one here.
We were talking. Jet and I were talking earlier this week about it. Give me the rundown because you are a mixologist.
Mm-hmm.
What makes a good mint julep?
The bourbon. And, Woodford Reserve sponsors the Derby. You'll see Woodford everywhere. Woodford is crap.
Shots fired. I mean, I don't. Are you a bourbon guy?
It's very, very rare.
Okay. As in Woodford is, or just you drinking a bourbon?
Eagle
Just me
Rare.
drinking a bourbon.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you were going Eagle Rare on that one. Shout out to
Normally
you.
a clear liquor if I ever go there.
Well, here. How about this for a drink for you?
Kind of a
I'll
tequila
answer
guy?
your question.
Yeah.
It's about the bourbon, and then with a cocktail, it's about using the correct amounts of everything.
Okay.
And then also, if it needs to be diluted, it needs to be diluted a little. When you drink an old fashioned, there's a reason why you put it in a mixing glass with ice and stir it. It needs a little bit of dilution. So, the Gibson Dallas shout out. My place. They're doing a big Derby thing today, and my buddy Andrew was it's called the Kentucky Oaks Lily, and he made a batch of it last night, and I tasted it. I was like, oh my God. I texted my sister today, like, I'm going to make this tonight.
Yeah.
1 ounce vodka, 0.5 lemon juice, 0.5, these are in ounces, 0.5 simple syrup, 0.25 triple sec, and then you put that over crushed ice, and then top it off with cranberry juice.
Okay.
Garnish with a mint. Yeah. So pretty good there.
Now I'm that.
Yeah. I mean, all things considered, not too much.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, no. I mean,
simple syrup is easy to make. Equal parts water and sugar.
Yeah.
You heat it to just before a boil. Done. Simple syrup.
See, Fred's alcoholic mind immediately goes to, that's a lot of extra stuff I don't need. Mm-hmm. Fred's alcoholic brain goes to,
I just need
lots of alcohol.
Little side.
A splash, a Coke for color, and let's go.
Okay. But to get back to your question, it's the right amount of simple, and then you're muddling.
What's the mint
in there? You're taking fresh spearmint and muddling.
Oh, see, who's got time for that?
Seriously,
how many of those do you need to drink to get a buzz? And I guess it all depends on your tolerance, but
you're halfway through the second, you're probably feeling good.
Really? Yeah. That kind of drink, huh?
Well, I mean, it's pretty much straight bourbon. You're only using 0.25 ounces of simple and then just some mint, and then the rest is bourbon and crushed ice.
And probably 90 proof, right?
Yeah, ish. Yeah, depending on your bourbon. You know, I love a number of different bourbons, but like if you're looking, just regular run-of-the-mill, I'm a big Buffalo Trace guy. Okay. I think Wild Turkey 101 is the most underrated bourbon maybe ever. It's still one of the best sour mash bills that you've got in all of bourbon. But yeah, I mean, I typically go with Buffalo Trace. Weller's my favorite. I love Weller. And like Weller Antique or 12-year full, you go down the list of any of the Wellers. That is my, that's what, that hits my soul, man.
Interesting.
Hits my soul.
How do you feel about Peter Weller?
Love Peter Weller.
It's not to love.
The
original RoboCop.
What will hopefully be a great watch in the Derby, the greatest 2 minutes in sports, will hopefully be followed by a palatable 48 minutes between Boston and Philadelphia.
What a segue.
2 game sevens tomorrow. Orlando and Detroit, 2:30 on ABC. Toronto and Cleveland at 6:30. I cannot believe. All right, so I get this text. We're going to cross with Jake Riepma and Brandon Baxter coming up. Last night I'm working at the Gibson, and we're crushed. And then there's a speakeasy.
Okay.
In the back of the restaurant. Well, in the speakeasy, there's no TVs back there.
Okay.
Well, I had to go back there and do that. But I get this text from Jake, like, are you watching my Pistons? They're going on this incredible run, like a 34-2 run. They were down 20 whatever
down
at the
halftime.
Yeah. Orlando. What in the world? They had... Folks, if you haven't seen or heard yet, they had 4 made field goals in the second half.
Yeah.
4.
I mean, they were up 60 to 40, 45, something like that at halftime. And the Pistons, to their credit, 19 points. All they gave up. Historical low. I want to say they outscored them like 35-8 or something like that in the fourth quarter. I mean, something crazy. I mean, shout out to the Pistons. Cade Cunningham has been Arlington's own. Cade Cunningham has been a freak of nature.
But that's what we talked about, right? For Detroit to win,
you got to have a second guy. And he's fulfilled his end of the bargain. Now, he has been a turnover machine. That being said, he's had the ball in his hands a lot. So I'm not going to knock him for that necessarily. I think they're going to beat Orlando tomorrow. I really do. I think when you have a catastrophic collapse the way the Orlando Magic did yesterday, now look, maybe they'll surprise us. I don't expect them to. No Franz Wagner, I think, has been huge.
Agreed.
I think Cade does his thing again tomorrow.
You got to get more from Jalen Duren. I mean, come on.
Jalen Duren has been
6 field goal attempts.
Oh, dude. Jalen Duren, look, they're going to win tomorrow. I think the Pistons take care of business tomorrow. Tobias Harris does just enough to give you some scoring on the side on that second as that second guy, but I don't see them.
They scored 17 points in the second half. 8 points in the fourth quarter at home. At home. How do you lay an egg like that at home?
I mean, how do you go 45 minutes without a shot or without a bucket?
Fair or foul?
Oh, that's foul.
17 minutes of game time, 45 of real time of not getting a bucket.
No buckets. No buckets.
But you know what? Let's do fair
Much
foul.
like Trevor's dating life, no scoring.
Wow. Just thrown under the bus. Where are you, Trevor? Fair foul next
Trevor
on the
knows where
Fan.
he's at.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds.
talking about.
I did see that.
What?
I did see that. Now, like I said, I will defer to you.
Yeah, seriously.
Even when I did drink, I really wasn't much of a... I mean, I just poured stuff in a bottle or whatever and just drank, so...
It's a sugar cube, bitters...
Oh, you and 940 are getting into it.
You pour the bourbon in, you pour the ice, you stir it, you pour it over ice or an ice block. That is an old-fashioned,
940 taking shots at our boy Will Chambers. It's not a mixed drink. It's a cocktail built a specific way. Learn, goober. You just got called a goober. You just got called a goober. How do we feel about that? Where is goober on the list of names to be called?
It's pretty douchey.
That's low.
Goober.
When's the last time you called somebody a goober?
I don't know in the entirety of the 46 plus years I've been on Earth I've called anybody a goober.
Anybody a goober. You know what?
It's not in my rotation.
I'm going to write this down. I may need to start mixing goober into my day-to-day.
Throw it in there?
Yeah, I don't have a pin on. Yeah, I sure do. Here we go.
I got a few over here.
I'm going to write goober down. Start it. Fair or foul? Fair or foul? Calling people goobers. I'm going to say fair. I'm going to say fair. Goober.
To each their own.
More goober, people. More goober. Hashtag more goober.
I don't even know what was talked about. I didn't call an old-fashioned a mixed drink.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay.
I mean, they're right about that, but I didn't call it a mixed drink.
I might have. I might have.
Mixed drink is like bourbon and Coke. Or Jack and Coke.
And see, that's
or vodka and tonic.
That's where you got to remember, again, and I made this very clear. Look, on May,
I got my boy, one of our great regulars, Jim. Jim texted in. I can vouch for your old fashions.
Yeah.
He said he's also going with the 18 horse. The 18.
I mean,
it seems.
Shout out to Jim.
It seems like destiny.
Sounds like a regular at a bar, doesn't he?
Jim Stouffer, man, one of the best.
Shout out to Jim.
SMU grad. Don't trust him on the trivia.
Not good?
No. It was a whole thing months ago. He had given me this it was a great trivia question, but it ended up being wrong. I might have been doing the show with you. No, I think it was with CA. Call that guy a dingus, you goober.
From the 469 fair, I call people goobers all the time.
Might throw hands if goober was shot my way. I can only do what I can do here from my
I'll tell you what.
from my
But
chair.
I think it's like any other name, though. It's all about tonality.
Yeah.
Okay. Like if we're just goofing around, just new boot goofing, and you call somebody a goober, I can live with that.
Yeah.
I can live with that. But if you say it if you put a little stank on it, then the hands may get thrown. Hands may get thrown.
I like your use of tonality.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Every now and again, I like to switch things up. Ladies and gentlemen, pause. I don't want people to take that the wrong way.
The support on my own personal text is just flooding in. Jason Newman knows a thing or two about cocktails. Shout out. By the way, R.I.P. Bennett Glazier. That was a tough L, man.
Okay, here we go.
Good dude.
From the 214. Automotive service advisor, call the oil change quick lube techs. Call them luber goobers.
All right. Okay. I'm here for it.
I was going to say, I think I was on a website not too long ago where they called them luber goobers. Anyway, okay, let's get down to a little fair or foul. Switch gears a little bit here. The U.S. Surgeon General has officially identified loneliness as a growing public health crisis, warning that its impact on physical health can be comparable to, get this, smoking up to 15 cigarettes a day. The advisory highlights how social isolation...
I'm sorry, they're comparing loneliness to putting down
the same
15 lung darts a day?
Damn right. Same kind of impact. I love the
Who's
fact
the Surgeon General nowadays?
That's a great question. I love the fact you just call them lung darts. The advisory, fair or foul, lung darts. Fair all day.
That's fair.
Not 15 of them.
No.
Not 15 of them, but you ever heard Dog Rocket?
Oh, yeah, Rocket.
That's it. No, Dog Rocket, though.
Dog Rocket?
Dog Rocket.
That's what they sell at Yumbo Dogs.
That's right. Nothing like Nothing like getting a Yumbo dog and then inhaling a dog rocket afterwards. The advisory highlights how social isolation increases risk for heart disease, stroke, depression, and premature death. Health officials emphasize that rising rates of isolation, particularly among younger adults. Now, you don't have to worry about that because you're married.
Yep.
Doesn't mean you can't feel lonely in a marriage.
Well,
we're hoping that doesn't happen.
Wow. Shot fired.
Man,
now, we know that's not.
I'm sorry, I went real dark. That got real dark. Yeah.
Spoken like from experience. My goodness.
I know. Which is ridiculous.
Wow. What a stray. By the way,
no, I did
Trevor,
not. Damn it, she's listening. I'm going to hear about that.
Yeah, you had.
And maybe literally had nothing to do with Becca.
Nothing with her. Nothing with her.
Just simple psychoanalysis.
That's all it was. That's all. I mean, you are a bartender.
Right?
You are a bartender.
I hear a lot.
You can't help it. You're a bartender and a radio host. It's just in your nature. All right. By the way, so old people also are isolating a lot. I mean, they're old. Go figure. It's been accelerated by digital lifestyles and reduced face-to-face interaction. Addressing the issue is now being prioritized through community programs and mental health initiatives. Fair or foul, the U.S. Surgeon General has classified loneliness as a public health crisis as lethal as smoking 15 lung darts a day.
Look, I'm foul on it all day. You had me the whole time until the 15,
Well, it's as lethal is what they're saying.
Right, that is insane. That's insane.
Well, have you been lonely? Have you had some lonely days?
Not since breakfast.
Well, I guess if I think about it this way, the lung darts take about maybe, let's say, 50 to 60 years to really, put you in the hospital, would you say?
Well, I think it's all depends on the person.
True.
Okay.
I feel like
not all lung darts are created equal.
Because I'll say this, you hear about this from time to time of people, a married couple of 50 years, right? And then one of them, passes away, and then a month later, the spouse
that
dies
instant
too.
Loneliness, yes.
Yeah, so dying of a broken heart, that's literally been talked about in medical circles. I mean, I don't know if it's a specific diagnosis, but I know that it's a real thing. So I'm with it. I just can't buy into that it's on par with putting down 15 rockets a day. No.
Yeah.
No.
I'm going to agree with it. I'm going to say fair. By the way, 469, maybe with the text. So we had the
if we're talking about if you're lighting up capris, but if you're just, we compare it to Camel non-filters, where are we at? Some Cowboy Killers?
I mean, if you go with a Camel Crush, for instance. I'm going to say fair, real quick from the 469. What if you're married, feel alone, and smoke 40 darts a day? Yeah, I'm effed. I'm going to say fair. Look, there is have you ever talked to somebody that's just alone all the time?
They're down.
Maybe you need a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
Seriously, maybe taking a smoke break might do you some good. Okay, stepping outside of your bubble. I've seen it. COVID obviously took it to a whole nother level, and unfortunately for a lot of people, you get people. I don't like going outside. Look, I enjoy as much. I enjoy being at the crib as much as the next guy, but at the same time, I had this conversation with my son a couple weeks ago, where he kind of crashed out on his teacher, and I said, "Bro, you need to go outside and disconnect from social media, disconnect from the video game, touch grass." As the kids say, right?
Yeah.
There's something to be said for that. There
Ground
is
yourself.
definitely something to be said for that. So I don't think I'm all for, yes, you do need some alone time. You do me time, you time, whatever you want to call it. But I could see where extended, consistent loneliness would have the same health impact. Now, again, it might be different in the sense of your lungs versus your head. But, when you quit smoking, and again, I've struggled with this because I do enjoy a good Black and Mild, as we all know from here on the radio show, which, by the way, one Black and Mild is equal to 10 cigarettes.
Yeah.
Okay, so just take that for what it's worth. I didn't have one yesterday. Kudos to me. Now, that being said, the gas station that I normally get one from after a radio show, it was closed, so I just, went about my business. But your lungs will start to
regenerate
repair themselves as soon as, like within 48 hours.
Yeah.
Boom. In fact, when you quit smoking, you actually start coughing a lot more because the little hairs on your lungs are actually starting to get rid of the gunk and what have you.
Anybody that's quit smoking, I have.
It's a real thing, dude. It is absolutely a real thing. So, whereas with loneliness, man, I mean, you do need to be around people. You do need to be around other humans and what have you. So,
Bobby Bell has delivered an actual diagnosis.
Let's hear it.
Takotsubo cardiomyopathy. The cardiomyopathy I can pronounce well and know well. This Takotsubo. That's a medical term I'm not familiar with.
I mean, is he making this up or did he chat GPT this?
Don't know. He has me texted in with, there's 3 of us. I don't have the number in there. So I don't know who it is. Probably a doctor.
From the 682, I'm 100% calling them lung darts. And then from the 469, are you happy when you're alone is the real question.
I also, that is, isn't it? Profound. Marlboro Black Reds?
Yeah, I've seen those. I'm not sure what the gist is of those, though, so I can't really speak to them one way or the other.
I mean, does that hit harder than a Marlboro Red? I mean, that's a cowboy killer.
No. Marlboro Reds are in the pantheon of they're going to kick you in the crotch.
I haven't smoked in so many years. If I had a Marlboro Red right now, it would the buzz I would get would probably make me faint. I would probably pass right out.
I mean, look, like I said, I still smoke the occasional black and mild, so I'm sure I wouldn't have too big of an issue doing it.
No, you'd probably be okay.
Give me a menthol,
How do you do that at night and then get to sleep? You know, fire down a black and mild after the show? I mean, that's got to be hours before you can literally get into REM 3.
No, I think it's because my body's so used to it now. It's funny you bring that up because last night
broken heart syndrome. That's come on the fan text as well as Bobby on that too. So shout out.
My wife had that. It's called broken heart. So what was your wife? What? Nah, they're just cheaper from the 469. Turquoise American Spirits. Let me tell you something. American Spirits might be the nastiest cigarettes. You know what they did?
I know. People got into those. I would see it. I'm like, oh my God.
I'll tell you what. You might as well just roll up dirt.
Yeah, it's like
just roll up grass and dirt into a
little
zigzag,
clove in there.
And it's disgusting, okay?
Yeah.
It's absolutely disgusting. I don't care what you're into.
I never understood the P-Funks, too. That everybody,
Parliaments?
Yeah, Parliaments. People were really big in the P-Funks for a while.
You know, I smoked my first Parliament in the Navy, and I just didn't. You're right. I never understood it. I never. Maybe because of the way the filters are.
Yeah.
The butt of the cigarette.
Yeah, right.
You know,
it's
you got that little
indented.
exactly. You got the indentation. I mean, outside of that, there's literally no other rhyme or reason to a Parliament. Again, bang for your buck, to me, the best cigarette of all time is a Newport.
See, that's where I was like, at the end of my career was Camel Crush, and I would just, I'd pull it out of the pack and immediately crush it.
Oh, no. I mean, look, you can't go wrong with a Camel Crush, but if you told me, like, all right, Fred, you got one cigarette, if you told me, hey, line one up, give me a Newport all day, every day. I smoked Newports for a minute in college because dipping's just not the same in college.
Yeah. Did you ever have a Dunhill?
No.
Yeah. That's an elegant smoke right there. Whatever the hell that means.
Sure, you're killing your lungs, but you're doing it with class.
You do.
With a pinky ring.
I appreciate it.
Very Dr. No.
I saw a thing the other day that how you hold your cigarette kind of determines what kind of person you are.
As in...
Yeah,
like if you are thumb, index, finger, a tip.
I'm a thumb and index guy.
Okay, see, I am, middle and index finger, all
classy.
day.
You're just classy. Yeah. That's what you are.
But you get some people that, hold it up and they smoke it like they're smoking a joint.
Yeah.
Really taking it down like Robert De Niro and Goodfellas.
That's it. I mean, that's one of the greatest scenes of all time. That meme's undefeated.
Dun, 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 dun. Great.
Get your shine box. Is my man wearing a fedora?
Yeah, talk about Shinebox. Jake Rietma.
Is my man? Oh, he's ready to go.
Wow,
he's ready to go. What an outfit!
That has a derby. Let's find out why the hell he's wearing this next.
Tolo's time is running out to get 10% off your home painting project with my friends at CertaPro Painters. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in
that Tolo, which means turn it on and leave it on the fan. You're appreciated.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Jet Nelson, outstanding work today. Great thanks to Gavin Spittle for joining us earlier. One final time, White Guy Radio, Will Chambers, Fred Davis. A revelatory show here today, and possibly record-breaking. A number of those on the fan text letting us know that those indentions in the butt of a parliament were for bumps.
For the booger sugar, huh?
Wow.
I'm kind of disappointed that I didn't know that.
Same. I'm just like, I was today years old. I figured that out. No wonder why you'd have so many people that were smoking those awful cigarettes.
Makes sense now.
Yeah.
I bet a parliament hits a little bit different after some...
Well, I bet. Yeah, a little tutti frutti.
Unbelievable.
Back it up with a parliament. Hey, guys. Brendan Baxter.
Welcome.
Jake Reedman here.
You guys have just walked into some debauchery in here. My God.
Seriously.
I'm learning a lot.
My God.
Yes, same. I'm in the process of trying to figure out what the hell is going on in Louisville, because I'm getting text from people about other horses scratching, but I'm not finding it. Jake, you said you were looking too?
I'm looking and I'm not seeing it, so I would like you to include me on that chain of text messages that you're on, especially if it relates to our guy / horse, Further Ado.
Further Ado, yeah. So
great name, by the way.
I just looked it up on X. Nobody is saying anything about him being out.
Okay.
So your boy might be.
I don't know.
This is also the same guy that you said gave you a trivia question that turned out to be wrong.
Oh.
So this guy's already a little.
That's two
little
big
side.
strikes.
Those are two huge strikes, and I don't mean lucky strikes.
Not every strike's created equal.
I have not put as of yet any money on Derby.
We
but
may
yeah,
need to put this guy on ice
horse,
for a minute.
Further Ado has been one, but I don't know. I'm efforting.
Yeah, I would use a different source than this guy. Okay.
Yeah,
hey,
just like
go
they taught
easy
you.
on my boy Jim.
Well, Jim sounds like he might be a little bit in the gym right now.
That's right. Two sources.
Yes,
two sources.
You're an award-winning journalist.
Yeah, it's. I don't
So
know.
how close up to the race do you wait to put your final bet down? Like, are you waiting until 4:30?
No, I mean.
Night before? Are you like picking out a name?
No, not night
odds?
before.
No.
Not night before.
Yeah. Too many horses, they might get scratched.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
what would
waiting.
Brandon Sorsby do?
Man, don't bring that up yet.
Oh,
we're still working through it. It's been a hard week.
That's what our entire show's about.
Yeah,
he's done, right?
What do you think the next 4 hours are about? It's all
They're
about
not
gambling.
There's no way he's playing.
He's at the Kentucky Derby.
Of course he is. Wait a minute.
he's not.
That's his first step of rehab, you know?
Yeah,
First
all right.
step.
I was going to say.
You got to
Hey,
get
what's
that.
he doing? I'm making amends to the bookmakers?
If
I mean, what are we
he's on
doing?
the red carpet on Millionaires Row, I'm going to have some serious questions.
Is he really
here.
there?
No.
Oh, I was about to say.
He did place a bet on Kalashi this morning, though, is
Did
what
he?
I've heard.
I bet he's big on Renegade.
This guy. Unbelievable.
I bet he's big on
I
Renegade.
cope with pain with humor.
So what are you going to do, though? Seriously. Like, what are the Red Raiders going to do?
He's done. I
Yeah.
mean, you're going to start the kid from Tulsa, Kirk Francis, to start and hope Will Hammond's ready to roll week 2 or 3.
What is that on Hammond? Like, what is the most optimistic? What does that look like?
I've been a big Will Hammond believer for about 2 years. If he's
when?
Oh, week 3.
Week 3,
Week 3. Which would
Best
be their
case scenario.
first Big 12 home game Friday night against Houston in Lubbock.
Okay.
Look at this
It's a
guy. He's got
Friday
the
night
schedule
game.
memorized already.
Well, yeah, because your boy's pissed off about having to play on a Friday night.
Cody Campbell was upset about it. I love it for Tech personally. I think if you get a national media game on a Friday night,
a little bit, but
well, look, 2 years ago, remember those Fox Friday night games were fire.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was so anti Friday night college football because the Pat Fitzgerald school of thought is that
Right,
Friday
high
nights
school.
for high schools.
Yeah.
And to your point, hurts you in recruiting. And then 1 year, was it 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
Every Friday night game was overtime or close. And
Yeah, they were good matchups.
I love football too much for that to be one that I die on the hill for.
And Houston's probably going to have top 4 or 5 odds to win the conference. They're going to be a lot better this year. They won 9 games last year.
I was going to say, Willie
so
Fritz has got that thing rolling over there.
So it's supposed to be a good game. I get where Cody's coming from, but college football, you get your own independent national media televised game. You're not competing with anybody in Texas. People are still going to tune into that.
No, they still absolutely will. But I like I said, doing the mythical high school football show that we do here at the radio station, it's hard to be able to. It's going to, the 5 people that know about the show anyway. So there is that kind of, and because let's call it what it is, Texas Tech does have a lot of folks that you're bringing in from the state of Texas. So, all right. That said, we've already talked to the Hockey Hawk. Let's get your thoughts on this. Were you all that surprised at how the Star season ended?
Not how it ended. Let's do big picture, high level. Not how it ended. Hard-fought series against a really good team that could.
The Wild are good.
Yeah, that's the. And listen, I'm sure everybody's touched on it. The NHL format, playoff-wise, is broken.
Does it bother you?
It does, absolutely. Because especially with a sport like hockey, where there's an element of puck luck that plays way too much into the outcome of a game. Yeah. And so when you're taking away 2 of the best 3 teams in the regular season after the first 2 rounds, then it just is the same question the NBA has of what's the point of the regular season. And you already have people in Stars circles talking about, we've won 90 games, 100-plus points, 3 years in a row, and look what it's got us. We looked tired, we looked out of gas, and the Wild did not. So that's part of the big high level.
Okay.
Specifically, here's what I was really disappointed about. I thought they came out flat in Game 6. And when season's on the line, back against the wall, you can't come out.
Which
flat.
It was, right? I mean, that was it.
That's
really, literally.
And so, I think it's, and I said this on Sean and RJ Friday morning, that it's not an excuse, but there are factors. The health is a factor. The no rope hints is a factor. I think we're going to learn. I've already seen rumblings on Twitter, and this is a hockey thing. You never reveal what the injuries are, and we're going to learn a lot of what Mikko Rantanen was.
He wasn't 100%.
Right.
There's no way.
He had no ability to push off, and the lower body injury. It's going to be revealed exactly what that was, and these guys. Again, it's not an excuse. It is a factor, but I was disappointed in the specifics of the first period in an elimination game.
Yeah. No, it just felt like that, and the fact they had scored what, 1 5-on-5 goal the entire playoffs.
Right. That is a talking point that you look at.
What do you chalk that up to?
A lot of things. A little pie chart for you here. A little hockey guy pie chart. There's a slice. There's a slice of Minnesota Wild as a really good defensive team. Quinn Hughes is as good as it gets. They're deep. They're deep defensively on pairing after pairing after pairing.
Okay.
And you look at puck possession numbers, shot attempt numbers. They're there for the Stars. They're just not high quality. You make that demarcation between a high danger chance versus a random shot on goal. Not all shots on goal are created equal.
Yeah.
And I think that was where Minnesota deserves a lot of credit. Now, the other part that you could really look in is the addition of Glenn Goldson, first-year head coach.
Yeah.
Takes a while to get acclimated, this, that, and the other, but the parameters he's brought in on is the previous coach went to the Western Conference Finals 3 consecutive years. Right. And so you're looking at a very unique set of circumstances for a first-year head coach to say, hey, go take us to the Stanley Cup or else it's a big, huge disappointment.
I mean, that is a huge task.
That's a hell of a spot to be in.
No, it really, really is. Now, again, I'm no Jake Riepma or Gavin Spittle when it comes to talking all things hockey. In Fred's world, I'm saying, look, what's it got to take to go get Connor McDavid?
Oh, absolutely. I like that. Yeah.
Okay, see, I'm like, look, you to your point, this is a damn good hockey team, and you've got a lot of the same guys coming back next year, but something's amiss. Something hasn't worked, so we know, look, he's got, 1 year left on his contract. What did we keep getting told last year? That he loves Glenn Gulletson, right? So, I mean, I don't know what your draft picks look like, but what would you give up?
They are, but that's a good point. So they have mortgaged the future the last 2 deadlines, which is another talking point where I love Jim Nill. He's the back-to-back general manager of the year. He's sustained a lot of success here, but he missed this year. He missed at the deadline.
Yeah.
You brought in Tyler Myers defensively, who, call it what it is, was not good. He was not good defensively. Michael Bunting was a healthy scratch a couple of times and it's a bummer because I thought he gave the Stars Stars a better chance to win than Jamie Benn, but Jamie Benn wears the C. You can't healthy scratch your captain for a guy you brought in at the deadline. So that was a lot of reasons why Michael Bunting was a healthy scratch repeatedly. But point being, the two guys you brought in at the deadline didn't elevate you to get over the proverbial hump.
Where the Wilds guy did.
Yeah, Quinn Hughes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll blame, real quick, I'm nerding out on hockey stuff here, but I'll blame the Detroit Red Wings because there was a trade in set in stone with the Red Wings, but Quinn wouldn't commit to a long-term contract in Detroit because he's a rental right now. So he's due a whole lot of money, a big contract, and Minnesota would commit to the long-term. Detroit would not.
Okay. Let me move on to something here before we get out of here because I want to ask you. Obviously, you're happy about a win and not being eliminated. That goes without saying. But how it happened last night with the Magic.
Oh gosh.
How do you feel about tomorrow?
Oh, I mean, you flip a coin, right? Like I have no idea which Detroit Pistons team is going to show up. Watch the first half. It is like watching bad AAU basketball. The Pistons have one good player, Cade Cunningham.
We'll have that today when Boston takes the floor.
Yeah, but it was so hard to watch, and then Orlando forgot how to play basketball. I've never seen... 19 points. They missed 24 shots in a row. They went 46 minutes of real time without
a bucket,
scoring a point. So when you have the roller coaster of how you arrived at this destination of tied 3-3 and best two words in sports, Game 7, but throw the record books out the window. We have no idea what's going to happen in Game 7.
No, I think the Pistons take care of business tomorrow.
They're in a world of hurt
so
moving
too.
forward, though.
Oh, no. Jalen Duren has been the biggest. and look, and I feel bad because, look, you loved him up.
I know.
And then you were, I think back to what you said 2 weeks ago when we did crosstalk. You were like, look, people are sleeping on Jalen Duren. Well, Jalen Duren's sleeping on Jalen Duren, right?
Egg in the face.
And
now, that said, it was backed by data. He was the most efficient player in the regular season.
Look, look, the numbers don't lie. The guy was a 20-10 dog all season.
And then Angel Reese got in his head.
Angel Reese, dude. I don't think you're wrong about that, man.
That's weird.
And apparently, Asar Thompson doesn't know how to shoot.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I texted this to my Pistons group chat last night. I want Asar's hands duct taped together while we're on offense and then taking the duct tape off on defense.
Dude,
he can lock anybody up defensively.
He's a great defender, but the problem is that, you guys don't have anybody else that can create their own shot outside of Cade Cunningham. Again, I think you guys take care of business tomorrow because I think the mental effects on what Orlando didn't do yesterday is going to lean into tomorrow. But, yeah, second round. Look, here's the thing. You guys came out of nowhere. Great. You feel good about it. You know what you can take away from this series or just from this whole season is that, like, Cade Cunningham is a legit
he's a
superstar.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you just add a couple pieces in the offseason.
Arlington zone.
There you go.
I love it.
There you go. All right, what are you guys doing this show?
I mean, Jake's hinting at it here, obviously, with the suit and the Kentucky Derby blazer. We're going to be walking through Kentucky Derby odds all afternoon, have a good time here, have our own little mini Kentucky Derby party. Here in the studio. We'll walk through the NBA playoffs, Game 7, Sixers,
Celtics. Got the juleps ready?
Juleps are ready, and then
that's what's in that container right there.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how transparent we can be about that. So
we're just kidding.
Will's a Kentucky guy. What's your bourbon of choice?
Depends just on price, but I mean, I'm a Weller guy.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Weller Special Reserve is not expensive. I mean, hell, for bang for your buck, I mean, antique, if you are able to get it at a store, which is not very easy, it's like $80, and it's one of the best things I've ever tasted. So,
yeah.
Where do you stand on Woodford? I'm not a huge bourbon guy. Obviously, for the Derby, I'll have a
I am not a Woodford guy.
He's crapped all over Woodford earlier.
Oh, good. Well, then
I don't need my bourbon tasting like it was, it's been bathing with vanilla bean.
Wow.
I can't wait to have a glass of Woodford Reserve later on.
That's what the notes are telling you on Woodford?
Ew, it's gross. I don't like it. Most of those
like you
me
guys.
don't, but, I like you guys too, and look forward to hearing you guys. Brennan and Jake, they're next here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 FM Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Happy Kentucky Derby Day here on 105.3 The Fan. Fan University, Brennan Baxter alongside Jake Rietma, Kevin Walker on the ones and twos. We're with you here until 5:30. Who says there's no sporting events that are fun in May, Jake? We've got horse racing today to break down.
First Saturday in May, 152nd annual. How about that, sports fans?
And if you can't unsee us, obviously, if you're not on the fan cam watching, Jake Rietma is wearing his best blue blazer that he's got with the Hawaiian, what is that, Travis Matthew polo?
Yeah, it's more
You've
about
got the pocket square?
Right. The Kentucky Derby fit. The great thing about it is there are no parameters. There's no guardrails. You play to your strength. And I am, especially for women, I would love anybody that has attended the Kentucky Derby, 877-881-1053, let us know. And what your attire was when you went to the Kentucky Derby, because I have never been. However, there are more often than not get-togethers, festivities, parties around the Kentucky Derby that I have attended, and it is, I'll admit, I'm a sucker for a good theme. It's fun. You wear stuff you wouldn't normally wear. I never wear a fedora. I got one on today, and I like the bright colors that kind of fit with the springtime. I think pastels.
Yes. Your spring, summer pastels,
right, so
the light blue.
Yeah, I had the baby blue with the pink, and then kind of like a turquoise mixed in there.
The gold watch.
The pocket square, and the gold to tie together with the, I guess it's not gold fedora, but that style, that color. So I wanted, I felt like morale was a little bit down. It's a beautiful day outside in DFW. It's always a beautiful day in the Metroplex. And I just wanted to lift the spirits of Fan University, your college football fix, on a Saturday afternoon, the first Saturday in May for the Kentucky Derby, 152nd. Let's do it.
We've got a great show planned as well, too. We've got hockey disappointment. Let's talk hockey coming up. Jake will break down the playoffs.
The vibes were so high there, Brennan Baxter.
I know, but we've got to still talk about it. We've got to bring it down.
Hockey. Yeah.
Unfortunately. And then get into the Brendan Sorsby gambling situation a little bit. What's going on in college sports? The NCAA expanding March Madness. So there's lots of sports news still happening this week. It's been a crazy week. We'll also take a step outside of sports. With the Jake break at 420. JP Morgan had a big week.
Which, by the way, just one tease on the Jake break, because the Jake break is always a great time. We take a break from sports. We're doing that at 420, right?
Yeah, 420.
Oh boy, it is going to be more interactive, more audience dependent than ever before, because I have to know from the people their take on the JP Morgan scandal, faux pas scandal, though. It's fake.
Totally fake.
We're going to have a good time with that.
Yeah, and then you've also got the Jake Take at 3 o'clock, man. You're so good at radio. You get 2 segments.
Wow, look at that. That's big.
Rangers play tonight as well, too, so we'll talk to Jared Sandler there leading up to the game at 5:15. So we've got a great show planned for all of you guys.
Sandler's hanging out my old neck of the woods. Rangers taking on the Tigers this weekend at Comerica Park in the Motor City. Beautiful Motor City this time of year. I think it was about 45 degrees and chilly and rainy yesterday. It's probably going to be that way the rest of the weekend, just because Michigan's weather in the spring, very unpredictable. But I can't wait to ask Jared Sandler all about, the same questions we asked Bobby Bell when he was there for Cowboys-Lions this past football season on a Thursday night, trying Detroit-style pizza. Because I think it's such a staple, and it's good year-round. I understand it's cold, chilly, and it's May, but you gotta embrace the Detroit style pizza once you're there.
Yeah, it's a must have. You got a place here in Dallas?
A
sneak. You can't let us know.
Right.
Sneaky...
No free plugs. I've got my go-to, and then I've tried a couple. And there's some not in Dallas, but there's one in Austin, Texas, that is the best Detroit-style pizza I've ever had.
Oh, wow, that is a bold statement.
From the 469, we got race weekend at Texas Motor Speedway.
This weekend.
How about that?
And then, big day in Philly as well, too. Sixers Game 7. We'll get into the NBA playoffs at 2:20. But, Jake, we were talking about it with Will and Fred there a little bit. Stars disappointment over the weekend. Big changes, you think, coming this offseason?
I don't know. It's a good question, because there's not a lot of flexibility to make big changes. You're a little bit strapped for cash based on some of the bigger contracts the Stars have been proactive with. You talk about the Miro Heiskanen, the Jake Ottingers. I mean, even Matt Matt Duchene, guys that have multiple years left on the deal. There's still one more year on Tyler Sagan's contract. So not to, nerd out on the numbers, but you're looking at roughly, 13 to 13.5 to 14.5 million, around in that range of flexibility. And Jason Robertson himself, as a restricted free agent, is going to command a double-digit $1 million salary for an average annual value. So, just doing the math, it doesn't leave you a whole lot of room, unless, of course, the Stars decide not to invest in Jason Robertson, which I think would be foolish. I really do. And I would say that's the biggest question heading into the offseason. But based on what Jim Nill has revealed in public and on the record, it is the Stars' desire to lock up Jason Robertson long term, to make him a max player, which is, I've said it once, twice, 100 times on Sean and RJ, that I truly believe Jason Robertson is a max player. And even though the Stars had an early round exit, he was the only source of offense at times. I mean, goals in his last 8 playoff games. He's proven he can get it done in the postseason as well.
So you would obviously assume you can trust Jim Nill. I mean, he won back-to-back GM of the year in the sport. But you tell me if I'm wrong here. You would know more than I. But with the Stars in this series specifically, it felt like, from the jump, game 1, you get boat race at home, 6-1. You find a way to win game 2. Then you get the double overtime win. It feels like you really turned the tide. But was it a run out of gas? What was it specifically? Because in my mind, I'm watching it, and I'm seeing Faber and Boldy and Kaprizov and Hughes. They looked faster.
Oh, yeah.
They looked like they had more energy. It just felt like you were a step behind from the moment game 1 the puck dropped.
Yeah.
You were able to get a couple wins out just out of the talent that you had, but
power
plays you did well in. 5 for 5, you struggled. Why do you get that sense that you just were a step behind when you came off the huge win against them at home a couple weeks ago, and it felt like you had built a lot of momentum going into the series?
Yeah, it's tough because, I was saying it in crosstalk. I think there's a number of factors that you could slice it up to and attribute the Stars running out of gas for, but you're absolutely right that they did look like they ran out of gas. And I've talked about the Olympics playing a factor in it as well, but Quinn Hughes obviously played for Team USA, and he had the extra step and was the more assertive. That's the word I'm looking for. Much more assertive. And the funny part about it all is you can chalk it up to the Dallas Stars making 3 consecutive Western Conference Finals. They played a lot more hockey than a lot of other teams, the Minnesota Wild being one of them. And so I don't know if it's a mental block, but there was, an element of fatigue that was so apparent. And I don't know what the answer is. The format lending itself to devaluing the regular season, I think, is a legitimate discussion. And hockey guys, that's what we love about hockey players. They're just not wired to give it, have that approach of not 100% all the time. There's never going to be load management in the NHL because these are hockey players. They're going to get their teeth knocked out.
Toughest guys in sport.
Yeah, and miss maybe a shift and then be back out there. But it's still, at the end of the day, it plays a factor. And I mean, the human body can only take so much. Again, I talked about Mikko Rantanen's injuries, obviously Roope Hintz, losing Nils Lundqvist with a freak accident skate to the face, and his plus-minus numbers were the best on this Dallas Stars team. They were the best in 5-on-5 when he was on the ice, and really in the first, because again, we talked about the first 4 games, the Stars are 5 minutes away from a 3-1 lead. Remember, in Game 4, Minnesota scored late in the third period to force overtime. And so that part of me tells me, let's not hit the panic button.
Yep.
Like let's take things with some perspective here to look at what the personality of the series in, let's see, 60 minutes of hockey, game 1, an hour and 20, 3 hours, and, in almost 4 hours of hockey, there's a lot of good there, and you're 5 minutes away from taking a 3-1 lead on a really good team.
Yeah, certain tweaks probably need to be made,
yes,
but no need to blow this thing up.
Yeah,
this team is still very talented and was one of the best teams in hockey all year for a reason.
Right. It's fun to talk about the Connor McDavids. He's, the face of the sport. It'd be like in the NBA talking, when LeBron was really in his prime of where he's going to end up next. That really does dictate the entire landscape of the league. And it's fun to put him in the Photoshop jersey of the Dallas Stars.
Are you a Connor McDavid away? Like, do you feel like
Well,
I mean, I know he's the best player of the sport, so you feel like obviously the answer is yes, but like, would that, with what you have to give up in potential capital?
Right. It's fun to hypothesize about the potential, but it's not as simple as plug Connor McDavid in there and you win the Stanley Cup, because let's not forget, look at the Edmonton Oilers. I mean, they never, in this run, they never won a Stanley Cup. And are we having a much different conversation if the Stars got to 2 consecutive cups and then bowed out in the first round like Edmonton has? I mean, again, give Edmonton credit, 2 straight Stanley Cups and then lost in both of them, but they're in the same boat the Stars are in right now. First round of the playoffs, they bow out, and Connor McDavid is taking a lot of heat, but hockey also a team game. It's not as simple as plug one player in, and all of a sudden all your problems are solved.
Yeah.
I would also add, too, with Connor McDavid, there's obviously no Jason Robertson. There's just no way that and it's not wrong to say, well, McDavid gives you a better chance to win a Stanley Cup than Jason Robertson does, but there's a point of, that would be the drastic blow up the core of a team that's gotten you to the Western Conference Finals 3 straight years, and then again this year another 90-point season. So.
Yeah, Rangers improved to 16-16 yesterday with a 5-4 win at Detroit. They play tonight at 6:15 on Fox. Your Detroit Tigers.
Yes.
Jake.
Yes,
you got your 2 favorite teams here battling it out. Open May. Rangers get back to 500. Big win to start the month of May. Under 500 that first month. But, with where the American League is at right now, you're only 1 game back in the division. No one's running away from you after the first month of baseball. Your thoughts overall on this? I mean, the Guardians are winning the Central at 17-16. The Athletics are winning the West at 17-15. And then, the Yankees and Rays have separated themselves in the East a little bit. But other than that, Blue Jays, Orioles, Red Sox, all under 500. Lots of teams just kind of hovering and below 500 to start the year.
Yeah, it's, I guess, parity, if we want to call it that. But my goodness, baseball does this, though. I love baseball. It's one of my favorite sports. I'll always be down to go to the ballpark. But you can lose a season in the month of April, and I guess now it starts in March. But you can never win a division in the month of April, and so the fact that everywhere you look, it's just teams hovering around 500. I don't think it drastically changes any outlook on anybody's season moving forward. I would also add too you bring up the Tigers since the Rangers are playing them. The Tigers blew the largest second half division lead in the history of baseball last year. So you're never going to convince me that any lead is safe when you blow whatever it was, 18 game lead in the division to Cleveland.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a big week for Texas in the sense you go from Detroit to the Yankees in New York, and so you're on the road for 7 straight games. I think you just want to see some momentum. Then you got the Cubbies coming in, so I think it's an exciting 2 weeks. You're playing some very prominent teams here in the Yankees and Cubs coming up, and you kind of get a measuring stick against 2 of the better teams in baseball on where you might stand early.
Yeah, for sure. And the Rangers getting to miss Tarek Skubal is never a bad thing as well. That's not fun for anybody being in the batter's box against the back-to-back reigning Cy Young winner. Although he couldn't pitch for Team USA in World Baseball Classic. Meaningless, though. But he wanted to be there with the guys.
Right.
He wanted to be there with the guys.
He's a team player.
Yeah, no doubt. This one from the 214. Jake, you need to try Rotolo's, a pizza place in Carrollton, and I think the Colony. So I am always down to try some za.
Little date night tonight?
Yeah. Maybe later tonight. We might have to, depending on how the Kentucky Derby goes, eating away lost bets. I've done that many, many times.
Many times, man. And where do you rank the Kentucky Derby? We'll get into the Derby and everything there at 240, going through odds and names. But where do you rank this in terms of like an independent sports game? You've obviously got think of the Super Bowl, Final Four weekend, Masters weekend. Do you put Kentucky Derby up there for you? Like, do you look forward to it every year, or are you just kind of like,
such a great question. I have so much to say about this. I could probably do a full segment about it.
Which is what we've got at 240.
Oh, perfect. I think the Kentucky Derby is so unique that it ranks very, very favorably in some categories and unfavorably in others. I do feel it's an apples to oranges comparison to a March Madness, to the Masters. It's so different because here's where I'm going with this. The Kentucky Derby, to me, is the ultimate social sporting event because I so many times, I'm sure you're in the same boat, struggle in a social setting. If it's a sporting event, I need to be dialed into because I am so bad at multitasking. My ADHD is crazy. If I'm watching my team play, I do not want to be having side conversations. And I think you talk about this with the Super Bowl quite a bit. If two teams are playing that I don't care about, of course, it's social. Talk about the commercials, mixing in the, spinach and artichoke dip. How's it going, friend? You're BSing a lot more, whereas the Kentucky Derby can be an entire Saturday afternoon. And again, I'm not an expert on this, but hosted a few Kentucky Derby parties in my past. Yes. Whoa. But it's so fun to just have a get-together with everybody. The theme does, the drinks, the mint juleps. There's so much camaraderie and nostalgia and pageantry around the Kentucky Derby. And you don't have to actually watch anything except the fastest 2 minutes for sports. So for somebody with ADHD like me, it's perfect. You just tell me when I need to pay attention.
I would agree with you that on the social level, it's just so much fun because I don't watch any other sports or any other horse racing all year long. And I'm not going to pretend to. But at the same time, when the Kentucky Derby happens, whoever wins that, I do want to watch the Belmont. I do want to watch the Preakness. I kind of want to, could there be a Triple Crown? I think there's a part of an American history to the horse racing.
Yeah,
So
when you think about 152nd, that's an annual tradition that has...
one of the oldest sports in the country.
Correct. And I also... it was big in my family. My grandfather, when Seattle Slew won the Kentucky Derby, would have been I looked it up before I came here, 1977, and I believe that was the year he went on to win the Triple Crown, but my grandfather was there at the Kentucky Derby. He said it was just an experience of a lifetime. Made the bet on Seattle Slew, and when they won, it's just the jubilation and the excitement of your horse winning, and he kind of passed that on. We would go to the Greyhound races as kids and bet on the Greyhounds because they were close. They don't really do that anymore, and PETA got involved and all that good stuff. But
ruin all the fun.
Right. The sport of racing, when you have stake in the game, is so fun. It's on my bucket list to own a horse someday and race into the Kentucky Derby. There's a lot of professional athletes that end up doing that. I'm probably never going to be near close enough in a financial position to afford that, but it's fun to dream. Okay, from the 901, bleep, 75% of the people at the Derby don't give a bleep about the actual race. That is probably true. From the 901, we agree. And the 972 asks if you said a different type of racing.
I didn't say horse. I did mispronounce the word horse.
It's a popular game, horse, like HORSE.
I got to work on that, but it was an accident.
It's a good drop. It's a good drop. If Khaki Kev's not doing his fantasy draft later on, he might be able to pull that one.
We'll work on it. I'll get it right for the 240 segment. How's that sound?
That sounds good. What we got coming up next?
Coming up next, man, speaking of gambling, what's going on in the NCAA when it comes to the Brendan Sorsby situation? Will they relax on him, and should the rules change? That's next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Mag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Tony Alberti with East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars. I know there's a lot of uncertainty right now. That's why we stock vehicles for every budget, and they all look like $1 million. We're known for some of the best custom trucks in DFW, built right with quality lifts, wheels, and tires. And at East Dallas Motor Cars, I hand select every vehicle, from luxury sedans to family SUVs. Easy financing, fast turnaround. Don't see what you want? Call me. We get inventory daily and can find it or build it. Visit EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
At Jack, my $4.99 jumbo sausage breakfast platter has grilled sausage, cage-free scrambled eggs, a crispy hash brown, and French toast sticks. That's a whole lot of food for $4.99. Guys, it broke the table again. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
It's home selling season, and what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first. Then, your local Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. One customer said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing. Amazing! Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's
Their free estimates are detailed, easy to understand, and you get a quote right away. So do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Welcome back, Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan. Brennan Baxter with you alongside Jake Riepma. Kevin Walker doing a great job on the ones and twos producing the show, but quite a week in college football. We are your college football fix here on Fan University, so of course we're going to get into a Texas Tech Red Raiders segment right off the bat.
Yeah, how you holding up, by the way? It's your college football fix.
I'm struggling, man.
The fans have been waiting for this on Fan University, man.
I'm struggling. I got to be honest.
He's got to be really upset he went into rehab right before the Kentucky Derby, right? That's unfortunate.
He could be looking forward to this weekend if different circumstances existed for sure, but this has brought up a more broad conversation when it comes to the NCAA, Jake.
Well, hold on. I don't mean to, add insult to injury, salt in the wound, but just in case there's some Tolos out there that don't know, what's Brennan Baxter talking about? I know he's a big Texas Tech guy, but what was the, I'll just say, catastrophic news break that occurred this week that put you into a tailspin? Just so the Tolos
Just in
know.
case, yeah. Brendan Sorsby, Texas Tech transfer quarterback from Cincinnati, has a bit of a gambling problem, it looks like.
There it is. Yes.
It was reported that he bet as a freshman in a game that he didn't play in for Indiana in 2022.
So he's the Pete Rose of college football.
Pete Rose of college football, which is illegal. And then since that time, he has it's now been reported over 10,000 bets. Anywhere from horse racing to baseball to...
He's not picky.
He's not picky.
I read a story. He was live betting at a baseball game. Balls and strikes
at a Reds game.
Yes. Yep. Was he in connection with, the Cleveland Guardians closer that got busted?
What a pull.
For gambling. Oh, what was his name?
One sec, I got it.
I got it because people were saying he should have won the Cy Young because he was really good, but perhaps he was in cahoots with Emmanuel Clase. Clase.
I don't know if he was in cahoots with Emmanuel. He could have been.
Yes.
With how much it appears that he has been gambling. So, anyways, NCAA investigating Brendan's case now that he did bet on college football.
Right. And because we are your college football fix, I promise I'm not going to keep interrupting you. It's the ADHD, it's the CTE brain. You know what you get with me. I apologize. But this is not just any transfer quarterback. This quarterback has a price tag north of
$5 million.
Okay, so I heard 7, but a lot of green, a lot of Benjamin. You guys, Texas Tech, the Red Raiders invested. I mean, you guys just print money over there in Lubbock, just printing money. But you guys invested quite a bit in this individual, and he is yet to play a game for the Texas Tech Raiders.
And it doesn't look like he will.
Correct. Okay, I just want to make sure we're capturing the magnitude.
You're sharing. You're really digging the knife a little deeper here.
I have to ask, what bet do you think made him be like, man, I got to get help?
I got an issue. That's a great question.
Because he's going to Cincinnati, now he's going to Texas Tech. He knows he has this in his history. He knows at some point this is going to come up. But what was that one bet he placed? He missed. He's like, man.
I think it wasn't even a bet that he placed. I think it was that he got caught. However, he got caught.
I like to think he went 0 for the Masters, and he was like, I need help.
No. I think he is getting help out of a move of, let's get him into rehab. Let's make this a mental illness problem and see if that holds up on any sort of legal case in court. I believe that's what this is, personally. Because he's 21, 22 years old. He's making 7 figures. These kids bet, man. Jake, I mean, is it a mental illness to say that a rich guy is using his funds to bet on sports?
Well, he also was betting underage, too. If you do the math.
Right. There's all right, let's say this. I'm going to put my serious hat on. You know, I'm really good when I put my serious hat on. Really serious guy here. There's layers to it. There's perspective, there's conversation, there's substance, all of that. There are factors. All of that is a part of this conversation. And I don't know if you guys know this, but I did my master's thesis on sports gambling within media at Northwestern University. Oh, yeah, really? Yeah, Medill School of Journalism.
Smart guy.
Yeah, not a big deal. Reba, you're the worst. But I think it's something to say that it happens. It's very similar to the conversation of, regulating and legalizing marijuana. People smoke marijuana. People gamble on sports. Are you creating an environment with guardrails, regulations, so that you can help guys that have an issue like Brendan Sorsby?
And that's why I think they went with and maybe he does. I'm not speaking from Brendan Sorsby. It just came out like, the story broke. It shocked everybody. And then we're putting him in inpatient rehab. Like, he hasn't been in rehab. It was like, this is going to come out. Let's react to it coming out by getting you help. So, in my mind, if he really had this issue personally for him over the course of a couple of years, why did it just come out when it came out? And how did he not get help prior? That's where I'm having a hard time with this. It's going to be a landmark case for the NCAA, too, because this is a new era of betting and gambling and sports betting. Over 75% of male, 18 to 25, I saw this bet on sports. That's insane.
It is so...
it's so prevalent.
Yes, I was just about to say, it's so normalized. And again, in my master's thesis, I said this was the direction, and this is back in 2018-19, that this is the direction we're heading. When you combine young men, gambling, sports, this is the result that you're going to get. It's inevitable.
And so if you're looking across the country and going, well, it can't just be Brendan Sorsby, you're probably right. And so is this going to result in more players? Is it It's not a criminal investigation. It's just the NCAA investigated. Someone leaked it. Might have been Cincinnati. See your text from the 469 saying that it was probably turned in by Cincinnati, who was mad that he left. That has been going around. Like, how did this come out after the draft and after the spring game when Texas Tech can't do anything about
you're
this?
At the point. Yeah, I was just going to say that's a good way to put it. There's nothing you can do about it at this point.
But where I want to go with this is, what is the path forward? Because if you're the NCAA and you're partnering with companies like ESPN Bet or FanDuel or DraftKings or Kalashi, name your gambling site here. And now you've opened the wild west of sports in college to 18 to 22-year-old kids, for the most part, getting financially compensated north of at least minimum 6 figures, some north of 7 figures.
Oh, yeah.
And you're kind of shoving this down their throat. What do you expect to happen long term? Because I remember being 21 and 22, or 18 and 19 even, and if you would have given me $500,000, 7 figures, and then said, hey, here's your phone, you can now place this bet on Kalashi and just use a VPN or whatever. You can be in any state in the country. You're really drawing a murky line there.
Yes, it is absolutely a muddy, unclear state to be in, but I think it's incumbent upon I hate to say influencers, but the head coach, the people that are associated with the future of these high-profile college athletes, to educate them and basically build a level of understanding that you're not invincible. You are afforded certain privileges, certain benefits, financial benefits, because of your ability to contribute to the athletic department of the school that's paying for you. That's your future. You're going to hopefully, make up the sport, football, basketball, whatever. Hopefully get drafted and be able to take care of your family for generations and generations, generational wealth. And what could stop you from achieving that is this side path of gambling. And as hard as it is, I think trying to relay that to 18 to 23-year-old millionaires in some cases is a very, very tall task, but I think it has to be done. And again, it might sound like I'm talking out both sides of my mouth because I said, aren't you pro gambling? Aren't you pro regulation? I am, so that you can create the distinction between I'm a college athlete and I'm a recreational sports gambler.
Right. So Kirby Smart was at a golf program this week in Alabama, and he said, quote, "You can't watch a TV station without an advertisement for gambling, so the opportunity is there. It's much more prevalent in this day and age. They also have access to more money to gamble with. There are a lot of kids that in my day would never gamble. You've got to educate your players, and you got to hope that they listen and learn. Sometimes it's an expensive lesson to learn not to do it."
Yeah, the education part there.
And it's Kalashi, not Kalashi. I'm sorry, from the 817.
No, yeah, you're exactly right.
That shows you how much I don't bet on sports. I can't even read.
Yeah, for my other on-air gig, we do a lot of reads for the old Kalashi.
Oh, yeah.
They tell you what to say, what not to say, but we spend enough time
Appreciate the accountability there. But, yeah, and to Kirby's point, and these coaches, this is now an element that they have to preach to their kids constantly. You can't be doing this. You can't go out and risk getting in trouble in gambling with women or whatever it is. You are now going to be looked at like a professional when you're making this much money. And there's got to be some sort of education moving forward, I think. But I think Brendan Sorsby is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to cases like this and players that are in college that have been given access to do these things and what they're doing with their now new wealth. And I don't know. I mean, where do you think the NCAA should go here? Should they adjust rules? Should it be you can't gamble on just college football, but you're allowed to gamble outside? Is it no gambling at all? We're going to track everything you do. Like, where do you stand on what the NCAA does moving forward?
I think it's the forward proactive communication, setting standards, setting expectations is important. And I think the less muddy and more distinctive you can make it, the better. And so if you want to have a hard rule of college athletes can't gamble, I'm all for it. And I'm all for the regulation and honestly the security measures and the AI that goes into tracking everything so that you can be very clear on who can and can't participate.
Yeah, it's going to be what I think. With Brendan's case specifically, he's probably done. Because if he did bet on Indiana at the time, there's no way around that.
Correct.
But what happens moving forward? What does this case set the precedent for?
Yeah, that's a good
And I think we've seen different cases throughout NCAA history, but then also I've had a lot of people come to me and be like, well, what is the NCAA's role? Like they've been they don't even own the college football playoff.
I was just about to say.
They like, it seems like they're non-existent in so many cases, but they still have authority over something like this. Like there's not one governance here.
Right.
And that's what's really confusing.
Yeah, that's been the downfall of the NCAA for the last 5 to 7 years as this landscape changed so drastically. They've been run over like they've been roadkill in all of this. Like they just haven't even put up any type of parameters of a defense to not even put an end to it, but be involved with it. And so they just don't have the stake in the game to be able to stop any of this, and they're not an enforcement agency, a government agency, a governing body that can do that. They're not set up to do that. So, and Saban's talked about this for years and years, that college football needs a commissioner. And as we get closer and closer to the professional model of contracts and honor, so that the transfer portal isn't the wild west like it is, they're already starting to put more and more parameters in place to have a more sense of regulation. I think this is just going to be one more step that adds to it, and so you get this more of a code of conduct, or like a corporation has, abiding by these ethics, and anti-gambling has to be one of them.
Sounds like you got to write another thesis.
Yeah, there you go.
Sounds like
Get my Medill on.
Get it ready.
Let's go.
Coming up next, the best sights and sounds in the week that was in sports. Scotty Scheffler, maybe with the most relatable quote of all time. That's next on The Fan.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp and the leading online.
University here on 105.3 The Fan. Brennan Baxter here with Jake Rietma. Hope everyone's having a wonderful afternoon. It's a beautiful day here in DFW.
Beautiful day to be inside a radio studio.
Beautiful
Come
day to be on
now,
the radio
Kentucky
until
Derby.
5:30. I'm having a good time, Jake.
No doubt.
I don't know. Where else? Wait, what we can do? Play golf?
No, that would be
not
crazy.
Us, never.
Could you imagine?
Surely not us. No way.
Where else would you rather be? I need my college football fix, Brennan Baxter.
We need it all the time.
It's a heated rivalry. Let's go.
We haven't even, it took us 40 minutes to bring that up.
We're growing up.
We're getting more mature here on the show. But I don't know, Jake, if you saw this, but Scotty Scheffler had
it's my guy. Our guy.
Your guy, big fan, Dallas local,
Dallas's
legend of the game. He had a conversation at the Masters after a round where he got a little heated. He got a little short with the reporters.
Which is, by the way, so unlike Scotty.
But then here we are a month later, and again, on the golf course, Scotty gets off his round and gets asked a question about Live, and PJ, which we got to get into. We'll get into after this.
I'm a Live guy. We told, they were here in Carrollton earlier this year, and or was that last summer? Yeah, it was last summer. And Khaki Kev, I think, went to Live Golf. I got a cool T-shirt at Live Golf. It was fun. They play the music. You got Terrell Hatton. You got all kinds of good golfers there. You got Bryson DeChambeau and Patty Reed. Everybody that took the money at Live.
Well, it won't be fun for very long because it sounds like the PIF is officially pulling funding, and so unless you want to invest, I guess, in Jake and Live and keep it afloat, I
don't quite have Saudi money.
Their food was really good, though.
Saudis?
No, Lives.
Oh, yeah. Live makes a nice.
PIF makes some really good food. But here's Scotty
Allegedly.
after. Let us know after you hear this audio, 877-881-1053, what you would be doing. Like, it could be your boss, your work, your wife. There's a lot of memes from this, but here's Scotty, cut number 4.
I just got off the golf course. I don't know what you want from me.
So Scotty's asked a question about the Live PGA. What would the guys that left for Live potentially do to come back?
Which is a fair question.
Fair question, and how that would be looked. And Scotty's response is, let's go to get it one more time, Kevin.
I just got off the golf course. I don't know what you want from me.
It's so meme-worthy.
The reason there have been some hilarious memes from this.
This is the best, man.
The reason I say this might be the most relatable quote from a professional athlete that I've ever seen is because I have said this countless number of times.
I think every time I leave the golf course from here moving forward, I'm saying this to somebody.
Whether it's your soon-to-be wife, your beautiful fiance.
Great point. She's at her bachelorette party right now, and the fact that Scotty Scheffler said this just gave me the license to use this at some point. Just got off the golf course. What do you want from me?
Yeah, my wife loves Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, so there you go.
Probably too much.
You want to talk about it?
I do. It's getting concerning. Every time Scotty's on TV, she'll just kind of peek in and be like, "Oh, Scotty." And no one else. But when Scotty Scheffler's on, she wants to watch golf. But
do y'all remember this other iconic Scotty Scheffler quote or moment?
I do remember that.
I do remember that at the Open when he farted on a hot mic.
Correct. Who among us hasn't,
I haven't yet here at 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, not at 105.3 The Fan, but everybody's passed gas into something that would reverberate the sound to make it louder. It's funny.
It's a good joke. But so Scotty with this quote, what do you think? Let us know 877-881-1053. What would someone be asking you for them to get this response from you? Let us know.
From the 214. My wife asking for sex.
Yeah.
I just got off the golf course. What do you want from me?
Great problem to have there.
I don't know what you want from me.
Hey, would you make dinner? I just got off the golf course. What do you want from me?
Some of the funny memes that I saw was like when I work remote and my boss asks to hop on a meeting at 3 o'clock on a Friday or something. It could be my wife, like when she asks if the laundry's been done or if the kids' lunches have been made. Or there's just so many. It's just such a funny thing. And Scotty Scheffler too, from a guy like this, it's probably so relatable too because he's probably one of the most relatable superstars.
Right.
Just like a normal dude that happens to be the best golfer on the planet.
No doubt. And the best part is everything's still in front of him, and as he continues to win, which, it's golf, it's very unpredictable, but I feel like we're just going to get more and more of these moments that the allure of them all will grow because Scotty's just so easy to root for, relatable, from Dallas-Fort Worth. Like, it's just so, it is the best, And
then, in contrast, you had Jordan Spieth give a very long answer. It was too long to put here on the audio, but he gave about a 2-minute dialogue into the LIV PGA debacle and what this could look like for players coming back. And so it's interesting, the two Dallas guys, and Spieth actually having a good week, too, at the Cadillac Championship Miami, tied for second. He hasn't won in 4 years.
But it's been a while. Let's go, Spieth. We need a TSN report for Monday, so could you win?
If you've got a Dallas heated rivalry there, Spieth, Scotty, that would be
that
nice.
Would be fun.
Who do you think Dallas, let us know, this means like your two golden boys of golf from the Metroplex. Will Zalatoris would be a little lower, being from the area.
Spieth fell, by the way.
Is he okay?
Well, not literally fell. He fell on the leaderboard. He's tied for 6th now.
Okay.
Scotty is tied for 4th, though.
Let's
so
go.
you're still in good luck.
See what I mean? It always ends up where Scott.
Right.
So,
Kev, do you ever? Sorry, real quick, Kev. Do you ever see my TSN golf reports? They are exceptional.
I hear all your reports. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And I think Fred even said I should just spend more time on TSN. So I'm working on that.
Okay.
You're putting in the work.
I am.
The longer you want to make your TSNs, the better you make my life. So you want to make them 2 minutes long, that's fine.
I've had a couple of 90-second Texas State Network.
Every time I come in and I see a Stars SP, I'm like, oh, I know this is at least a minute and 15 seconds.
Dallas Stars, welcome in.
Man, you don't get any of that till November.
I know. We're gonna have to find
some
a
long summer.
Yeah, some off-season.
But where would you go,
reports,
Spieth or Scheffler? Better. If they were at the top of the game, who are you rooting for out of Dallas?
Oh, Scheffler all the way. He's got the fatherly component to him now. Just so loyal to Meredith, and he's giving you the sound bites. I just got the golf course. What do you want from me? I've also won over my gambling career. Since we're talking about gambling, I've won more money with Scotty Scheffler than I think any other athlete.
Oh, golf betting guy.
Oh, big time. Not good at it, but I've lost a lot of money. But the few times that I win, Scheffler, and actually, ironically enough, my Northwestern guy, Matt Fitzpatrick, he's been hot.
Dude, 2 wins in a row for him.
Yeah, got his brother the tour card. That was awesome.
Taking the week off this week. His brother is playing. I saw he shot 5 under yesterday.
Look out.
Fitzpatrick brothers. So you're for sure Scheffler.
Yeah, I'm Scheffler all the way. Who are you?
I'm going Spieth, I think.
Why?
I think Jordan's got this aura about him where you really don't know what's going to happen any given golf shot.
It's kind of like the really hot sorority girl that just could come unglued.
At any moment.
But because she's so psycho, she's hotter.
You have to just see what she does.
Right. And I'm referring, obviously, people are like, oh, come on, Jake. I'm talking about my fiance.
Yes. She's a hot sorority girl.
Hot sorority girl from Arizona State.
On her bachelorette trip right now.
Right now, that's right. A little unpredictable. Maybe some sparks were flying amongst 16 other girls at a bachelorette party.
16 girls are on this trip?
Yeah, you talk about hell on earth. I mean,
they're in Nashville.
Yes, and there are photos, there are videos. They're in pink cowgirl hats. She's in the white cowgirl hat.
She got the satchel,
Oh,
like the
yeah.
bride-to-be
we're
satchel.
talking as stereotypical as you could possibly get, and I love her to death. And she looks amazing, and she's having a blast. But I would rather be probably hanging upside down in a hot porta-john at the Texas Motor Speedway than on that trip.
Well, what do you have in store for your bachelor trip then? Are you going to be able to top her bachelorette trip?
I was getting made fun of on my other gig about my bachelor party because it's not crazy enough. I think it's awesome. We're playing golf in the mountains, and actually RJ Choppy is there scoping it out for me right now.
He's currently playing where
Southern
you will
Utah. I think he was doing horseback riding with his wife, Sarah Choppy, and I believe they're also doing an electric bike tour through the parks. So very cool. We are driving open door Jeeps through a self-guided tour on the second day of the bachelor party.
Wow.
In Zion
National Park?
Yes. There's red rocks, green grass. It's just immaculate. On the golf courses.
I didn't know that RJ Choppy was such a man of...
Oh, yeah. He's a rugged outdoors.
Outdoors
There's
guy.
nothing he can't do. Yep, he's the man. We're playing Sand Hollow, and the other one is Sky Mountain, which is crazy because the mountains go all the way to the sky.
In Utah?
Yes.
You're going to be that high up?
It's going to be insane.
Wow, man. Good for you and your fiance.
Yeah, well...
From the 601, of course, they're in Nashville.
Yes.
Is that the hot spot right now where every bachelorette trip goes?
They were flying there, and the pilot, I believe, said over the announcements, "Welcome to Nash Vegas." I think Nashville has overtaken Vegas as the bachelorette destination.
Why is that? Just like the country music scene and the bars, like the Broadway
I mean,
street?
Broadway is set up for...
I've never been to Nashville.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not an expert on bachelorette parties. Maybe some of our female listeners at 877-881-1053 could help us out here, but... I know Austin is a big destination for bachelorette parties now, as well. And I hate that I know all this, but
I'm starting to get questions.
Yeah. My fiance has her bachelorette party this weekend. Our sister-in-law to be had her bachelor party last weekend in Austin, but they're getting out of control. And I'm guilty of this. I have a destination bachelor party, so I can't talk a lot.
But 16 girls going to Nashville?
They're on a party bus. They went to Dolly Parton's restaurant yesterday, big rooftop. It's just, I think Nashville has created this niche in the market of being extra for just this. This is the one time in your life where you go above and beyond, extra bachelorette party. You're getting married. You're the bride. Have so much fun, because that's not my fiance's personality, but for this weekend, her 15 other best girlfriends want to do this for her to spoil her, and in a setting like Broadway in Nashville.
Does anyone go to Vegas anymore?
Yeah, I think you still get some Vegas. Peyton went to Vegas. Morning show producer, I believe, went to Vegas for his bachelor party. I
feel like growing up, and we're in our early 30s here, but
emphasis on early.
Emphasis on early. I feel like it always felt like, oh, you go to Vegas for your bachelor or bachelorette party.
I've been on
I've seen people in Colorado, like Breckenridge, Ski Town bachelorette parties, beach vibes in Florida.
I guess, this is not where I saw this segment going, and
you never know.
Yeah, I'm sure the Tolos love it, but we would go, being from Michigan, we would go to Toronto for bachelor parties because the drinking age was 19. I had a younger brother. I still have the younger brother. He's still with us, thankfully.
Good.
Parents are not. Younger brother is, so thankfully still with us. But we would go to Canada because the drinking age was 19. And if you had younger siblings that wanted to be a part of the bachelor party, Toronto, Windsor, Montreal. I never went to Montreal, but they say, stay careful, be alert in Montreal, if you will. But Toronto has it all. But I would also say the Vegas bachelor party is a one and done thing for me. And I've done it before, not for me, but I don't have that kind of stamina to be able to make a lifestyle of doing that multiple times. But, I still think the Vegas bachelor party is still very much a thing. Because, again, you have the golf, you've got, obviously, the gambling, the clubs, the shows, and everything that would lend itself to the bachelor or bachelorette party. And from the 510, it's Smashville. Girls, go get...
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do call it that.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah. No, I would agree.
Let's hope that's not happening this weekend.
Jeez, oh Pete. I know everybody's going to be that way, but this is the honest truth. I am very, very secure in making.
You should be.
Thank you. I appreciate
You
that.
should be.
And maybe that'll come to bite me in the ass.
I don't
Who
think it
knows?
will. I can speak from knowing your fiance. So
I appreciate that.
All right, well, that went off the rails a little bit. But coming up next, 2 o'clock, we will get to the NFL rumors. We'll look around the league. Let us know your thoughts, questions at 877-881-1053. That's next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105. and University on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Fan University, Hour 2 of the show. Brennan Baxter along with Jake Rietma, your college football fix here on 105.3
That's right.
Fan.
Shout out Khaki Kev playing our intro.
Found the intro, man.
That's huge.
I love hearing that.
We got big things in store for Fan University this fall.
Oh, it's going to be, year one was fantastic.
It was. It was so fun. Hopefully people, maybe it can make us feel better. 877-881-1053. Did you love Fan University in the fall?
Yeah, let us know what you thought of Fan U.
What was your favorite road trip that we
were, and think about where we were: Tempe, Provo, Lubbock,
the list
Notre
goes
Dame,
on.
Norman,
Morgantown.
South Bend, Morgantown.
Carter,
Penn State.
Carter was at Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, who went to Penn State?
Maybe I'm making that one up.
Did somebody go to Penn State?
I thought we did.
I don't know. We went to a lot.
Maybe I'm wrong on Penn State.
No. Yeah, I think you are wrong. Did somebody... We need to next year.
I guess we got to go.
Yeah,
we got to go.
We do. I think we showed a lot of love to the local teams. And why wouldn't we? We had Rhett Lashley on one of our first
Eric
coaches.
Morris was on. Now not local.
Now, yeah, Oklahoma State. Yeah.
It's still kind of local.
Oh, yeah, that was a big debate.
Mike Elko was on. Joey McGuire was on.
Joey McGuire was. They were all awesome. That was so fun. I can't wait.
Y'all gave so much love to UNT. It was great.
Yeah, we had Drew Messmaker on.
Never have that year again, but I enjoyed that.
The most underrated show on the station. And we had on all those legends.
Let's just keep saying how great we are.
Yeah,
I love it.
It was good.
I mean, the texts are just flying in. Oh, stop. Too many texts. 877-881-1053.
Everyone loves us.
This, I don't know who these people are just saying how much they love Fan University, but we appreciate it.
It was great. Well, we're not actually going to talk college football all show today. That show's on Saturday morning, starting at the end of August from 9 to noon.
Well, look forward to it.
But NFL, we're gonna get drafted here, Jake. Let's take the step. I don't know if you saw this, but Malik Willis.
I don't know if I saw the draft. I did see the draft.
You saw the draft. Yeah, no, not the draft. We got drafted to talk about NFL. But Malik Willis, new Dolphins quarterback, came over from the Green Bay Packers with his former coach, not LaFleur, but Haley's now the head coach there. Threw out the first pitch of the Miami Marlins game yesterday and sailed the baseball.
Tough scene.
Way to the right over the catcher.
I got a lot to unpack here. 877-881-1053. One, he has a glove on. Like he
throwing out the first pitch.
Yes.
Don't know if I've seen that before.
Right. Does he think he's going to get a comeback or hit at him that he needs to be like he was doing some PFP before the first pitch?
I think I've seen someone use a glove for a first pitch.
Have?
Maybe if you have a baseball background, but if he does, then that's even worse for him.
It's kind of rare, I feel.
I think it was pretty rare, but Malik tosses it over. Concern for the Dolphins. You move on from Tua, thinking you got to, you can't really get much worse than Tua there throwing ducks. But seeing your quarterback airmail a baseball,
I would say at least he sailed it, so you don't have to question the arm strength.
Yes,
right.
No
With Tua, they're always questioning the arm strength, but Malik Willis here made himself a lot of money with the season he had for the Green Bay Packers, but I think you start to have a little buyer's remorse based on what you saw from the first pitch and the inability to throw a strike. That's concerning.
And he actually had his moments. You mentioned it. Like he had moments filling in for Jordan Love last year where he looked like a franchise quarterback. And you can attribute that to some of LaFleur and his offense and making guys look good. But I mean, man, that's a problem. I know football and baseball are two different things, but still, it's 20, 30 feet. It's not like he tried rocketing that thing, dude.
Oh, yeah. He wanted to show off so badly, which I kind of love. But by the way, I've got a side text conversation going on the fan text line at 877-881-1053. I made mention in the previous segment that you got to be careful in Montreal. And this Tolo, shout out to the Tolo, the 214, asked, why do I need to be careful in Montreal? And I'll just preface this by saying I'm not a strip club guy. I'm really not. They make me uncomfortable, and we don't need to get into all that. But the Montreal strip clubs are notoriously dangerous because the women are aggressive. You got to be careful. These are all rumors. That
some
I've
guys
heard.
like that, though.
Correct. But that was what I was referring to. However, Montreal, in and of itself as a city, it's nice. It's pretty, but you just want to be careful. Is all I'll say.
What would you describe it to in an American city? Like, what is Montreal's equal?
Great question.
Great question. I can't Because I've only been once, so I'm probably not qualified to say. I've just been in Canada a lot between Windsor, Toronto, and basically Ontario. And I just don't have a lot to go off of. But maybe like a New Orleans, maybe. Because I'm trying with the French ties is all I'm going with there.
So it's like can be fun, but also stay alert.
Yeah. But it's also, there's so much French culture. Like, nobody speaks English. It's mostly French Canadian.
No, I'm confused.
Montreal.
I might be naive here, and I apologize, but I'm an American. I'm not a Canadian. What is that in Quebec? Is Quebec the same thing as Canada? I got into this conversation last night watching Montreal and Tampa Bay, and I don't know the difference.
Right. So they're called territories. While there's a lot of Canadian history going on, so they don't have states. They're called territories.
Okay.
And so your territories of Canada, they've got Ontario, which is like, the where Toronto is, where Windsor.
Here I was thinking you knew this country like the back of your hand. You didn't even tell me where Toronto's at.
No. So you need like a map.
Are you using ChatGPT right now?
Yeah, map breakdown of Canada here. So yeah, you got the provinces. That's what I'm trying to think of. Yeah,
there
Quebec is a big province.
Thank
but
you,
it's
940 and 817.
Yes, Quebec is a province, not territories. I got that wrong, guys. I got that wrong.
Okay.
That's on me. Yukon is the territory. The Yukon territory.
Okay.
And they've got the British Columbia is the farthest west territory, a province. Right, I'm confusing myself. And in Canada, that's where like Vancouver is, and then it just kind of breaks it down. You got Alberta, then that's where Edmonton is, but Ontario and Quebec are the two biggest.
Gotcha. Good to know. Awesome. Well, in other news, the Colts are not picking up Anthony Richardson's mid-year.
Speaking of Quebec,
he's not Canadian
for 2027. Is this one of the worst draft picks you've seen in a long time?
I think so.
Fourth overall.
Right. We got to start getting into the bust territory. And it also, Saskatchewan, that's the other one I couldn't think of. Yes. We have to get into the conversation of how many people saw this coming and the teams that just continue to refuse the warning signs because they fall in love with the big shiny toy that's athletic. And I don't say that derogatory in any way. Just the fact of the matter is, you look at Anthony Richardson's stats in college, he completed less than 50% of his passes. That has to be a warning sign. And I don't care if you turn on the highlight tape and you see a couple of, incredible plays and every quarterback guru thinks they can fix it. The vast majority of the population that has a brain, me being one of them, said you can't draft this guy. He's not a quarterback.
Right. That's one thing too that Indianapolis with Daniel Jones coming in, and he looks like, look, they were 8-2 last year before he got hurt. So I'm not surprised by this move, but I understand the need to take a shot at a quarterback early if you feel like you could turn him into a talent. Like if he has
everybody
a physical
wants to fix the guy.
You want to fix the guy, but it's like a Fernando Mendoza comes in, looks like a finished product almost. Like you could start him right away. He's got the tangibles. He's got the body, the size, the arm talent. Richardson, I get, like, there's few things that other guys could do as athletes on the field that him in that position, but it just never worked. And you waste a fourth overall pick on it, a first-round pick, and here you are 4 years later, the guy was subbing himself out of games.
Oh,
it just was a bad...
that's another part. The mental component
of it, too, is such a big deal when it comes to quarterback. And you've got to get that right first, and I don't know if this guy ever had it.
Right. The warning signs, that's what I mean. The warning signs were there, and the Colts just chose to ignore them.
Yeah.
And I'd also add that you have to be able to, I mean, that's part of the combine, the draft process. When you sit down with an individual, a prospective investment, you have to be able to conduct a process that yields these warning signs, or the opposite. You connect with, and I think the Cowboys did a great job with this with Caleb Downs, where they knew that player fit on so many different levels in addition to what you'll see on the field. And with the Colts conversations with Anthony Richardson, how did they not have an inkling or some warning signs that would show them that, hey, maybe not as drastic as this is a guy that's going to take himself out of a game, but he's not a guy that's going to command the huddle and lead a group of men at the highest level.
Right. Yeah, they feel like they've got that Andrew Luck curse there. They've been trying so hard to fix that position since he retired. And from the 214, this is a great point. Trey Lance was a worse decision because they gave future number ones for him, too. Number 3 overall to the 49ers.
Yeah.
That one was obviously pretty surprising, and the 49ers have been known to take chances in the draft. We see that a lot offensively, but I mean, gosh, from the 214 as well, life on the line. You taking Anthony Richardson or Jamarcus Russell? We got into the biggest buzz last week. Jamarcus Russell was a point of topic.
I'm still taking Anthony Richardson. But along the same lines with Trey Lance, here's what I'll say, and it was a terrible pick, this, that, and the other. But as a quarterback, you watch his college tape, and albeit at North Dakota State, that he was demonstrating the ability to throw the ball accurately down the field and had the skill set of a quarterback and performed at a high level. I don't know if Anthony Richardson he did in flashes, but certainly not.
There were certain moments.
Right,
like,
certainly not consistent enough. And you could say the competition with Trey Lance, this, that, and the other. But, and he didn't play a lot either in college.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because I was at Tech when Mahomes was there, and this guy, and he would make, it wasn't much fun to watch. I mean, it was fun to watch him, but it wasn't fun to watch Tech at the time. And he would make throws off 1 foot from 55, 60 yards, and you'd be like, oh, whatever, we gave up 60 points and lost the game. But he made these special throws that made scouts go, oh, wow, like I don't see anyone else doing that. But he also had that mental component, too, and it's why the Chiefs traded up. But no one took him. He wasn't the first quarterback taken. He wasn't the second quarterback taken in that draft. Like, it still took, Deshaun Watson went before him. And so there's moments where just because you have the athletic ability, you have to check so many other boxes to be a franchise quarterback, and Richardson didn't show.
Right. And there's a reason why, teams are still searching for their franchise quarterback. And I don't know the exact stats, but just the sustainability of the highest quarterbacks and what you will sell in terms of mortgaging the future to get a franchise quarterback, because there are so few of them.
100%.
Can we go back to 2023? Because I want to see, in retrospect, who y'all would have selected for the Colts. Okay, so Bryce Young went off the board, number 1 overall. We know that. C.J. Stroud, number 2. Will Anderson, number 3. So then Anthony Richardson went at 4 to the Colts. After that, you had Devin Witherspoon, Paris Johnson Jr. to the Cardinals, Tyree Wilson, Bijan Robinson to the Falcons. Were the Colts in that desperate need of a quarterback in that time?
I guess I don't know my Colts, 3D very well.
Was it Phillip Rivers that year?
It might have been. Let me see.
Well, it's definitely Phillip Rivers this year.
This year for a little bit, too. But that year, was it
He never went away.
Was it Carson Wentz? Which, was it Matt Ryan? It might have been Matt Ryan.
Yeah, Matt Ryan. The Colts.
Which 40-year-old white quarterback were they trying to put on the field?
They need to talk to, Seattle and figure out what they did to get Sam Darnold to be good.
And it looks like the Daniel Jones experiment was working. That was working for them for a little bit. But if you're asking me out of Bijan Robinson, just in hindsight, 2020, the skill that he's shown from the position would have been a fine take.
Witherspoon's been an impactful player defensively.
Jameer Gibbs went at 12, by the way.
Oh,
Gibbs,
that's right. Yeah.
So I know looking back, how desperate were you for a quarterback? I get the reach. If you have any inkling, it just felt like that guy checked maybe 1 box, and there were another 5 or 6 that clearly he did not have.
And the boxes he didn't check outweighed the 1 box that was checked
100%
with athleticism.
Yep. So also, you're going to find this one. I can't wait to get your opinion on this, Jake.
Oh, boy.
DK Metcalf got into some issue there in your town of Detroit.
Ford Field. Yeah. Hey, I'd fight Lions fans too. I get it, man. Not if I was actually.
He will not face criminal charges from that altercation that he had. Wayne County announced yesterday.
I wanted to get there's a big lawsuit with it, so I wonder if there was a settlement.
Yet I don't think it was a settlement because he's not facing charges at all. So it's not like there's not pressing charges.
Got it. Okay.
But he went. I don't like this. He went into the crowd and physically assaulted somebody.
Especially because you have to hold an NFL athlete to a higher standard than these idiot fans. I mean, it never should have. There's some security. Somebody should have prevented the fan from being that close. But it doesn't happen, to your point, if DK Metcalf doesn't go over there and engage. And I understand that it's easy for me to say, you dumb loudmouth radio hosts have no idea what it's like to play in the NFL, and that's all true. But you are an NFL athlete getting paid millions of dollars. That's a bum that gets to enjoy a Sunday game. That's the highlight of his week. Just have the self-control and refrain from doing something stupid like this if you're DK Metcalf.
Yeah. In other news, Cleveland Browns talking about quarterback decisions and problems there. Deshaun Watson, some trouble of his own. But right now, it was rumored that he might be still listed over Shedeur Sanders as a starting quarterback. Agree or disagree?
Wow.
Tough decision.
Yeah. I've been a Shedeur believer since day one.
Yeah?
No. As long as Shiloh doesn't, tell reporters to go eat a sandwich, my goodness.
Make a sandwich.
Make a sandwich.
sandwich.
Yeah. Even more derogatory. What a jerk. It's the Cleveland Browns, right? I mean, at one time, Deshaun certainly makes a lot more sense, but the Browns have, and they've done this to themselves, that you just can't even invest the bandwidth to try to understand what they might do, because it's been so bad for so long.
And that's what you talk about, figuring out the quarterback position, and a lot of teams needing to figure it out. And you look at teams like Cleveland, and they've had moments with Baker Mayfield. Joe Flacco started a playoff game for them. And you think you're getting a franchise caliber level quarterback in Deshaun Watson, and then obviously his legal problems happen, but it's hard to figure it out. I mean, here in Dallas, we hear a lot of people complain about Dak Prescott. It's like, dude, you got a guy that's throwing 30 touchdowns. You can win with that. There's a lot of teams that would take Dak Prescott.
Yes.
So it's not always your Mahomes, Josh Allen's, Joe Burrows.
Right.
There's a lot of the league that is just hoping to find stability.
For sure. Which, by the way, shout out, I know we got to end here, but shout out to the 817 who has responded at 877-881-1053 with the breakdown of the different provinces. That's a tough word for me.
Provinces.
In Canada, where from the 817... although it's all jumbled up, so I might get this wrong. I mean, just bear with me here. Canadians make up 80% Quebec. In Ontario, Toronto is the largest city and a Canadian manufacturing hub. French and English are the official language of Canada. This looks like it was copied from ChatGPT, but we appreciate that. It's all broken up. The largest French city in Canada is Montreal. All right, I was right.
There you go.
I think that's what that's saying. But, we're here on Fan University to provide your college football fix and your breakdown of the demographics of the Canadian provinces. You're welcome.
We've got a lot of versatility here.
Versatility? I think it's versatility.
Versatility.
Yeah, we don't have...
We can't spell.
Yeah, we don't
can't
have a great
talk.
vocab. Yeah,
no
we don't know how to
vocab,
pronounce
but we sure
horse.
can talk about Canada.
That's right, yes.
Well, coming up next...
Jaguars.
The Jaguars. NBA playoff update. Pistons force a Game 7. Game 7 tonight. Jason Tatum questionable. That's next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our...
CertaPro.com, and you never have to wonder about what's next. CertaPro painters gave reliable updates and communications throughout my entire process, and they will do the same for you. Check them out at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel on Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel on Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Welcome back to... Kevin's shocking me there with the Canadian national anthem coming out of break, man, in honor of our neighbors of the North, 817, with the request there for the Canadian national anthem. Kevin, did you see?
I was hoping Jake was going to sing.
I know. I was hoping Jake would sing too. He's working on something else right now, though. Did you happen to see what happened at the Buffalo Sabres game a couple days ago where they sang the Canadian anthem first in this...
Well, and the mic
goes out.
Yeah.
The crowd starts singing it. They get her a new mic, and then she just crushes.
Look, I will say this.
The anthem.
I'm not jealous of a lot of things that Canada has, but the fact that people actually sing their national anthem out loud like they're proud, that's pretty cool. And I wish we did that as Americans, because we don't. We just mumble it.
What's crazy is that it was Buffalo that was singing it out loud and belting it, which I know they're like 2 miles away from Niagara Falls.
Buffalo is
there.
basically Canada. Which, by the way, shout out to you, Khaki Kev. I know we got all kinds of things going on. We're efforting to get the
Derby on the screens.
The Canadian national anthem. Shout out to the 817. The request to come back with the Canadian national anthem. That's the kind of service you get for the Tolos here on Fan University. We aim to please. We also are team players, because I just added my personal Peacock account to the studio television in here. So if anybody wants to mess with my Peacock account, they can right here in studio, because that TV right there has my Peacock account.
Good to know, man. And I'm glad not a lot of people have Peacock. I appreciate that you...
Can't you watch The Office on there, right?
Yeah, Kev knows I'm an Office
If I didn't have
guy.
the full disc set, that's probably why I'd have it.
On DVD?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love it. I used to have it, but how do you play DVDs anymore? Oh, Xbox? PS5, yeah. I guess that's that's the only console. Like, you can't buy a DVD player anymore, can you?
I'm sure you
can. At somewhere you can.
Super cheap, too.
In the Kentucky Derby. I cannot wait. I think that's my number one bucket list, would be to announce the Kentucky Derby.
Obviously,
I'll never
you're in the
get
right
there.
industry.
Yeah.
You just got to work your way into play-by-play for horse racing.
Correct.
And I kind of forgot they do races throughout the day, too. Like, there's races going on. It's a fantastic event.
Yeah, that's why it's so fun going to the dog races, because it's the same thing. It's just race after race after race, and you're betting. You're betting nonstop.
Nonstop all day.
We used to do the dog...
Like Brendan Sorsby.
Yeah, correct. The Greyhound races would oftentimes, for spring break, would coincide with March Madness. So we'd be visiting my grandparents in Florida over spring break. March Madness on the TVs, at the tracks. You've got dog racing you're betting on during March Madness. The rare Greyhound March Madness basketball combination. Great sporting event for many years.
Sounds like a fantastic opening week.
No doubt. You got basketball on the TVs, and you got dogs running on the tracks.
Well, and you've got basketball on the TVs here as well. Detroit yesterday.
Look out!
Your Detroit Pistons cover the team there.
Yeah, basically,
they were looking in trouble for a half there against the Magic. And then some of the worst basketball I think I've ever watched. And this is coming off the New York Knicks being up 50 on the Atlanta Hawks in that Game 6 in Atlanta in the second quarter, which was also some of the worst basketball I've ever seen in an NBA playoff game. Insane.
I have never watched, and I'm 33, so people were lecturing. I put this on my social medias last night. People were lecturing me about how crazy the NBA playoffs have always been, and this always happens. But I've never seen a tale of two halves play out in real time like you had with the Pistons and the Magic last night. And let's not forget, folks, this is an elimination game. So the Pistons go down 24 points in the first half. And I know that's not some monumental, but when you take
on the road,
exactly. When you take the context of an elimination game postseason on the road. I got some numbers for you. The Pistons became the third team ever in the play-by-play era to rally from 20-plus points down at halftime when facing elimination. So this has only happened 3 times when facing elimination, and it was the largest, having overcome the second largest. The Thunder overcame a 25-point comeback in 2018, Pistons 24-point comeback last night in 2026. But it was the tale of two halves because the Pistons looked terrible in that first half. Cade Cunningham was the only semblance of an offense for the Pistons, and then the Magic looked equally bad in the second half. I'm going to say worse. They could not. Brendan Baxter, I've never seen professional athletes at their craft struggle to do what they're out there to do. Make the basket go, make the ball go in the basket.
And you saw that with Atlanta and New York. And I feel like there's a bigger question here. The NBA used to have 5 best of 5 series, sometimes best of 3, and now we're always in these best of 7 in the first round. And I get it's a game 6, but do we need it? Like, if you're getting to the point where teams can't even score, you're down 72-22 in the second quarter of an elimination game. You're up 24 at home, and then you can't even score for the better part of 20 minutes in a home game where you have a chance to close out a team. The number 1 overall seed, it's just weird.
Because admittedly, I haven't watched every.
And I'm not like
game.
watching every game.
Right, but we had that dramatic finish of Hawks-Knicks.
Game 3, I think.
Yeah, with the Hawks winning it coincided with an intermission at the American Airlines Center for Stars Wild, and some of me and some of the other media members, we like to hang out during intermission. We're just, chopping it up, catching up, me and the beat, if you will, the beat. And one of the guys had the game on, and so we all kind of huddled around and watched the last couple of minutes because it was in between periods. And I just thought, wow, this Hawks team could really do it. They could upset the Knicks for how good they looked in that game. And then I don't know what changes to look so drastically different the rest of the series.
I mean, I've never seen, when I opened up the app and I saw 72-22, I closed the app, refreshed it because I thought my CBS Sports app was wrong. Like, I've just never seen that in a playoff game. And then,
I got some other notes for you on this one, because people on the texting line, they had the fan text line have my back, and I appreciate that, because I said people were lecturing me about, this was just like 2001 Kings Lakers, this, that, and the other. But this from the 469, anyone who's telling you it's always like this is lying to you, so thank you. And from the 469, 23 straight misses for the Magic. Insane. This stat was from George Zidano, just to put it in perspective time-wise. The Magic went 45 minutes of real time between made baskets, 8:46 Eastern time to 9:31.
That's insane.
Imagine sitting in that arena for 45 minutes and the home team hasn't scored.
In the modern NBA game, too, where there is so much more of a volume of shots,
yes,
you would just think one of them would go.
One of them's got to go.
One has to go. Like, would you rather watch? I remember watching your Detroit Pistons and the Lakers, maybe it might have been the Spurs, like one of those finals games, and the final score was like 64-58 in like a 4-quarter NBA finals game. Like, I know that sounds extremely boring and slow, and like there wasn't any offense, but at least it was probably physical and entertaining and close.
Right.
I mean, to watch games like that, you're like, are these guys playing in the same league?
Yes, it's just insane. But, obviously those are some of my formative years growing up, and I loved that team, but it was just a rock fight every night.
Rock fight. Well, a game that was good, speaking of our neighbors of the North, sound like I'm in Game of Thrones right now. But the Raptors knock out Cleveland at home to force a Game 7 on, I don't know what it is with the rims in Toronto.
There's something in the rim. There's something in the water.
Something in the water up north. But R.J. Barrett with a go-ahead 3 with 1 second left to force Game 7 back in Cleveland.
He got
at least there was an interesting, exciting game last night.
Yes, he got the Pistons Magic I guess it was never. It was close when the Pistons came back and took the lead,
and then they just took it over.
Right,
yeah.
But the bounce in off the back of the iron, very similar to the Halliburton bounce in over the Knicks last year. Also, I think you might even said this, the Kawhi Leonard series winning shot was just insane. I want to say that was
2019 when they won the title.
Yeah, 2019. So you get the unpredictability of the playoffs, and for as much as we've talked about Canada on this episode, I'm glad you mentioned the Raptors forcing a game 7, because we would be remiss risk if we didn't. And the first round has just been really compelling.
Cleveland, they always seem to fall short, like since LeBron has left, and they've had good teams the last couple years, and they just can't get out of their own way at times, it feels like. If they weren't able to advance, especially with the young Pistons team or the Magic, the 8 seed, waiting for them the next round, it would feel like a really missed opportunity to get to the East Finals. And you lose to the young Raptors, who are good for the first time again in a couple years. It would just not be a good look for the Cavaliers.
That's a good point about the rest of the Eastern Conference. They had to be licking their chops because you're either the top seed is a Pistons team that has been in shambles at times. Jalen Duren has gone missing. Angel Reese is in his head. He's terrible out there. Or it's an Orlando Magic team that was an A seed and without Franz Wagner.
And think what happens tonight if Philadelphia is able to knock off Boston. Jason Tatum, questionable, might not play tonight for Boston.
Yeah.
So if the Sixers is the 7 advance to face the Knicks, and then on the other side of the bracket, you could have an 8 seed Magic and a 6 seed Toronto.
Just absolutely
crazy.
Insane.
On the western side of the bracket, as much as it pains me, Lakers found a way to knock off Houston
that's
last night.
No
but they're
more-
going to get swept by Oklahoma City.
Yeah, that's true. No more Houston Rockets TSNs, Kev. That's a big miss because that was always an easy one to do. But I'll tell you what's not a big miss. I got to give a shout out to Kid Muse, the 469, about to take Dylan to a soccer game. Let's go, Dylan. 4 goals is the minimum. I expect Dylan to score 4 goals. He's that kind of guy. He's a dog out on the soccer field.
Beautiful day to watch some
On the
soccer
pitch,
outside
yes.
on the pitch.
On the pitch, if you will. The kits, I think, is what the uniform's called.
Okay.
A soccer, like a hockey.
Oh, a kit?
Yes.
KIT?
KIT, yes. Not kilt. That is, what the
that's
Scottish wear, yes.
Yeah.
The Alma Scots.
Don't you have one of those?
I do, yes. I have a kilt, and the Alma Scots head football coach, Jason Couch, wears a kilt on the sidelines for every home game.
Wow.
Every game, actually.
Every
home
game?
or away, yeah. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
R.I.P. to the sports science guy. He would have told us cool stats about that Toronto shot.
Oh, the ESPN.
John Brankus.
Yeah, man. I look
RIP.
forward to that all the time.
I love sports science, and John Brankus would, he'd have some wild comparison.
It was awesome.
Calvin Johnson can run 40 yards faster than a jaguar, chasing down its prey. I love that.
That was good. That was really good.
We took a deeper look at what Calvin Johnson, his catch radius, is wider than a 2-story bus in Africa.
That's a very good.
R.I.P. John Brankus.
I miss it, man. I miss it. From the 214, didn't the Rockets lose to Golden State? I think that was like the Harden, Chris Paul era where they missed like 30 straight 3-pointers, something like that. Where they they just couldn't hit anything.
I was a student at Northwestern. Yeah, Jake, did you go to Northwestern? I did. Medill School.
You've only mentioned it once on the show so far.
I still have my student ID. That is a thing students from Northwestern do. You carry your Evanston ID around with you that shows you are a true Northwestern student. Such a flex. But I remember watching that Houston Rockets team just thinking, like, not that they quit, but almost became a bit. They were missing so many 3-pointers.
Wow. Well, if you had to guess right now, Game 7, you've got Sixers Celtics tonight. You've got your Pistons tomorrow. Who's coming out of those 2 Game 7s?
You do not go into the Motor City in a Game 7 and survive. The Magic, their ship has sailed. They are broken. The body language on Paolo Banchero is understandably in shambles. It's a mess. No Franz Wagner. They've got just a whole world of problems. I think Desmond Bane's kind of a punk. I'd like him if you were on my team. He's chippy, this, that, and the other, but give me the Pistons. And then tonight, I mean, if Missoula's team loses, I would be fearful for my life in that locker room. Like, he's just crazy
He is an
enough.
angry guy.
Yes.
Scary.
And I know he's a big... he's a Christian, one of us, and a big believer in that sense, but he's a little unhinged as well.
Yeah.
So I like the Celtics.
I'm a little unhinged. We all can get
exactly.
Well, coming up next, it's the Kentucky Derby time. We're going to walk through the horses, give our picks and predictions, bets, and some of the best Kentucky Derby traditions next on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for all
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Happy first Saturday in May to all those that celebrate. You're listening to 105 Through the Fan, Brennan Baxter, alongside my partner, Heated Rivalry, Jake Rietman.
That's right. It's
looking good. Looking good in a nice, clean blazer in honor of the Kentucky Derby,
That's right.
man.
I got my pocket square. My fedora is very difficult to wear with headphones. So
yeah, you've struggled with that a little bit the last 40 minutes. I've seen you tinkering over there.
I've tried the. If you're watching on the fan cam, or if you're driving around wondering what a fedora is, this is my Kentucky Derby fit, if you will. It's not all out, and we have the Kentucky Derby on right now in studio. Hopefully, we don't get shadow banned from YouTube again for having something on.
I got you
behind us. But you're seeing all the different fits at the Kentucky Derby, and I posed this question. I want to pose it again, 877-881-1053. If you go to the Kentucky Derby, and they had different categories. They had, main character energy. They had the polka dots. They had the very bright colors. You've seen a little bit of everything, and that's the fun part is there's really no guardrails to follow. You can wear whatever you want and just get wild with it and have a good time. And that's what I love about the Kentucky Derby, as I believe Brennan Baxter just took a still photo of me as I have the fedora and baby blue blazer on with the pink shirt. And it's not like 100% all out, but it's putting in the effort,
You put in the effort. I mean, you just look so good with the fedora on top of the microphone or the headset there for you, man. You're looking ready. Well,
who we got? Oh, we got Rob Gronkowski's there. Fred Warner's there. He's in like the banana color. Joakim Noah
is there.
Significant other. Oh, you gotta have a hat. I don't like just the bow and the hair. If you're a woman. Oh, man, am I a woman? If you're a woman, you got to have, I think you go all out with the hat, right?
Yeah, I think you got to go with the complete. Mike Tirico, the legend, your favorite guy.
Oh, yeah.
You love
Michigan
Mike Tirico.
Guy, close personal friend. Listen to my play-by-play tape once. It got me pretty far.
Well, it is a great Saturday, and so we wanted to go through Renegade right now. It's a 152nd Kentucky Derby.
Let's go.
20 horses taken track. Renegade is entered as a favorite, 4-1 odds. Interesting fact here, though, that he's selected for the first post position, ironically enough, but there has not been a horse to win from the inside rail since 1986.
That's insane.
So if you're looking to bet Renegade here in a couple hours, he'd be doing something for the first time in 40 years if he's able to win from that post position. So even though he's a favorite, odds aren't really in his favor there from that spot.
I've also said this about the Kentucky Derby. It's my dream to announce it one day, and just with the different horses and all the names, and it's Renegade who has a 5-stroke lead, or So Happy, Chief Wallaby, Emerging Market. But I'd also love to be the reporter that gets to interview the jockey that wins while they're on the horse and they're bouncing up and down. But I also would caution anybody to just pick the favorite, because it's when you're handicapping horses, there's so many different factors at play here, and I like to sometimes just choose the horse with the best name.
That's where I was going next. So you got Renegade listed at 1. There's some cool names. You got Litmus Test at 434-1 odds.
Now I believe Litmus Test is owned by legendary trainer Bob Baffert.
Yeah, and he tends to win a lot.
Right. He's one that is no stranger to the gray area, if you will.
Right. You've got Robusta.
Oh, I love
50-1 odds. The Great White, 29-1 odds. The Great White.
I think that's the show on before us. Don't they privy it as
White Boy Radio?
White Boy Radio,
or
brand it as.
That's what they do.
That's their thing.
Interesting. Golden Tempo, 36. So these are some cool names at the bottom of the odds list. If you're looking to pick your coolest name based off maybe the highest value, you got Incredibolt at 27-1.
Okay.
Incredible. It's incredible. It ends at the I and then bolt is at the end of it. That's right. Incredibolt.
That's interesting.
And Chief Wallaby.
I like that one.
9-1. You have had some scratches. The Puma at 8-1. Silent Tactic at 38-1 was a late scratch. Right to Party was also a late scratch. How about Dane and Bourbon? Maybe you picked the Bourbon name.
I was just going to say that
odds of being
that makes a lot of sense to pick a horse that has ties to
Bourbon in Kentucky. He's got 14-1 odds, so he's got a decent shot at winning this thing. The payout, by the way, $3.1 million.
Jeez.
Which, by the way, to the winner.
Will Chambers was talking about this, that the horse Further Ado, 6-1 odds to win this has been scratched, but I haven't seen that anywhere. I don't think that was correct from Will Chambers. I guess it was his guy that texted him, but at the same time, I think you can still.
And who's
bet.
this guy? How do we know who is this guy?
We need to vet.
We don't
his
know
guy.
this guy.
You're right. So this is Fan University providing accurate information. Yeah. It's up to this point.
We need 2 to 3 sources.
That's right.
For it to be a known fact. To your point on Bob Baffert, he's got litmus test is his, and then
he's got a second
Potent. Potent. Is that how that's at Potente?
Yes.
Potente.
19-1 odds.
19-1 odds. So, who are you going? Where are we going with this?
I was going to go Further Ado because I like the name. Obviously.
Okay.
I like to pick a favorite that's not the favorite. I feel like that's always.
And he's got what, the 3rd best odds?
Yes. And
he's right there with Commandment.
Oh
it's
yeah,
7-1. That's
also
a cool
good
name.
Yeah, I also, you can't really predict it until you're closer to race time. And usually, in my experience, the closer I get to race time, the more bourbon I've had. And
not today though.
Of course not. It becomes more and more blurry, and a lot of times the hardest challenge for me at Kentucky Derby parties is being conscious enough to make an educational and insightful bet before the race, because there's been plenty of races I didn't quite make it to.
So you've been to a bunch of Kentucky Derby parties. I've never been to a Kentucky Derby party, where someone's hosting one. I've never.
It's a lot of fun. If I'm still gainfully employed in the Metroplex, I'll have one next year.
I would love that.
And we'll make, again, it's just so fun because you don't have to watch anything until the fastest 2 minutes in sports.
So, yeah, that's great. So from the 972, litmus test by 3 lengths. Inside info. Ooh, so the 972's got some inside info there.
I like that. Is that the same guy Will had?
Might be. We need 2 more sources from the 972 to prove it to be accurate.
Correct. I think emerging is compelling here too. 19-1 odds, and you could just say he's emerging. That's kind of fun. But I also think some bettors like to think that they can follow, the success they've had. There's
coming in.
Right, Arkansas Derby. There's one in Florida, and I don't know enough about horse racing to say, this is one that you really got to put some stake into. But the handicappers certainly do.
Yeah, and I believe, had Renegade won, I believe he won the Arkansas Derby coming in as well, too. So typically there was like this one horse that just completely takes over the scene a month leading into, and that's who they really prop up to bet. I might be going Dane and Bourbon here, man.
Do it.
14-1 odds. I like the Bourbon play.
Yeah, the race, somebody texted in from the 972. What time does the race actually start?
5:57.
5:57 Central Time.
Central Time.
6:57 Eastern Time. So see what I mean? You got to make it long into the night to be able to handle.
And coverage is on now. So it's like if you're starting the party, you're probably starting it at what? Like 12:30, 1 o'clock. The other races are going on. So that's a 5-hour window of mint juleps. And,
right.
Yeah, I can see how that can get tough.
It can get
and
really
you're not
tough.
a big bourbon guy.
Right.
So that can be really difficult for you.
The first Saturday in May, I'm a bourbon guy. And because I I love nothing more than to be a part of the pageantry of it all, the camaraderie of it all. And someday I do want to go to the Kentucky Derby.
Should we go next year, live show from the Kentucky Derby?
Yeah, well, we've been saying, I said next year
we are a traveling band here.
Right, we'll do a party, but maybe that party will be at the Kentucky Derby.
I'm sure the radio station would allow us to go do that. You're dressed for it. What about what are the lowest odds you would go here? Like if you're looking at let's see who has so Pavlovian 52-1 odds.
So I used to have this fun tradition.
Would you be the guy that would go low? It looks like it moved up. Robusta is now at 78-1 odds.
I used to do this thing where I would take one of the horses with the worst odds and just do a couple of exotic bets with that horse for like $1. And if any of them won, you're paying out. Like, it's such crazy long shot odds, which, by the way, we should do a little betting education when it comes to horse racing. So bear with me here. But you have your, you have your straight bets, which are relatively simple when you pick the horse to finish first. You've got your place bet. Your horse must finish first or second, which can be confusing. You think place, it's not first, second, or third. It's just first or second. Show is your horse must finish first, second, or third. So one of the bets I would do often is take a favorite just to show. And that's one of those meat and potato bets where you feel like the chances of one of the favorites to at least show first, second, or third is you're playing really safe. You're just trying to see one go in,
I gotcha. So latest update, So Happy and Commandment have actually overtaken Renegade for the top spot.
Oh, I bet that has a lot to do with the placement because he's in the furthest stall, right?
Yeah, that probably might be why. And then Further Ado, they still have him listed at 6-1. So I don't know what Will's guy was saying. The horse is looking good on the TV right now.
Yeah, he has not been scratched. All right, other exotic bets with higher payouts, less odds. It's more of a long shot, if you will. You can go with the Exacta, which is predicting the first and second place finishes in exact order. So it's not which horse will finish, first or second. You got to get the first horse and the second horse. So that is very, very challenging. I hit it once in my life, though.
Really?
Yes. It would have been 20. Gosh, we were golfing. My brother's birthday is today, and oftentimes his birthday falls the first Saturday in May, and I was so excited when that bet hit. Trifecta, predict first, second, and third place finishers in exact order. Superfecta, if you predict the top 4 finishers in exact order. I would always do a bet where I wanted to try to, create generational wealth by correctly predicting the superfecta of predicting the top 4 finishers. I've never won that before.
Wow.
You can do the Exacta Trifecta box, which covers all combinations for your chosen horses. So that gives you a little bit better chance to win because your horse can get first or second, your horse can get second or first. It doesn't have to be in the exact order. Daily Double, pick 3, pick 4, pick 5, so on and so forth. Select winners across consecutive races. That's why if you're there all day, you can get in on some Daily Double action.
From the 214, what kind of odds will Brendan, my name is Brennan, but we'll let it slide, a.k.a. the fan loan shark, give me on Usain Bolt? You'll get a killer deal from me.
The
lending money
shark.
lender here on this side.
Why don't we sharken?
Yeah, let's go. If you get my name right, I will give you...
hell of an April.
Yes, it was a great April. If you get my name right, I will give you a guaranteed deal you can't refuse.
Come on, Brennan.
Awesome, man. Well, coming up at the top of the hour, we got a Jake take. What's up, store, Jake?
I got to say this, get it off my chest a little bit. Why are we treating this man like he's a victim? That's next on the Jake Take 105.3, The Fan.
Take us with you. University on 105.3 The Fan.
And it is time for the most electrifying man in DFW.
Jake Riepma. He's the only hope. He's the only injection that we could count on.
He's a tree. Bobby's wrong. He's a tree.
He's not some walk-on scrub, Yost. The boy's a player. He's a star.
Someone said football, so I come running. What's going on, everybody?
What is going on? It's the Jake Take on a Saturday afternoon. Good afternoon, Metroplex. 3 o'clock, getting closer and closer to the Kentucky Derby. Jake Riepma alongside Brennan Baxter. Khaki Kev flawless in the first 2 hours, as we expect. We've got 2.5 hours to go until Rangers baseball looking to make it 3 wins in a row. They own the Detroit Tigers, my Detroit Tigers. But hey, I'm all for some Rangers victories, especially on the road. 1-run game, showing a little gritty effort, comeback win, back-to-back doubles last night. Osuna coming through in the 8th to steal one at Comerica
May's going to
Park.
be a great month for Texas.
It's going to be,
I just
May.
feel it.
Absolutely. By the way, I think it's going to be May Justin Timberlake memes are at a decrease this year. I didn't see as many as normal.
I haven't seen one yet.
Have you seen one before?
No.
Oh. I just always felt like that's such an overused meme.
I've never seen that meme.
Kev,
nope.
You've never seen the Justin Timberlake?
Nope. You're aging yourself
man.
here.
I'm not going to lie.
We're
The
younger
only
than
thing I see of Justin Timberlake meme worthy is him just getting arrested or pulled over.
Oh, yeah, he got arrested.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, but it's the Jake Take right here on 105.3 The Fan. As always, encourage you to get involved at 877-881-1053. It's not new, but we have to talk about it. It's the first time we've been on since the developments in the Mike Vrabel, Dianne Rossini scandal of epic proportions. But the problem I have, my Jake Take on this, is why on God's green earth is Mike Vrabel being treated like he's overcome this adversity and he's some kind of hero and had such a rough go at it, to the tune of giving him a standing ovation when he's back addressing the media for the first time? You saw that, right?
I did see this.
What are we doing?
You know, it reminds me of like Tiger Woods. This guy had arguably the worst personal scandal of any prominent athlete.
And it was all self-induced. He was doing
self-induced.
Yeah,
and
he's on all kinds of painkillers and banging a bunch of chicks.
The moment this guy re-arrived on scene at in 2012, 2013, it was like,
we're rooting for you, brother.
We're with you. Yeah. We're with you. And so I think all it proves to me is that anyone in authority in sports, player or coach, winning cures all sins.
Oh, it absolutely.
And so here's a guy that just came off the Super Bowl, is going through a publicity crisis on his own life, but is still a Super Bowl coach and former player who won Super Bowls with New England. They're going to love him there regardless.
And it's totally hypocritical.
It's so hypocritical.
But the one that got me, and Khaki Kev, I'm going to need you here, the one that got me that was so double palms in the air, what are we doing, was Drake May. And I like Drake May. And I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. He's a great quarterback.
Yep.
And so athletic, led his team to the Super Bowl, everything else. But when he was asked about the scenario, the notion that he presented of, we're here for Coach, man. We're going to help him get through this. You know, he's been cheating on his wife for 6 years. Here's the actual cut. It's Drake May, cut number 3.
Yeah, we're here for Coach. We love Coach. You know, what he does for us, what he's done for us this past year. You can't speak into words, and just, thankful he's our head coach, and he's doing some stuff off the field and out of the coaching world, but, we're here for him, and I know he's going to come back.
Some stuff off the field.
He's doing some stuff off the field, all right.
Yeah, I mean, hook up when you want to, Coach.
We're here for you, Coach.
We're here for you. Go do whatever you want outside the office, but come back in. We'll have your support.
So there's that soundbite, and there's the standing ovation, and I just... And again, maybe I'm being, too...
No, you're not.
Too much of...
You're not.
Thank you. That's why we have a heated rivalry. But 877-881-1053. Can someone help explain to me why Mike Vrabel is being treated like a victim in all of this?
I want to be careful where I go with this, but I would assume that the initiation, because this is just my opinion, probably came from him, right? Like, is Rossini really going to... I don't know. Like, did he just succumb to Diana Rossini? I don't think so. Right? Like, I think Vrabel probably was like really interested in this. Like,
it takes two to tango. Absolutely.
And then when the picture, what makes this worse is when the picture came out of them at a bar like 5 or 6 years ago.
Yes.
So it looks like this has been going on now, off and on, whatever.
Right.
But this started half a decade ago. It looks like. And so I don't know, man. This guy's, it's fishy. He's been obviously pursuing Diana Rossini for a while. He is at fault here, too. I know Rossini gets the rap because she's the reporter and looks like she's doing some fishy stuff within the business. But Vrabel, he laid his bed quite literally as well, too.
Yeah, and we're here for you, coach. And the standing ovation is just, But
doesn't mean he should be fired.
No.
It's a moral issue, not an ethical one in the workplace, but...
Right. The other part of this saga that continues, the strange twist in the Diana Rossini being a hero story. Remember, it was several days after, maybe 3 or 4 after she officially resigned from the Athletics, that she then was involved in some kind of heroic effort to save someone from a car accident when they were trapped in a vehicle. And I've read way too much on this, but there's a new story around the actual validity of that report on page 6. And a new tipster said that while Rossini had indeed come into the street to help with the crash, it was the tipster's husband, not Rossini, who had freed the driver and his dog by ripping open the canvas roof of the Jeep. The tipster added that Rossini had merely held the dog's leash after the pet had been released from the wreckage. And the tipster insisted that Rossini most certainly had not scaled the car. Now, the next line, sadly, the alleged man of the hour declined to speak with page 6. So this is very much a he said, she said.
It looks more and more like a PR stunt for Diana Rossini's part, don't you think? I mean, this kind of feels like if she didn't actually do anything but happened to be on the scene, her team spun it in a way that would make her feel like a hero to just kind of minimize the scandal.
I kind of picture that song, like, there goes my hero. And it's Rossini just rising up with a dog's leash.
Yes.
And there's actually...
At least she's taking care of the dog.
Yeah, the dog's leash. Apparently
not even the dog.
Yeah, the
just
tipster.
the leash.
Yeah. The tipster insisted on that. But it's just a wild, wild story. And I know we keep talking about it. It's a little different with Fan University. You know, we're on once a week, so there's going to be an accumulation of stories that took place over the week that we then reignite and give new oxygen to. But at the same time, they've done nothing to diminish this story and be done with it.
Yeah, it just seems like people want to keep talking about it, and it's going to be a story because we're in the offseason right now of the NFL.
Yes.
When OTAs start, when summer camp starts, when fall camp starts, when we get into the preseason, all that's going to be around the New England Patriots, and this is a team coming off of the Super Bowl, this is your defending AFC champions, is going to be this story. Like, this isn't going away. And I imagine more will come to light over the next 4 to 5 months as people continue to dig about it leading into the year.
It's Jake's Takes on Fan University, 105.3 The Fan. We might have the all-time biggest hypocrites now. Even bigger than the hypocrites of the gambling companies and the NCAA and everything else that says one thing and does another. I take you, and this is a segment, I should have teased this, for all the Aggies out there, all you Texas A&M Aggies, gig 'em. Can you please explain to me what is happening at Kyle Field in College Station tonight? 877-881-1053. We'll give a couple of minutes for the Tolos to text in because what's happening to that stadium, and I put the tweet on there, they are digging up the prestigious grounds at Kyle Field and putting a baseball diamond in the stadium so that the Savannah Bananas and the Texas Tailgaters can take over with banana ball on Kyle Field. Now, this is the same hallowed grounds that you're not allowed to touch during the ring ceremony or as some Texas A&M students put it, they will shoot at you. I don't think they actually shoot at you. But
don't put it past them.
Yeah.
2 weeks later, they're digging up the entire hallowed grounds for Banana Ball.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this, too, if you can't see the video, the entire left field is not existent. Like, there's barely an outfield. And maybe you don't need it in Banana Ball, but it's not like this is a very... They're kind of putting it into the corner of the field. Like, there's not much of a... There's not much room.
Yeah, the dimensions are very
off.
Odd.
I love how the tweet that you put on our... I don't know if you probably don't know this, but do you know who Coyote Raider is? It's a Texas Tech burner account.
I saw you had 2,000 followers.
Yeah, Coyote Raider, shout out.
Don't touch the grass during the ring ceremony or we will shoot you. But 2 weeks later, we're going to dig it up for the entire thing for the circus. Which is a very valid point.
I mean, and they really do. I mean, it's completely changed. Here, we got some text coming in on this, too.
They didn't dig up anything, idiot. It's a baseball field on top of the football field. You're a moron. That's from IndyCar Tim.
Come
Tim,
on, Jake.
I agree with you, actually. Very, very... I've been called worse than a moron, but I've been called a moron.
But the point is, whether they've dug anything up or not, they say don't touch. It's from don't touch the grass to like we can completely alter the grass. That's really the case here, right?
Yeah. And God forbid we have a little fun during Jake's takes. I'm sorry, IndyCar Tim, that we clearly struck a nerve with making fun of Texas A&M a little bit.
What year do you think IndyCar Tim graduated from Texas A&M?
Well, as somebody who also loves to yell at clouds, I don't mind it if he's old man, get off my lawn. This is from the 630. Notre Dame fans are the worst, but A&M fans give them a run for their money. The outfield is off in dimensions on purpose. See, I don't know Banana Ball.
Yeah.
In fact, great friend of the program, Fan University's biggest supporter that we'll talk to later on today, Jared Sandler, ahead of Rangers Tigers, gave me such a hard time for being anti-Savannah Bananas when he was like, you realize what they're doing is just unprecedented as far as ticket sales, as far as the popularity, the following of it all. And to talk down upon that, he would agree with IndyCar Tim that I am, in fact, an idiot. I'm a moron. And I don't disagree with any of that. I'm saying it's not for me. It's for a lot of people. Like when the Savannah Bananas, Banana Ball, when they come to Arlington, it's already sold out. They sold out in like 30 seconds. So it's insane. People love the Savannah Bananas. I'm not saying that's not something to love. I'm saying it's not for me. I don't get it.
I understand what they're doing. It still feels like baseball at its core. It's like America's pastime. It's a tradition. It's the game. Baseball represents tradition, in my opinion. Savannah Bananas is obviously adding a whole different entertainment element to that. Great for some. If you just are a purist in your natural form of wanting to just watch baseball, probably not for you.
Right.
That's what you are.
Yeah, I'm a purist. That's me all the way. Yeah, there is no doubt about it. I will also add that I never want to tell anyone. This is I got to be so careful. I don't want to tell anyone how to spend their discretionary income. And if you're entertained by it, and kids love it, they do.
Yeah.
And I don't have kids. I am a cool uncle. I'm one of the not as cool as my brother. He's a cooler uncle, but I really think I have the cool uncle thing down. And if my nieces and nephew wanted to go to the Savannah Bananas, absolutely, I'm all in. But without them, like if in 877-881-1053, if you're not brought to the Savannah Bananas by a kid or some other force, as an adult, what is it that's appealing about it?
See, now here's an interesting point that I will say. My wife and I were actually talking about this, and there is a former Broadway star. His name is Derek Klena, who is a former college baseball player, and he is now pitching for the Savannah Bananas. And my wife loves Broadway musicals. Okay? And so he came out like singing Phantom of the Opera. He's like singing as his intro onto the mound, I guess. My wife, guess what she asked if we'd want to go in August to? Savannah Bananas. I could barely get her to sit through. We had season tickets at the Rangers a couple years ago.
Yes,
I
she's
could
not loving
barely get her to sit through a baseball game. But Derek Klena pitching for Savannah Bananas, and my wife is all about it.
Interesting.
And so but the question then is, if that gets you into the door to watch that, would it in turn make that adult who otherwise probably wouldn't watch baseball go to a baseball game? I don't think so.
I don't.
It's
so
just
different
so different
than a baseball
Are
game.
you really growing baseball in that point?
Yeah, that was Sandler's argument to me. And again, I'd like to think I'm certainly not the smartest person in the world, but I like to think I have the intellectual capacity to grasp that it's successful and totally acknowledge it. I'm not saying it's not successful.
But is it growing the sport?
Right. I think you can draw a clear distinction between banana ball, I call it banana ball, and baseball. And I would also go as far to say that I don't want my kid, if he's into baseball, to be taking elements of banana ball and trying to integrate them with baseball. I don't want backflips,
like doing a TikTok dance
and
on
fire
third
juggling
base
and dance. I do that at the circus. Do that at your TikTok Savannah banana fire breathing tailgate beard. That's all great.
Broadway
but
singing.
Yeah, it's not baseball. If I'm a kid that plays baseball, I want him to learn the fundamentals, learn what makes baseball America's pastime.
I think I agree with you.
Thank you.
Because I did watch the Savannah Banana game on ESPN a couple months ago, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. Like, these guys are actually good. Like, I think some pitcher threw like a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and I'm like, oh, that's a heater.
Yeah.
Like, that guy obviously played. Some dude hit a 400-foot home run. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's not like it's bad players, but they're guys that otherwise wouldn't make it in the MLB. I'm reading this text from the 682.
I'm not listening to you. I'm reading the text. I'm sorry.
I'm just seeing this too.
We'll start with the 940-194. I looked at tickets for the Bananas when they're here. 3 tickets in the upper deck for $856. That's insane.
That's probably resale though, because they have a waiting list where the tickets aren't that bad. That's more than likely resale prices.
And I understand it's entertainment because there's a text here from the 817. It's literally entertainment. I agree. It's. I don't understand why, and people are saying this is the idiot, the dumbest take, and maybe that I have a lot of those.
So what's the dumbest take? What's the take?
Right, what's my take? It's not for me. I acknowledge everything that makes them successful.
It's just not. It's not. I don't think it's growing the game of baseball.
Correct. And again, we started this segment being funny, and they're digging up Kyle Field.
Now people are getting mad at us.
People are like, it's a Saturday afternoon. It's not that serious.
Everyone's always mad at us.
And I said this too in my argument. It's just like the Harlem Globetrotters, and I forget the pushback I got because we were in a group setting. It was me, Sandler, a couple other people, and there was one guy that was just it's not the Harlem Globetrotters. Did you ever watch the Harlem Globetrotters? And admittedly, like once or twice, but I guess theirs was the same gimmick over and over again. So,
well, the Harlem if I might be wrong, but the Globetrotters, I believe that was a fixed outcome against the Washington Generals all the time. Banana ball with like the league they're developing, I think like the Texas Outlaws can beat the Savannah Bananas. I don't think that the Bananas win every game.
Yeah, and there's like a firefighter team.
There's like 6 teams, 8 teams maybe now. I mean, I know it's growing. Like, I know they want to build a banana ball league, and that's fine, but I think that's a difference.
But that's like then you get into the WWE
like
wrestling.
What's real.
Scripted. Yeah, like you have.
But that's the thing. I don't know if it's scripted.
I think it is.
But I don't think I don't think the Savannah Bananas win every game.
Okay.
Is what I might be wrong. Someone let me know.
I guess and again, that's we're way over time.
We can continue it.
Let's talk hockey. Enough of this banana ball stuff. But the distinction between if I'm a player for the Savannah Bananas and I'm supposed to do something funny and gimmicky and do a backflip, or I'm supposed to throw it to first to get the guy out, if there's standings and a scoreboard, I'm throwing it to first to get the guy out. I'm trying to win the game.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you can like have a foul ball if it's caught by a fan, that's an out. Which that's kind of interesting. I like that. I like that gimmick. I'm just not there for all of them.
Yeah, from the 214, the hype is crazy, though. Oh, and this is a follow-up, too. It's like the circus or Harlem Globetrotters, fun for the whole family, but you're not going to go with bros over an actual game. The hype is crazy, though. So, yeah, I guess it's a fun, frank, honest discussion that apparently, again, I struck some nerves, and I am an idiot. But that being said, let's talk some hockey. Future of the Dallas Stars. What do you do? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you.
to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber Internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Let's talk some hockey. Unfortunately, Jake
so
Riepma,
depressing.
we
It's
will
so
not be
depressing.
talking a second-round matchup for the Dallas Stars today, but there are still some intriguing matchups. The Buffalo Sabres advanced out of the first round for the first time.
Yeah,
in
they're
almost-
a wagon. Good for them.
Yeah, man, what a series. And they lost twice on home ice as well, too, in Buffalo. Those fans have been going crazy. They're awaiting the winner of Tampa Bay and Montreal, our esteemed Montreal.
Yeah,
we know where it
we've
is
been
now.
talking a lot
It's a
of Montreal.
province in Canada.
That's right. Not a territory. I had that
Not
wrong.
a territory, a province. But
And
Dave-
I did have it right to be careful in Montreal, depending on where you frequent. But what a series that's with Tampa Bay, back and forth, snip, snap, and the Lightning stave off elimination with a 1-0 win last night in Montreal. So the series now shifting back to Tampa Bay for the two best words in sports. Game 7.
Game 7, yeah. Buffalo waits the winner of that. We had, was it 2 weeks ago, the Ottawa Senators and that hype song that they had for some fan. It was one of the worst things you could ever hear, that I've heard in terms of, I forgot what song it was.
It was
off of.
Oh, it was
Eminem,
such,
8 Mile, right?
Yeah, yes.
8 Mile?
It was, no, it wasn't, was it Slim Shady?
Yeah, it was one of those. But anyways, they got swept.
Please stand up. Yeah, and they shipped them off.
We projected them to get swept.
Yes, they shipped him off to Canada. The guy that sang that as a follow-up.
So they get the Flyers, and so that sets up the eastern side of things. Do you feel like Minnesota's got a shot against Colorado? They swept LA. They've been resting, sitting. That game is tomorrow. I mean, Minnesota's coming right off.
I love how the NHL playoffs don't wait
At all.
There's a game 1 tonight, Flyers, Hurricanes.
Yeah, that's
while
tonight.
we still have game 7s going on in the first round.
So Buffalo will be waiting an extra day or two, and then you've got the Avalanche who swept the Kings. They've been sitting there waiting. Minnesota comes off the physical series against Dallas, and game 1 just starts like that tomorrow. I feel like Colorado's got a huge advantage here.
Oh, yeah, they've just been sitting at home. I mean, the LA Kings were a joke of a team. The Pacific Division was a pillow fight the whole time. Oh, is this is the Senators song?
I think this was it, yep.
Yes. Sends are back. They created a monster, all right. It was that guy, and they sent him out. And, Brady Tkachuk had a tough series, a lot of penalty minutes, 0 points, 0 production. And it's funny because Brady Tkachuk takes a lot of heat from his own fan base, and it feels like the rest of the NHL, maybe not the rest of the NHL, but given the success he's had with Team USA and as a face of hockey, one of the pillars of this current NHL, one of the best players, his own fan base is trying to get rid of him because he just hasn't shown up bigly in big games. But there's a lot of teams that would be lining up at the door for Brady Tkachuk.
Yeah, certainly. So you've got Vegas and Anaheim on that western side there with Colorado and Minnesota.
Oh, our Mammoth.
The poor Utah Mammoth,
first playoff appearance.
They had a good couple games.
Yeah.
Won a couple.
And they just let 2 get away in overtime. They had a lead in one of them and were knocking on the door of an upset over the Vegas Golden Knights, but to no avail. However, I think, and we saw Vegas do this, expansion teams in the NHL having success early is certainly something to build off of. And I'm not in Utah enough. I'll be there for my bachelor party.
Yep.
But I think it would be neat if Salt Lake City started to emerge. You got the Utah Jazz there and the Mammoth. It seems like a really good environment for hockey. I believe they're getting a new arena. So things are in place for the Mammoth to be back.
And then I saw RJ Choppy tweet a potential expansion MLB team
to Salt Lake City.
I think there were 8 cities mentioned, and I saw RJ tweet if he did a process of elimination tweet, and it ended up like this would be Salt Lake City that would open up based off regionality, market. So it's a great city. If you've ever been to Salt Lake City, I mean, they've got the University of Utah there, so they do have some football as well in the area.
Yeah, I stayed in Salt Lake City. It's Provo's about 40 minutes. and it's just a beautiful area. I'm a sucker for all of it. So
right now, when you're looking at this, we'll put Tampa and Montreal in one bucket, and then the winner plays Buffalo. Who do you got advancing out of the second round out of these matchups?
Yeah, I think Carolina beats Philadelphia, and if you're looking for a team in the East to, I guess, quote unquote, support or at least follow, you got Logan Stankoven for Carolina, former Dallas Star. Rob Brynnemer's gotten this Carolina team really close, but they've never gotten over the hump. They've been a really good regular season team, and the atmosphere in I guess I say it weird, but in Raleigh is
Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah, Raleigh, and Raleigh is super fun. So that's a fun team to support. And I do think they're really good, and everybody can root against Filthy. I mean, the Flyers are really young. They've got guys that were playing in college hockey not long ago that all of a sudden are making an impact in the NHL playoffs. But Buffalo's hard to root against, too. The history, and they waited so long. It had been almost 14 years since they were in the playoffs, so they broke the longest streak, and now all of a sudden have a chance to really make some noise.
Yeah, I'd love to see Buffalo. It just feels like in terms of the most feel-good story, you could make the argument for Minnesota, considering they hadn't won a playoff series in forever, but we're not going to root for the Wild, right?
Of course not. They're arrogant.
So,
they say they're the state of hockey. I don't know about all that. Minnesota's the state of hockey.
In my mind, the most fun story to piggyback off of and kind of bandwagon here would be the Buffalo Sabres. Mm-hmm. The fans out there, just with how much depression they've gone through in their history with the Bills.
Yeah, you know that very well.
I know that very well. I've got family. My uncle's a huge Sabre guy. We were texting last night. He was celebrating. But what's interesting about the Western Conference here is Anaheim, they've got a sneaky, young, fun team to watch. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see the Ducks make a run and potentially knock off. I mean, Vegas potentially too. I know they're maybe not ready yet, but then if they got to Colorado, it feels like it'd be too big a mountain to climb, but you never know. I feel like that'd be the story in the Western Conference I'm watching the most.
No, 100%. The Ducks, though, with their rebrand to the orange uniforms, makes it impossible. The part of the rebrand has been amazing. They get the old school logo back, the mask, all that's great, but I just don't love the orange. And I know I'm getting, I guess, nitpicky, but the purple and turquoise was just so Ducks, and when you bring back the old Ducks logo, you need the nostalgia to carry over to the color wave as well. And I know I'm giving too many details on that, but from the 9-0-1, Colorado is walking away with this thing easily. I don't disagree, but I'd also add the caveat that rust versus rest. They've been sitting at home, just hanging out, but they have some of the best players in the world, and obviously McKinnon came up short in the Olympics, so he's going to be really hungry, and they've got an improved goaltending, and at the end of the day, the talent that they have, they just keep coming at you in waves and waves and waves. I think Colorado is certainly a safe bet to make some noise.
So when you're looking at Colorado, do you feel like it's just going to be a Colorado-Carolina with the Hurricanes Stanley Cup?
Yeah, I think that's fun. Yeah, I think it makes sense, and that would be a really captivating. If you want to do I'm a hockey purist, I want to see the best two teams. I think you could throw Buffalo in there as well. I do think Buffalo, Carolina would be a true coin flip, whereas Colorado is going to be favored against whoever they play.
Well, this is Let's Talk Hockey on 105.3 The Fan University.
Your college football
edition.
fix.
College football fix. We can dabble in some hockey.
Absolutely. Let's talk Stars outlook moving forward.
So where would the first move be, you think, this offseason? You've talked about re-signing or at least helping Jason Robertson, keeping him. You flirted with the Connor McDavid idea, but where is the biggest need, you think, for this Star?
I think the biggest need is shoring up the depth of your blue line pairings defensively, which is what they tried to do at the deadline in bringing in Tyler Myers, but it was a swing and a miss. He just wasn't that presence on the blue line you'd hoped he'd be, and being a healthy scratch in an elimination game is more evidence to that. You want Nils Lundqvist to get healthy because he was playing really well. And obviously, defensively, the Stars are very shored up at the front portion with Miro Heiskanen. Thomas Harley's on a long-term contract. And you just try to figure out what the back end of the defense might look like. I'd also add that Jason Robertson, max player, Jim Nill has said this, I've said this, let's get the deal done. And it's funny, I was reading up on the specifics of a restricted free agent versus unrestricted free agent. So as a restricted free agent, if a player gets to the offer sheet in qualifying offers from other teams, the Stars will ultimately have the opportunity to match any contract. And from a strategic standpoint, letting Jason Robertson kind of test the market to dictate what that offer sheet will look like it's not crazy. And it doesn't say, hey, we don't want you. It's almost trying to get a feel on what the market value is for what he's worth, because there's teams out there that would very well make him I don't know my digits, but a double-digit $1 million offer, so $11 million, $12 million offer, and you're in kind of a get-out-of-jail-free card with the way the rules work at that level of contracts. And there's a breakdown that I could put out on social media, but with compensatory picks, as soon as it goes past $10 million for a qualifying offer, the other team receives 4 first-round draft picks. Wow. And so, if you're thinking you want to move on from Jason Robertson, there's a conversation to be had there because I almost guarantee some team is going to offer a deal in double-digit millions, more than $10 million, which would then unlock the 4 compensatory first-round draft picks. And so if you think that's a fair trade-off for Jason Robertson, I personally don't. I want Jason Robertson to stay a member of the Dallas Stars, but it is at least a conversation to be had where the value is, especially for the future of this organization, the draft capital.
So he was in the middle of a 4-year, $31 million contract. That's around 7.75 AAV. $9.3 million qualifying offer. Where you're saying range of 10 to 12, 11 million a year?
Someone, you're going to look at a goal scorer that has the playoff production to go with it. That was always the knock on him. But the season that he had, and I'd also even add in being left off Team USA, the controversy there. He's on everyone's radar as a max player because of the production. And there's so many data points to look at his level of consistency in scoring goals that teams will pay a premium for that. And that's why I think the Stars are in a good situation as a restricted free agent, because they can see what the market's going to dictate. Again, I'm very confident that the market will dictate double-digit $1 million and then play off from there. Now, the other side of the coin that Jim Nils talked about is just being proactive. Here's the deal. We're investing in you. You're a part of the future. You're a part of the core. And I wouldn't hate that either.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see because it doesn't feel like there's a ton of needs. I mean, you're a 50-win team coming off second in the division. Like, you were right there, and you mentioned it. Even though you ran out of gas in the first round, this is a team that easily could have still competed for a Stanley Cup.
Absolutely. And that's why I told Sean and RJ this too. It's so hard to not overreact in a 6-game sample size in an opening round of the playoffs, because we knew this was going to... the Stars had somewhere between a 52-53% chance to win the series when it began odds-wise. So it's not like it was they were heavily favored. They were the second-best team in hockey. They played the third-best team. The third-best team won. They were 5 minutes away from going up 3-1 on the third best team in hockey. It's a competitive league with a lot of parity, and blowing it up because a coach in year one didn't get to the Stanley Cup I think that's an overreaction. And I think a lot of teams, even teams that have won recently, the Florida Panthers, back-to-back Stanley Cup champions, you look at where they're at, they would trade places to be with where the Stars are at right now.
Yeah, great point. Well, we will certainly see.
From the 469, sorry, I know we're way over time. Who do you think our next captain is going to be? I talked about this on Sean and RJ. I think it's Wyatt Johnson. I think he's ready.
Yeah, I agree.
And I love the idea of naming a captain that's going to be here for life. You don't want to have a lot of turnover with the C. Give it to Wyatt Johnson. I'd be fine with Miro Heiskanen as well. Those are guys that are on long-term deals. They're not going anywhere, and they have the stones and the makeup between the ears to be the next captain.
Certainly agree with Wyatt Johnson there. Well, coming up next, it's not a master class, but it's a Baxter class. The NCAA tournament expands to 76 teams. We'll go through our thoughts. Was it the right call? Next on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, it's RJ Choppy here, and it's that time of year. Time to plan that summer golf.
go on runs with you, and he loves both adults and kids. A great find for your home.
Let's clear our shelters together. Go check out pictures and more information at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and know the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
It's time for a Baxter class here on 105 Through the Fan. We're having a great show here this afternoon. Let us know your thoughts and comments on the upcoming topic, which is getting pretty heated, Jake Riema. Heated rivalry. The NCAA has officially, well, not officially, but will be announced here in the coming month that the March Madness tournaments, both men and women, are expanding to 76 teams.
Say that again?
76.
Just in case someone wasn't listening. What a joke! I'm upset. No, actually, listen. It's Fan University. You're gonna get your college football fix. But I would add that this is a overstep. It is the opposite of competitive integrity. It is all about making money, and I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it just feels like this is benefiting only the power conferences, more teams. Like a team like Oklahoma this year, first 4 out. Now those teams are getting in. So like mid-power 4 conferences are going to be now in this field. Like in Auburn, what were they, 15 and 16?
I was just about to say, you're going to have Bruce Pearl's son, Stephen Pearl, right? Who was campaigning for, a team below 500 in league play to make the tournament. It just devalues the regular season. And it's already hard enough to watch college basketball in the regular season. But now, the regular season means nothing because they're about ready to pass this, right?
Yeah, they're going to pass in the next month. And I think this is a byproduct of the conferences becoming super conferences. The Big Ten is now 18 teams. It's not 10 teams. It's not 12 teams. It's 18 teams. And I think
the Big 18. Why don't they call it the Big 18?
So now what happens to the 11th or 10th place team in the Big Ten? Oh, no, well, that team played a harder schedule. They should be getting in, but they're 14 and 18. Or they're 15 and 16 like Auburn was in the SEC. It's a byproduct of the conferences expanding and them still wanting what they would consider fair value for their schools within their conference.
No, absolutely. And it's also the money grab part of it. They want more games. And I know this is a Baxter class, so you'll have an educational component to it. But I believe the first 2 days of the tournament, as far as quote-unquote after the play-in, it's all going to remain the same, but the play-in is where the expansion is going to be formatted and sliced in, right? Your first 4 just becomes your first 16?
I guess, right? That's what they're going to do. So they're going to be putting a lot of, that's what I think, average teams
that are
into
just
the
going
dance.
to and I guess with college basketball, there's always potential for a team to win a couple of those play-in games and then get hot and make a run.
Like we saw Texas do that.
Yes.
We've seen North Carolina State do that in the last few years. And I'm not taking away from that, but we already have it. You already have the 11 versus the 11. You don't need the 11 versus the 11 and then the 12 versus 12 and then the 13 versus 13. All these extra play-in games. In the mid-majors, they already only get 1 or 2, like 1 bid pretty much maximum if they're at a lower level conference. And so it's not even really affecting them because they were only ever going to get 1 bid. This doesn't impact the American Patriot League's second or third best team. This only impacts the Big Ten and the SEC and their teams that they feel like deserve a spot because they are in those conferences. I don't even think this is much about money, which really bothers me. Because I don't think they're going to be making a ton of more money off the bat.
No, I think you're going to get the added eyeballs on those play-in games because it's what we do. We consume sports. We're going to watch SMU against Miami, Ohio, and watch 4 of those games now instead of 2. You know what I mean? Like I think there's value from a business standpoint in terms of more eyeballs on the product because we love March Madness. We are addicted to it.
I just feel like, and that's a good point.
I don't think it's good, but it's a part of it.
But what bothers me about this I think mainly is the fact that we're talking about the NCAA earlier and their lack of governance, and how in football, the college football playoff, it's not the NCAA college football playoff. It's just the CFP brought to you by ESPN. The media owns it. And who are the conferences in bed with? They're in bed with ESPN. And so when you're looking at the SEC and the Big Ten, and you could maybe throw the ACC and Big 12 in here, but they're probably a tier below what's going on. Those commissioners, those ADs, they're thinking, why don't we just break off? They've talked about it in football. Well, who's to say they won't do that in basketball? And then give the NCAA, which essentially March Madness is their only revenue generating event. And because they don't own football. If they just shove them away in basketball, they're done.
Right.
And so
stick a fork in them. They're finished.
And so they pretty much just put the NCAA in a situation where it's like, you better expand this to help us, to serve us in our schools, or else. That's kind of how this feels, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't disagree. 877-881-1053. Reaction to the NCAA tournament expansion for March Madness in college hoops. Now, this is a dumb question, but hey, it's the Baxter class. You're hosting class. I'm the pupil that asks the stupid questions. And as we've heard on the text line time and time again, I am an idiot. I am a moron. But the women's tournament will follow the same format, right?
Yep.
Okay, so this is men's and women's.
You're going to have 152 teams.
Separate but equal.
152 now total teams in their respective tournaments.
That's just, and this is no disrespect to women's basketball, but I think there's a significant difference in how top-heavy women's basketball is in comparison to men's basketball. Like an 11th seed in women's basketball, they just don't win very often. And so this is more to do to get down to your top, even your Sweet 16 into your Elite 8 on the women's side of things, where you don't see nearly as many upsets.
It's not going to... The 1 to 3 seeds in the women's tournament will still be there at the end. If anything, I think this opens the door to a Oklahoma at 18 and 14 on the men's side, potentially making a Sweet 16. Like maybe you get a little more variance out of the 10 seeds and 11 seeds that now are going to be a part of the play-in weekend. But at the end of the day, I just feel like, do you really care? Like if you're watching a Tuesday, Wednesday, first 4 game, which now I guess will be the first 8 or whatever that number will be, is that really impacting your week? Like the tournament starts Thursday morning. For most people.
100%, yes.
Like you might watch Prairie View A&M and Grambling in the 16-16, but like, are you really invested in that game on a Tuesday night? And so now adding 4 more of those.
If I can bet on it.
Maybe. So I do have breaking news we have to get to.
Breaking news on a Baxter class.
Brendan Sorsby, this is just released, has hired noted lawyer Jeffrey Kessler to try to regain his college eligibility.
Oh, you gotta love that as a Red Raider. Come on.
So then it says if Sorsby and Kessler are unsuccessful in finding a path to eligibility, declaring for the NFL supplemental draft then would become an option. Sorsby would have until June 30th to declare for the supplemental draft.
Wait, so he could get drafted this year?
It's interesting. The NFL supplemental draft is essentially for people that are going through changes in their eligibility or have been suspended, can't play college football. It doesn't happen every year. And sometimes there's like 0 players that enter the NFL supplemental draft. I believe the last time it actually happened was 2019. This isn't like an every year, there's hundreds of guys that join the supplemental draft. And there's no guarantee that the NFL would accept him into the supplemental draft.
Yeah, I'm reading up on it now. If a team selects a player, they forfeit the corresponding round pick in the following year's regular NFL draft. So how do they determine what round that is?
I guess you could say if you are Cleveland or New York or someone like, is Brendan Sorsby worth taking a 2nd or 3rd round pick on? Maybe.
I did not know that's how that worked. That's crazy.
Yeah. So like you could essentially say we're just going to take.
So who does that pick go to?
I don't think it. I just think you lose it. I think it'd be like trading the pick for Brendan Sorsby.
That's crazy.
So how do they determine if
I'm not sure the value of the pick.
Right. Is there
like you can't? I don't know if it got to be maybe a top 4 round. Like it probably. I don't know if it can be a 7th round pick.
Like I was saying,
yeah.
I think any team would trade a 7th round pick for Sorsby.
And I think that's why this doesn't happen very often, because teams are pretty reluctant to give up draft picks.
Right.
There's obviously a lot of value there, and if you're not getting a sure thing, a guy that was planning on staying in college probably is not ready for the NFL.
The team puts in bids. I see.
So if nobody bids on him, and if Cleveland goes, hey, we'll spend a 3rd rounder on Brendan Sorsby, or a 5th rounder, and no one else joins in the bidding, I guess he gets to just get drafted for a 5th round.
So Josh Gordon went for a 2nd round pick in 2012.
I do remember that. Yeah, I remember that because of at that time it was marijuana issues.
And then,
right?
I mean, I know y'all remember this. In 1985, Bernie Kosar was a 1st round supplemental draft.
So yeah, I feel like this is, if I was Brendan Sorsby, if you're retaining a lawyer, that means you feel like in a way you have an argument against your bets at Indiana. Because that's really the nail in the coffin for him, is if he bet on football. If he bet on Indiana football while he was on the Indiana roster, then he's done.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get around that. I don't know how this Jeffrey Kessler guy is going to...
The only thing he has, and it's a very thin leg to stand on, is that he, 1, wasn't on the team, and 2, didn't bet. I don't believe he bet on them to lose.
He was on the roster.
Well, I meant like he wasn't a starter. Like he wasn't playing. And I want to say they said he was not picked. He didn't pick them to lose. So, I don't know.
Interesting.
The Pete Rose. Oh, I was betting on my team to win.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yeah. So the supplemental draft, that would be really interesting, because if we talked about it just an hour ago, that if you are a team desperate in need of a quarterback, you'll take a flyer on an Anthony Richardson or a Trey Lance if you feel like they could change your... Maybe
the Colts should bid a 1st round pick for him.
Take their top 10 pick on the draft.
From the 214, Cowboys started a quarterback during the Aikman era. Steve Walsh, maybe, ended up trading him for a pretty good return.
Hey, guys, we got someone on the phone who knows quite a bit about the supplemental draft here.
What's going on, boys? How's it? It's Broadus. What's going on, man?
Oh, it's Broadus.
What's up, man?
Khaki Kev throwing a curveball at us, and when he's in control, we're like, "Hey, Kev, take over." But what a pleasant surprise, Broadus. What's happening, man? How's your Saturday?
It's doing well, boys. I'm just driving to go get a haircut. I heard supplemental draft talk, and yeah, you guys are on the right path. It's the problem is the order's different than what you had in the NFL draft.
Okay.
So they reshuffle it is what they do. So they still put the teams, with the poor record up front. But everybody, what'll happen is you have to submit if there's a player in drafting. What you will do is you will submit the player's name, and then you will put what rounds you will take that player in. So they don't go through an entire draft, and they do it actually in secret. And so, say the Cowboys put a second round draft pick on him, and the Buccaneers put a 3rd, and they're the only 2 teams that are drafting, then the Cowboys will win the rights to the player. Is what it will be.
Got it. And then
not like a full blown. Yeah, you submit where you take the player. Now, it's a possibility that somebody could take him in the 1st round. Absolutely, and then you just forfeit next year's 1st round pick for the player.
Wow.
But it's not a full blown draft. You could even say, hey, we're not interested. Dallas is not going to make a pick, and then they will only gather the teams that are interested in actually drafting, and then that's how they determine how they award the player to the team.
Got it. That's fascinating. Brian Broaddus joining us on Fan University, giving us the supplemental draft fix. And Broaddus, Kev pulled up that Josh Gordon was a supplemental draft pick. This Brendan Sorsby gambling case, teams might really bid for a early round pick to find their quarterback, given how good he was at Cincinnati. Do you think there's a team that would take a flyer on Sorsby?
Oh, you're going to absolutely get teams that if he is ineligible, his representation then will set up workouts, and it will just be like if they're going to look at Ty Simpson or any other quarterback that was, Mendoza, anybody who, that went out and worked a quarterback, you will send your scouting department to Lubbock or wherever, and you will work him out, and then you will determine if, in fact, this is the guy that we want to spend a first-round pick on. So, yeah, this is giving teams an opportunity to maybe grab a first-round quarterback in the back end of the first round. Maybe there's some good teams in the back end that say, you know what, we want to draft this kid, and they'll absolutely do it. So, yeah, this could be a really interesting one because usually the supplemental drafts aren't very interesting, and the league will sometimes say we're not going to hold one. But this would be one that would draw some big time interest from NFL teams, with the possibility of maybe snagging a quarterback, with a first round pick or a second or third round pick, depending on who all wants to play in the draft.
Wow. Broaddus, man, I wish we weren't up against it. You know how the bosses are. Got to get that out time before the top of the hour. That ship sailed, but it is what it is. Broaddus, this has been a very, very pleasant surprise, man. Enjoy the haircut, and thank you for calling Fan University.
Well, appreciate you guys. You're doing a great job, and I'll tell Fiddle that we had some good football talk. He'll understand,
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, better Brian than either one of us. He's earned that. That's the former Cowboy scout right there, Brian Broaddus. But, man, that's awesome stuff on his way to getting a haircut. But what do we got coming up, Brennan?
Speaking of drafts, we got a special edition of
Let's go.
Kicks coming up top of the hour.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I...
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 of Fan University.
Wow, hour
Flying
4.
by, man. Having a great
Feels
day.
like we just started, man. Time stands still on Fan University, let me tell you.
Yeah, Brennan Baxter alongside Jake Rietma, Kevin Walker on the 1s and 2s. And Kevin, usually you've got your segment on shoes and khakis and all that fun stuff. But
no, hold on. I think Khaki Kev is just the nickname. I don't think you actually do a segment on the types of khakis that people are wearing, do you?
No, I'm just kind of known for wearing the color brown, actually.
Oh, so we've expanded. Which, by the way, have you seen my khakis today?
I mean, I've seen your whole entire fit.
They look good.
Yeah, your fit looks good.
I'm going to give this to the fan cam.
Cover
here.
it up. Cover it up.
Yeah. So these are the athletic wear. Or Athletica? Athlete?
Yeah.
Fabletics.
Fabletics.
There's an Athletico and Fabletics. These are Fabletics, but I mean, again, I'm watching on the fan cam.
You get them tailored?
Did not. I should, but I'll let you feel them here for a second. Go ahead and
stretchy. It's soft.
That was enjoyable.
The Fabletica of the Fabletics.
I like
Big
it.
fan of these.
Looks good.
Might wear them on the golf course.
Where's the
tomorrow
blazer from?
when we have the heated rivalry? That's a good question. I haven't gotten this one tailored. It's kind of my party blazer.
Got it. It looks good.
Thank you.
Looks good. Well, Kevin,
pocket square.
Usually you do a segment on the coolest shoes in the business, but you've got a Dynasty Fantasy Draft.
Yeah, we're in the
going
middle of it. I'm trying to decide who I want to pick here. My pick at 3 went at 2, which is okay.
Who was that?
That's Carnell Tate. So Jeremiah Love went first overall. This is a rookies only draft, so a dynasty draft. So 877-881-1053. Text in your fantasy football takes, any kind you have. I'm trying to pick between Jordan Tyson and KC Concepcion.
Take Jordan Tyson.
I think Tyson's the best one.
I mean, that we are friends of the Arizona State
He's got a higher
Sun Devils.
ceiling. He's got a much higher ceiling than KC.
Tolo Reed, Arizona State Sun Devil grad.
Didn't Concepcion get drafted by the Browns?
Yeah, he did.
Take Jordan Tyson.
Yes.
All right, so we took Tyson and then we took Jadarian Price because I'm a beast and I got number 3 and number 4
Whoa,
overall.
I'm a beast. Graham Rossini, friend of the program, athletic director, Arizona State.
Yes,
we are the Texas.
he was on the show.
He was on the show. We are the show of record for the DFW Sun Devils, which, from my understanding, is a very large population of Sun Devils within the DFW Metroplex. So we always represent the Arizona State Sun Devils. I went to Tempe, and
you
watched
saying it like Tempe.
Yeah, that's how they say it, Tempe. It's not Tempe, it's Tempe.
Okay.
And on Mill Street, have a good time. Sun Devil Stadium, which I think is Alaska Airlines Stadium now, Mountain Airlines Stadium, whatever
It's
it
not
is.
Spirit.
No, that's a great point. More on that in the Jake break. But Kev, there's a lot of people texting in at 877-881-1053 wondering why there's a fantasy draft going on in May, the first Saturday of May, the 152nd Kentucky Derby, and I got to agree with them. How did a fantasy draft come about on a Saturday in May?
That's a commission's rule. We did it
Commissioner,
whatever.
A commission is what you'd be paid on doing a loan shark deal with Brennan Baxter.
Or it could be cool slang, Jake, and just say commish.
Yes,
you can say commish.
But a commission is something very specific.
Well, either way, I got a lot going on here. My F1 race just lapped up.
You
just
can't
wrapped
even talk.
up.
You got so much going on.
We give you a segment on Fan University.
Unbelievable.
You can't even speak
Give
English.
the people the college football fix.
Just trying to keep up with y'all we're doing, right?
Yeah, we were.
No English speaking. I would say that it was an interesting decision. I think the commissioner's standpoint was he wanted to give everybody a little bit over a week to prepare. And after that, we're just going to piece our teams together and see whatever moves needed to be made. I don't really know.
For context here, it's a dynasty draft. So you've already kept your team. You've got your same roster. You're just drafting rookies.
Got it. Who's your quarterback?
My quarterback is Justin Herbert. It was Michael Penix as my backup, my future quarterback. And then I have Kyler Murray. Those are my 3 quarterbacks.
Yikes, part 2.
I know. Hopefully nobody is listening from this fantasy group chat because they're on their own Discord right now because I do have a quarterback in mind. And I hope no one snipes
so
him.
Tyson, Tate, Love. Who's going to have the better career?
I like Tyson.
Cardell Tate.
It's really dependent on Cam Ward.
I feel like Carnell Tate is in the best situation.
I agree with that.
I mean, Arizona, they've got a long way to go. Running backs don't have a huge shelf life. And then Carnell Tate with Cam Ward at 4 is intriguing. Brian Dable, the OC. Cam Ward had moments. I mean, they just had a horrible offensive line. He was running for his life last year. I could see Carnell Tate having a big year. And then Tyler Shuck, like, it looks like he might have an opportunity to be good.
They're banking on him being very good.
But I don't trust that. And I watched him in college. He was one of my least favorite quarterbacks to come through Tech.
So where did he transfer after?
He went Oregon, Tech, Louisville.
Yeah, Louisville. You have to say it right.
Louisville.
I saw some people on the Kentucky Derby TikTok and everything getting upset with people that say Louisville. It's Louisville. Just let it fall.
Just like the Jaguar.
Yes. Great context there. If you know, you know. That was back in.
Got to be a Tolo.
February. Yeah.
A weekend Tolo, because apparently they're two separate things.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough for us.
We're only here once a week.
Us tough weekend guys are working hard. Broadus said we're working hard and doing a great job. Shout out to Broadus, by the way, for calling in. That haircut's
awesome. Gonna look good.
That's right. Yeah, he's in post draft season. I saw I think it was Kyle Yeomans was doing a little trip with his lovely wife. I think like the guys that do the draft stuff. The week after the draft, they deserve to let loose a little bit. Broadus, get your haircut.
Vacation.
I don't know what Wooly Bully's up to, but Yeomans is in a tropical destination, and they've earned that.
And Brian has certainly earned it. So I said Tyson. You're going Tyson?
Yes.
From the 214, Kev, do women care about your shoes? Just in public, like in general? Because he wants to know if he needs to invest in better shoes so he can have better luck with the ladies.
That's not a bad idea.
Is shoe game essential?
I think shoe game is part of fashion, and you have to have some form of a fashion. It doesn't have to be the most outlandish type of fashion.
Like a baby blue blazer with a pocket square pink shirt and a fedora?
I think everybody just has to match their fashion.
Has got on right now.
I think as long as you can match your fashion and you are comfortable in what you're wearing,
I was just
that's
about to say, I was so close to being like, what a joke I am. Why am I pulling up to a radio station on a Saturday in a Kentucky Derby?
I wish you would have told all of us, honestly.
I would have done it. Garage, and Jake turns the corner, and I turn around and I look at him, and my mouth literally, I was floored. Like,
I pulled up
what
in
am I looking at right
sweats and a T-shirt. If you would have told me, hey, I'm dressing up, if you got a blazer or whatever, I would have tried.
Anybody. What would Khaki Kev's Kentucky Derby? Let's do that. Let's go around the room. What would your Kentucky Derby fit be? I'll describe mine in case anybody's not watching on the fan cam. Give you guys some time to reflect. I've got a fedora with the traditional, I guess, khaki colored with a little brown ribbon or black ribbon around it. I've got a baby blue, like very baby blue blazer. My undershirt is pink, light blue, dark blue, turquoise, lots of colors. I've got a pocket square that coincides with the baby blue blazer, which is like some kind of flower pattern, dark blue, light blue, and then the just regular khakis for Khaki Kev. Because I feel like the Kentucky Derby, if you're not there, you don't have to go all out with the suit,
I would go seersucker.
Seersucker.
I know that's kind of a summer suit. You know what that is?
I'm looking it up right now. Seersucker suit. Okay. So what does that mean?
Like I would wear a seersucker to the Derby with a light blue shirt and then a top hat.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
With brown shoes and a brown belt.
What is a seersucker? Isn't that what it's called? Yeah. I mean, when I Googled it, just beautiful looking suits came up.
Well, it's like the white and...
Oh, seersucker suits. Here we go.
Yeah. Like the light blue, the white.
Yeah. Okay. I like that. And I think you kind of typically are expected to wear a fedora with that, like my guy here on the Amazon. Khaki Kev, what would you be wearing to the Kentucky Derby?
I would have on a nice classic pair of either tan, gray, or black and white Jordans, probably Jordan 1s.
Okay, we're starting with the footwear first.
I would pair that with some dress slacks. Probably if I went with a tan pair of shoes, I'm going black. If I went with a black and white pair of shoes, I'm probably going tan.
And I will just interject quickly. Is this to attend the Derby or a Derby party? Because if you're attending the Kentucky Derby, it's very muddy.
Yeah, I am.
You don't want to ruin a good pair of Jordans.
Honestly, for that occasion, why wouldn't you? Right? Be like, oh, well, why'd you get your Jordans dirty? We're like, well, I went to the Kentucky Derby.
I don't think Jordans.
Can I say this, Jake? We got this argument. You don't wear Jordans with a suit.
I love wearing Jordans with a suit.
Yeah.
I disagree completely. Y'all are old heads.
I wear all white sneakers with a suit if it's not a formal
I get it. Y'all are Cole Haan and Clay kind of guys. I get it. That's fine. I'm a Jordan guy with a suit. I think it looks so nice.
Oh, the
That's just me.
seersucker is a fabric. It's not always the color.
I said light blue, light blue and white.
Got it.
I'd go the classic blue and white with a light blue shirt, brown dress shoes.
I like that. I do need to upgrade my fedora. This one is so cheap. From
where did you get that one? It looks like you got it like in a flea market somewhere.
That's probably where I got it. Yeah, I don't even remember. I just have been going to Kentucky Derby parties all along. You probably have a really nice.
I do.
Really nice.
I do.
fedora.
I like dressing up, man.
Yeah, you have great fashion.
I want to wear a suit. I want to wear a button down.
Yes.
I want to wear dress shoes. Like, let's bring it back.
Let's do it.
Too much athleisure going around in this society.
Fair enough. When I wear my go-to, at a wedding or something, I like to show off the ankles. I've got really nice ankles.
You do.
I mean, I don't have a lot of nice
really
features.
Good ankles.
And I'm never going to brag about my features.
Your calves are nice.
Thank you. But my ankles, I mean, you see a suit where the pant leg doesn't go all the way to the bottom with some of those ankle
and then
showing.
You wear loafers with it?
Oh, absolutely. I've got several pairs of the loafers. Now, I would get a hard time because sometimes I was aggressively showing off my ankles. It's kind of like girls with cleavage.
I saw the picture that you posted of the wedding you were at. Was this 2 weeks ago?
Yes, and
you had on
Tucson.
that fit, right?
Yes. I had the burgundy suit showing off the ankles, and I felt a little bit risque with how revealing my shoes were.
Not everyone could pull it off.
I appreciate you saying that.
Like, I definitely could. I would look.
I mean, again, you got good ankles, flaunt it, And were other guys jealous of my ankles?
So.
Maybe. But
do guys notice that? Like, because when we're judging people that wear suits, like you're at a wedding, you're checking out guys' feet?
I'm always checking out guys. You're always checking out guys, nonstop. But I'm with you where I appreciate the effort that it takes at a formal event like that to look nice.
I think I'm more of a tie guy, where like I want to see like who is this guy really?
Interesting.
Like if you're wearing a tacky tie,
what defines a tacky?
You would know. Like, you just got to see
it. Like Tasmanian devil holding the football on it?
Yes. I think that's when I would be like, oh, come on, dude. Have some class.
Have some class.
And if you wear Jordans with a suit, that you lose my respect.
The 214 says that's tacky AF.
You lose my respect quickly if you wear sneakers with a suit.
Like, well, then I will lose all of your respect very quickly. But I'm going to continue being myself.
Yes. Be you. You've already lost my respect a long time ago, Kev. You know that. I would add, there's certain times where it looks okay, though. I've done the white sneakers with a suit.
The white sneakers,
white Vans.
The off-white sneakers is a little bit different than like a tennis shoe with like the Jordans or a Nike or an Air Force One. Mm-hmm. It's like the feet. I mean
Big foot guy.
I'm a big foot guy. I would honestly say that's probably the most important part. You can get away with like a little overbaggy suit. It doesn't have to be perfectly tailored. If you got a bad shoe on, ruins the whole outfit.
Ruins it. That is your fashion extraordinaire, Brennan Baxter, folks.
Well, you're right. What do we got coming up at 4:20, Jake?
We got a Jake break. We're going to take a break from all the sports that we've been talking because we have a scandal of a lifetime. I think this might be more every guy's fantasy as opposed to a scandal. We need your opinion on it. It's the Jake break next on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark, live and local.
Free estimate online at CertaPro.com. And you never have to wonder about what's next. CertaPro Painters gave reliable updates and communications throughout my entire process, and they will do the same for you. Check them out at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's time for a little Jake break. It's Fan University. We've been talking all kinds of stuff. College football, gambling, the Kentucky Derby, fashion, all kinds of stuff. But every now and then, Brendan Baxter, you got to kick your feet up, pull the Will Chambers.
Relax a little bit.
Will Chambers does the entirety of the show with one foot in this position.
I noticed that today.
And it's like a hamstring stretch for me. That's how unflexible I am. But maybe Will Chambers is just more flexible than me with one foot up on the table. Like, I don't know how that just doesn't even seem comfortable. But it's time to take a little break from sports. It's time for a Jake break.
I'm dropping the ball here. I grabbed the wrong one.
Wow.
I grabbed the wrong one.
Ears off, Jakester. That's all right. Don't worry about that. We had this awesome intro.
Nope, I got it.
I'm a people person. I absolutely insist on enjoying life, not a workhorse.
He's not some walk-on scrub, yo. The boy's a player. He's a star. And he busted his butt for you.
Oh, my God. Okay, it's happening. Stay calm.
Everybody stay calm. Next time, Kev, I will just recite the entirety of the intro because
it will never happen again.
I know, don't say that. Come on. It's a little Owen Wilson in there from You, Me, and Dupree.
No, yeah.
I'm a people person. I absolutely insist on enjoying life. That describes me. Not a workhorse. And then there's a little Remember the Titans in there. He's not some walk-on scrub, yokes. The boy's a star. I like to think that I'm not some walk-on scrub.
No.
And then I got to have a little homage to The Office with Michael Scott. Everybody stay calm. It's happening. But it's a Jake break. 877-881-1053. Kick your feet up and enjoy a little bit of friendly banter. We need your opinions. We need your participation. This story originally broke on Wednesday from the Daily Mail. A glamorous J.P. Morgan executive accused of turning a married male broker into her office sex slave, claims of Viagra spiking, and a litany of obscene forced acts that made him cry. That's the original headline, Brennan Baxter.
That was the original headline. It was a glorious day to be on Twitter/X, seeing some of the memes. Unfortunate news going on with this esteemed executive.
Well,
but then the tables turned, Jake.
The tables did turn. We need at least one of the quotes. Come on.
Well, this guy went through an elaborate plan, and it was working for a little bit. He really had people fooled. And you got you got the quotes ready.
I'm trying to figure out which one I can read.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty...
Fan After Dark read a lot of them, but this is not
This is not
the dark
fan
time.
dark.
So
This is Fan University.
please caution.
It was the alleged lawsuit was from John Doe. Later, I'm going to mispronounce his name, but it's Hajdini. Lorna Hajdini, a female executive with J.P. Morgan, denied the sexual harassment allegations made against her by John Doe in the lawsuit. What was his actual real name? I got it pulled up right here. It's Chiru Rana. Rana. We'll go with Rana because that's easier to say. But basically, some of the claims are just, it's claimed that if you don't
You're struggling on what you're going to read here.
my brains out tonight, I'm going to sabotage your promotion.
What about check out these cannons? There was a variation of those words used.
The list goes on of the fabrication, but let's fast forward to what happened to the story now. And that is all of the allegations and claims are proven to be false. And the New York Post has reported more recently that Raina's suit filed accused the 37-year-old of turning him into her sex slave, drugging him, and from now deleted court papers, the executive director in question has been exonerated and absolved of any wrongdoing. It was complete fabrication. And furthermore, this guy was caught practicing with a chatbot of what his lawsuit would consist of. I mean, this is an all-time L. This is crazy.
All-time L, certainly, from Rana. And I just where do you think this was going to go? I mean, the internet now, it finds out all. Like, you can't fabricate something like this. Expect it not to get out, especially something like in the workforce, JP Morgan. I mean, it just is going to, what was the end game here? You actually thought you could get away with fabricating this whole story and it not become the biggest topic probably on the planet Earth? For that 24-hour window?
Fortunately, I was unable to read some of the quotes, but my great friend of the program of Fan University, the face of 105.3 The Fan and host of Sean and RJ in the morning, Sean Sharif, I think accurately described some of the quotes in this lawsuit. Take a listen.
Oh, you did play basketball in college? I love basketball players. They get me so blank. If you don't blank me soon, I'm going to ruin you. Birthday blank for the brown boy? You're going to need to earn it, my little boy toy. Do you want to get promoted at year end or not? Do you want a future here? I don't know why you're fighting this.
So I want to be careful when I say this.
Oh, okay, good. Please do.
What this sounds to me like he has seen something of this variance. This story,
he tried to recreate
it. It could have been a movie, it could have been a ChatGPT cert, whatever. But he tried to create a story. He essentially tried to create a Netflix film.
And I think the script would be very compelling if this was true. I mean, I'm watching that show. The internet had a field day with this.
What's crazy is the HR department comes out and says, following an investigation, this happened pretty quick. We don't believe there's any merit to these claims. So
he made the whole thing up.
He made the entire thing up. And there are derogatory quotes about his wife in this, about the boss, about himself. He threw himself to the woodshed.
Oh, yeah. And the quotes about his wife.
For everybody to see. This post that you tag has 66 million views. That's more people that vote in the election.
Barstool had a story yesterday that there's a wild twist in the accuser, the case of it all, because he's also accused of asking a chatbot how to bring the identical lawsuit against a male supervisor at Morgan Stanley. So this guy in the finance world is just trying to get lawsuits going, male, female, sex slave here, it doesn't matter.
Crazy. And it also says that they reported to different people. They weren't even on the actual same team. Like, Lauren would have no actual say in his bonus or his job retention.
I saw they were like pretty much on the same level.
Same level. Yeah. Like, it wasn't that, like, she couldn't do anything about this. And it says she's still working there.
As she should. She didn't do anything wrong.
She's going to make money off this. Now, do you sue? Here's where I don't know, because like this guy might not be a multimillionaire. Like, you can't. Maybe you sue him for defamation. Like,
no. He's set up. He's got a $1.7 million family home in Virginia, and he's got a very nice apartment complex in New York City.
He could
take
be
it from a loan shark.
Poor.
You can figure it out.
Yeah.
There's ways around it.
Yeah, there's ways. The old hard money, you know.
I have a feeling he's all right.
But my point is, like, if you sue for defamation, what do you do? Do you sue JP Morgan, like, for employing? I mean, I don't know how this works.
Yeah.
I'm not, but like, Lauren definitely has the best case now to. And her what's funny though is her reputation wasn't really tarnished. If anything, her reputation amongst men online, I was seeing, was like, let me sign up to go work at JP Morgan.
Everybody wants to work for JP Morgan if you've got a hot executive.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I was rolling over crying at some of the memes that we can't share here, but it was just like.
From the 214 Horrible Bosses, same scenario as Jennifer Aniston's character. That's literally what it was like. One more note here on the Jake break. It's the end of an era, my friends. It is sad, dark times as an avid traveler like I am. This iconic airline officially closing. No more Spirit Airlines, Brendan Baxter, and the people that fly them.
I can't go to your wedding anymore because I had booked a Spirit Airlines flight to San Fran, and that's no longer.
Oh, my gosh. There's 877-881-1053. Have you ever flown Spirit? I had to one time. One time in my life, I had to fly Spirit because it was a work trip. And the company I worked for at the time wasn't obviously slinging loan shark deals like I am now. It was not in a position to be able to. It was one conference a year, and they wanted to do it as cheap as possible and required we flew Spirit.
Wow, I flew it once too. I had no problems when I flew it.
There you go. The seats are so uncomfortable.
Really? I mean, I was probably 15 or 16.
Okay.
Took it to Mexico.
Did it used to be that bad? I feel like it's gotten worse with the clientele.
Rap. Yeah.
There's always viral footage of people who are flying on Spirit fighting with maybe Spirit airline employees, maybe other passengers. But I think like of the viral fight videos you get from an airline, I'm going to go on record saying at least 40% are Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, so it's not a sad day then. This is a day to celebrate.
No,
less fights on airplanes.
Here's how I see it though. Wait, what did you say on airplanes?
Like worse. Now there's going to be less fights on airplanes.
No. Hear me out on this. This is what I'm really worried about. Is the rest of us avid travelers who, don't fight are going to be in the same confines. Because these travelers that used to fly Spirit Airlines now need to find a new airline. And what if they choose the flights I'm on?
Well, this is why we just fly private.
That's a good point. Yeah.
You're forgetting.
Right.
You're forgetting.
From the 940, I've flown Spirit. It was the worst experience ever. And again, this is my second straight weekend not being on an airplane, which is rare for me.
You do fly a lot.
I fly a lot. I get stuck in airports from time to time. I fly a lot of standby.
You got points?
Oh, up the wazoo. Yeah. But I'm flying standby so much lately that you don't get nearly as many points. But you fly for free. It's great. I haven't been able to rack up a ton of points with the standby.
No, that's tough.
That's tough.
But no longer standby on Spirit.
Correct. But the standby is great when it works, let me tell you. I think it's a sad day, though, because I'm nervous about where those the former Spirit airline passengers are going to end up.
Yeah,
I really am.
How are they going to fly?
How are they going to?
And where are they going to fight? Like where are you going to start fighting now?
And how long do the Spirit Airlines keep up like their space when you walk in and there's all the different airlines? I mean, who's going to utilize that space now?
So Is like someone buying them out? Is United, American, Delta, anyone buying these guys out?
That's a great question.
And it was so random. Like they just ceased operations. Like it shut down.
Yeah, there were people waiting in line
to fly.
I
saw different airlines giving discount codes and everything to people that had flights booked with Spirit.
To where, though?
I don't know, like wherever they're going, I guess.
As of May 2nd, 2026, that's today, Spirit Airlines has ceased operations and is shutting down following severe financial struggles, including a failed merger with JetBlue and a second bankruptcy filing. So previous talks were to merge with Frontier Airlines to avoid liquidation. The ultra-low-cost air carrier could not overcome rising fuel costs and debt. So they're just shutting down completely.
Which Frontier doesn't have the best reputation either.
Oh, no. You want to stay clear of Frontier as well. Again, just fly private like we do.
Become a loan shark.
Hey, let's eat something and watch something next. How's that sound?
I'm ready.
Let's do it. We got Would You Watch That, Would You Eat That next on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here from my good friends over at Gaylord.
Eat That. Fan University, Brennan Baxter, Jake Rietma. Coming up to hour 5 on the show, coming up. Hour 4.
Yeah, how do we? I mean, it's just such a marathon, and you stop keeping track.
It's been awesome.
It's been your college football fix.
Fedora Kentucky Derby edition.
Yeah, how about that? Great fashion tips. No, I mean, I think it's a testament to the marathon runners that we are and the stamina that we have, more than the Dallas Stars, that we can finish the job.
We got it, man. We can do it. Well, not only are the Carolina Hurricanes very much on their way to potentially playing for a Stanley Cup, they also have probably one of the sickest drink item menus I think I've ever seen at a sporting event. And this is
incredible.
I know you're big on this. You're huge on
eating. I love
eating and drinking at sporting events and how they can up the experience to make it as unique as possible. And Carolina has done that.
They've hit it out of the park with this. And I am somebody that I don't do a lot of things well in life, but I think attend sporting events, get the souvenir cups, and consume the additional, whether it be concession stand items, drink items. That's why we have a whole segment. Would you watch that? Would you eat that? And it can take on a number of different, characteristics. And I would encourage other Tolos to submit any, unique dining or viewing experiences that they've had. But in this case, you've got from the Lenovo Center, you've got the new skate cup at all bars, and it quite literally is a Carolina Hurricanes skate that will hold your beer, and when it's, you pull the tap into for the beer to come out, it fills up with the base of the blade, and I don't know what it's going to do as far as fizz and the integrity of the actual beer and foam and everything else, but it looks super cool.
It looks cool. What does it look like? 12 ounces maybe? Like, it's not super heavy.
No, not super heavy.
The skate glass at the bottom with just the beer sitting there. And
Aiden's going to put it up on the fan cam so you can see it. Wait, no, it's Saturday show. But if you could envision what this looks like, it is a hockey skate that will hold your beer. And I can't think of anything I would enjoy more than drinking a beer out of a hockey skate. We've seen a lot of the stick beers. I think the Stars games have them. The Stars went all out.
You got the baseball bat beers.
Right. And I've had the baseball bat beer, and it's a challenge to keep the beer cold. And warm beer gets you drunk faster, but warm beer is disgusting.
Really?
You've never had warm beer?
I didn't know that warm beer gets you drunk fast.
Yeah, your body doesn't have to. Apparently, and Bobby Belt was talking about this, so it's not my ideas. I think RJ Choppy was as well. But your body doesn't have to work as hard to break down the cold temperature of the beer. So when it's warm, it just goes straight into your bloodline, something like that. Those are very medical, very sophisticated terms.
Didn't know that.
Would you watch it? Would you eat that? What else we got?
Kentucky Derby. Your classic.
Oh, my goodness.
Ready to go. Mint julep. Woodford Reserve.
I like Woodford Reserve. I'm not a huge bourbon guy.
Okay.
But the key with the mint julep is the crushed ice. You got to get the ice so finely crushed, and that can be a challenge. Fortunately, loan sharks like us, probably have the really sophisticated ice machine where you can set the settings to give you the really nicely fined chopped ice. But let's say you're at work and you want to, indulge in a mint julep. You can only go by the ice machine that you have at work, and it might not be as fine of the chopped ice, and you might not have anything to muddle the mint.
Okay, that's good to know. So Woodford is the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. So you just you're keeping up with the trend. If you go Woodford, you don't have to, though. So you've got the mint julep. That's the official drink, but I know you're a man of mules.
I am. I love a good mule.
One of the most mean mules that I've ever had.
I appreciate
so you've got
you
a
saying
Kentucky mule.
Yes.
Okay, this is a refreshing highball with bourbon. So instead of your vodka, bourbon, ginger beer, and lime. Thoughts about substituting the bourbon for the vodka?
It's the right time. It's perfect. We had our Kentucky Derby party last year. A bunch of people over, and Derby mules were on. Kentucky mules were on the menu. A lot of people enjoy a good Kentucky bourbon mule, and I think on the right occasion, mixed with the ginger beer, it cuts into the bourbon a little bit. So, me, again, I'm not a huge bourbon drinker, so if there's something to cut it a little bit that adds a little bit of personality like a ginger beer does, I love a bourbon mule.
Okay, so how's this one? This is the Oaks Lily. No bourbon in this one, so I'm excited to see if you drink this one. The official drink of the Kentucky Oaks, so the one right prior to the Derby, same day. It's made with 1 1/2 ounce of vodka, 1 ounce of cranberry juice, 3/4 ounce of lemon juice, 1/2 ounce of simple syrup, and 1/4 ounce of triple sec.
Yes, I saw this. I would do this. What is it? I'm trying to picture what it looks like.
Let me get you a
because you drink with your
you.
eyes too. You know, it's got to be visually, aesthetically pleasing as well. And this is which one is this one called?
This one is the Oaks Lily.
Yes.
But I mean, man, there's so many fantastic. When you got the Preakness, I would love. This is a different horse race, but still a great cocktail. Twist on it's like a Manhattan. You like Manhattans?
Yeah, I can do it. And that has bourbon, right?
That has bourbon.
I can get on board with the bourbon.
One that doesn't sound good to me is the Brown Derby. It's a mixture of bourbon, grapefruit juice, and then honey syrup. I'm not a big grapefruit guy.
Oh, see, I love with
you like
the
grapefruit
transfusions. They've got the grapefruit.
I don't like transfusions.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's a big golf course. That's like taking over the golf course scene.
It did. I feel
it's like a new White Claw.
Yes, like 2 years ago it was big. And yeah, the White Claw was huge for a while, but yeah, the transfusion is massive.
Okay, here's one tequila for the tequila drinkers. You got a Paloma.
Yep.
Those are growing in popularity.
Yeah.
A lot more people drink
My
Paloma.
fiance's big on the Paloma.
So this is with Reposado tequila and sparkling grapefruit.
Yeah, it's I've had a couple. It's too grapefruity for me.
Okay, so only a little bit of grapefruit.
It's a little prickly. If you will. Like, it's tart. That's the term I'm looking for. The grapefruit adds a level of tartness. But the classic mint julep, one or two of them, you're at least me, I'm feeling it.
One mint julep, you're feeling it?
Oh, yeah. Because the bourbon just, it hits you faster.
It just gets to you.
Which, by the way, I see the text from the 214, warm beer does not get you drunk faster than cold beer. I heard it on these same airwaves, so I'm just going off of what I heard, which is always very scary. What else we got? Would you watch that? Would you eat that?
Let's see. Let's go. I want to stay on the Kentucky Derby tradition train and the race is going, it's about an hour away from race time.
Yeah. Which, by the way, we did get breaking news in here. Jason Tatum officially out. I know you turn it on, leave it on for your breaking sports news. No Jason Tatum in Game 7. If the 76ers come all the way back and eliminate the Boston Celtics, that would be, one, hilarious, and two, catastrophic for Boston.
I have one eat that to get to, but we can put that on hold for the Kentucky Derby because I do feel like this would be one of the biggest upsets. Like the Celtics coming in, people were picking them to win the East and even potentially beat the Thunder in the finals. So if they were to somehow fall, without Jason Tatum this year, though, the Celtics are 43-23. Then they're averaging 114 points a game. So it's not like...
How did you know that? That's incredible.
Incredible. I have it ready to go in my notes.
Yeah, it's
just in case.
Yeah, would you watch that? Would you eat that? I need... That's my favorite segment because, again, I love eating.
Okay, so would you eat that? So this is... It's kind of like the Masters party in a way. You've got the sandwiches and stuff, but deviled eggs
I'm not a deviled eggs guy. Oh.
Really?
Yeah, which is a bummer because I eat just about everything.
Okay, so no salt and vinegar deviled eggs, Kentucky Derby edition.
No.
What about...
But I think you got to have them if you're having a Kentucky Derby party.
Okay, but you wouldn't touch them.
Yeah, right. I'll have them.
What about chicken salad sandwiches?
Yep, we did that. We did the chicken salad sandwiches last year.
Cucumber sandwich. Are you a cucumber sandwich?
No, I'm not. I get cucumbers on my Jimmy John's sub, the Beach Club, but the chicken salad sandwich is a crowd pleaser, I feel. Like if you have a good chicken salad sandwich, that is, you feel like you can have a lot of those too.
Okay, so here's a top one, too. I would say the best for last for you. This is a Kentucky hot brown slider with honey Dijonnaise.
Yes, the hot sliders with
It's a beloved Louisville.
Yeah, Louisville
classic.
Wait, what's the meat on it?
Let's see.
Because we did ours with like a honey-baked ham.
Okay, so you did these. So this is, it's honey... this is a roasted turkey, crispy bacon, juicy tomato, melted cheese on a soft Hawaiian roll with a sweet and tangy Dijon mustard spread.
Oh yeah, we did the Hawaiian rolls. Yeah, this is fun.
This is one you'd eat.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And you got to have it. It's a crowd pleaser, too. Because I feel like a party, you want to be able to serve something in bulk, and you can cut up the sliders so it's just a very easy grab and graze. Grab and graze. While you're socializing, drinking mint juleps, getting ready for the race. That's what we're doing all day today.
I had
University.
no idea that you were such a Kentucky Derby.
Well, I guess we got time. My grandfather was really into it, and
Didn't know that.
other people in my family. My grandfather, again, I told the story about Seattle Slew in 1977. You know, I don't think he hasn't. Might been the last time he's been there, but yeah, it's fun. You know, I'm not a horse racing addict, but when it's on, I like to. Nothing I enjoy more than social sporting events. There you go.
You're so good at those, too.
Oh, stop.
You're so good at those. Well, coming up next, we'll reset the top of the hour. Jared Sandler with the Texas Rangers will join us at 5:15, and then we'll get ready for the Rangers-Tigers game coming up at 6:15.
HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan University on 105.3 The Fan. Hour 4 with Brennan Baxter. Jake Rietma, Kevin Walker doing a great job on the ones and twos. And I got some college football news for you, Jake.
Oh, hot off the press. You've got paper in your hand.
Press. This was from an hour ago.
Hot off the press an hour ago. Which, by the way, I mean, you talk about igniting the fan text at 877-881-1053, and we appreciate that. The debate that somehow has broken out if warm beer makes you drunker faster than cold beer. We've got a couple of people that's saying, yes, it does. It's science. It's a simple Google search. Other people making fun of me because that's just what happens, saying I'm an idiot for thinking that cold beer or warm beer does get you drunker faster. So it's up in the air. We don't know.
Up in the air. Hot debate.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fernando Mendoza, number 1 pick in the draft.
I'm aware of him and his skill set.
He had a quote this afternoon. Indiana's going to visit the White House on May 11th.
Oh,
Okay.
Tantalizing.
Tantalizing
Here we
news,
go.
but it's college football fix.
Yeah, it is. Your college
Reigning
football fix.
Heisman Trophy winners.
5 o'clock. 5 o'clock on a Saturday.
Fernando today spoke. They're going on May 11th. May 11th is also the first day of OTA. So Fernando said, I believe May 11th is the first day of OTAs, if I'm not mistaken. If it is on the first day of OTAs, I'm at the bottom of the totem pole here. I got to prove myself. I can't miss practice.
Oh,
Fernando choosing OTAs over a White House visit?
Wow.
You don't think would the Raiders give him an hour, 2 hours to go meet the president?
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like you're meeting the president in Las Vegas. So
No, you'd be going to the White House.
correct. So
But
he
they
would
got a jet.
Yeah,
They
but
can fly private.
That's a good point.
He's not taking
they
Spirit
can fly
Airlines.
Spirit too.
He's not taking
Not
Spirit.
anymore, actually. R.I.P. I don't know. This is a fun conversation because it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Why, if you're Indiana? Well, maybe they don't really have much of a choice. The president can see you at this time.
Yeah, when's who's making the
Didn't
schedule?
Trump console with Fernando's
Come
schedule?
on.
Coordinate a little bit better? Come on.
You would think.
No, I think you still got to go.
He said, as a rookie, I don't think that's a good look. I want to try to best serve my teammates, and I don't know if I'd be accomplishing that goal.
Interesting. I'm not surprised with his answer. He's the ultimate team guy.
Yeah, I think that's a, you're no longer on Indiana. I get they're celebrating, but big deal. OTAs, rookie, number 1 overall pick, got to prove yourself. I think that's a humble take. I don't know if Fernando Mendoza's at the bottom of the totem pole.
Right, you're the number 1 pick. You're actually at the top.
You're Kirk Cousins' backup.
Yeah, that's also true. No, I think this is the right move, and maybe he'll just go win a Vince Lombardi trophy with the Raiders and get to follow up on that missed trip to the White House with another trip to the White House if they win it all. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like they're building a powerhouse. He can go with the team whenever he wants later. Other college football news: Drake Lindsey arrested, charged with underage drinking. Minnesota quarterback won 8 games.
Yes, underage drinking in Minnesota.
You've got betting going on with quarterbacks, underage drinking. It's like these kids are human beings.
Yeah.
That's dealing with the realities of the world.
Right. That's the kind of guy you are, though. You extend that olive branch and really be there for them and want to help them because you're just a caring, compassionate individual.
I think there's just, when you've got an 18, 19, 20-year-old kid, I get there in college and they're now treated as professionals in the college football.
You just want Sorsby to be able to suit up for your Texas
You've
Tech
got to
Red
have
Raiders.
grace. And from the 601, May 11th is my birthday. Happy birthday.
Future happy birthday.
Enjoy
I will not
it
wish you a
next
happy
week.
birthday. Which, by the way, it was Jared Sandler's birthday yesterday. If you watched on the Rangers
I
Sports
did.
Network,
I saw that
with the birthday celebration. So we're gonna have to ask him what he did. I mean, Detroit's a hell of a place to spend a birthday. I should have given him all the
I'm
recommendations.
sure you've had great birthday celebrations in Detroit.
I mean, he could have gone to Legends. He could have gone to Greek Town. There's lots of good spots. MGM. I will also say thank you so much to the 254. You guys rock. Thank you for being
Awesome.
on when I'm driving home from work. That's why you turn it on and leave it.
That's why we're here for you, man. Other news around the world of sports. The San Diego Padres today have officially sold to Jose E. Feliciano, Clear Lake Capital co-founder. He's part of the Chelsea FC ownership group for a whopping MLB record price at $3.9 billion.
Wow.
San Diego Padres.
Is that I
Wall
guess
Street Journal reports this is the highest.
Yeah, for MLB.
MLB.
Because it's one of those things. It's one of those things where it's just whoever's going to sell next is going to be the highest, because the value has just grown so much. It's like it's
going to continue.
Yeah,
I mean, we'll
like
have $5 billion, $6
it's
billion.
like the quarterback contract thing.
Man, but $3.9 billion for the Padres.
Yeah, you don't really think of that as
like I don't think
franchise.
of San Diego,
right?
And you're in the same division as the Dodgers.
Yeah, well, I don't think that factors into it for a valuation.
I know it's an investment. It's a business deal, but
beautiful ballpark.
Oh, I love. What is it? Safeco now? It was Petco Park.
Petco.
Is it still Petco?
It's a good question. But they have that brewery built like right into it.
Yeah, on the left field. It's awesome.
It looks so cool. They got a beach in right field. All kinds of
San
cool
Diego.
stuff.
Petco. It is Petco.
It is still Petco.
Okay.
Yeah.
San Diego's got to be my favorite city in California.
Oh man, that breaks my heart. Not Livermore, California, the vineyards.
Not where you're getting married.
It might.
I've never
change
been
your
there
mind.
though. I've never been there. I'm only speaking from where I've been.
Right. Could change your mind. July 31st, depending on how much golf you get to play.
Scotty Scheffler, talked about him earlier, found his way to be tied second.
Let's go.
But he's unfortunate news for him. He's 6 shots back of Cameron Young.
Oh wow! So Cameron Young is just on a revenge tour.
He's on a heater.
Yeah. I guess not really a revenge tour, but
and if you want to enjoy watching golf, that tournament actually tomorrow morning will be going off split tees from 7:40 to 9:40 Eastern time due to weather in Miami.
Oh,
so that tournament will be over by 1 o'clock.
I always wonder why they don't do that more often. Because if you're not in it, like
split tees,
right,
getting it done early.
Yeah, because everybody's only watching the people that are in it. You might as well let the other guy. Why make the guys that are in it wait to tee off till the mid to late morning when they could just get everybody out there, split the tees?
Do you like threesomes going off, or are you like I want to see the final pairing like the Masters, where it's just 2 people?
I do like threes. Can you please? Oh, Fan University, your college football fix, hosted by Brennan
Golf fix
Baxter.
as well.
Golf fix. Question of the day: do you like threesomes going off the back? Depends on the context, but in this one for golf, yes.
Which is what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
Correct.
This is your golf fix.
I don't need to see the final, because just don't show if there's a threesome and the third member is not really in it. Just don't show the third member.
I remember 2019 Masters, Tiger Woods. They had to split that up due to the weather, and he teed off early in the morning. And it was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. Like, there's 3 guys in the final group that might be in it.
A threesome, if you will.
Heated rivalry.
Yeah, but I do like when it's final day of a major and it's just 2 guys.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Much prefer just the 2 guys, final pairing, that sort of thing. But man, we are under an hour from the Kentucky Derby, the fastest 2 minutes in sports. Have we devised our plan to either watch it here in the studio, or are we going to exit and try and get somewhere?
I think we've got to exit. I mean, because we're off at 5:24, so we've got like 35 minutes to get to the location.
Home. Yeah, that's probably.
And my dog needs to eat dinner.
There you go. Yeah. Shout out to our guy Jagon and Terrell. Really bad stinger in my neck on draft night. Were you playing? Had to get a shot to relieve it. Total pain. Hope you're doing better, man. And May 27th is his birthday. That's Jagon and Terrell. Appreciate that, man. I would say if you get a stinger in your neck, you got to take care of that. That is no fun. You do not want to have neck pain. That's for sure. But all right, have we gotten any confirmation that Further Ado is still racing?
He's racing.
Right? All right, so we should have some picks. I think I want to go. Renegade's odds now are 5-1, so he's no longer the prohibited favorite, right? We've got. Further Ado is, in fact, racing. So there you go.
I think I'm going to stick with my pick from a couple hours ago and go with Danon Bourbon.
Danon Bourbon. Litmus test 30-1. I feel like there's some value there, plus the Bob Baffert factor. I mean, the guy just wins at Churchill Downs. Which, by the way, I know we didn't do a You Pick 2, but sports bucket list, Kentucky Derby is one I'm picking. I want to go to a Kentucky Derby so badly.
Okay, Kentucky Derby or Augusta National on a weekend.
Don't do that to me. That is tough. Hold on. Saturday or Sunday?
We'll do Sunday.
I'll do Sunday at the Masters.
Okay. Let's do. I'll keep Kentucky Derby in there. Super Bowl or Kentucky Derby.
I think Kentucky Derby because the Super Bowl, if my team's not in it,
you don't care.
I would rather do a Super Bowl party.
I agree with you.
And the Super Bowl tickets are just insane.
I totally agree
price-wise.
with you.
It's a corporate event, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. Kentucky Derby's up there for you. Top 2 or 3.
Yeah. I would say any of my teams winning any of the 4 major sports championships. You know, if you were a Rangers fan going to Arizona to see them win the World Series, that's got to be a bucket list. Yeah, I mean, seeing your team win in person, the ultimate prize.
Yeah, I agree.
Seeing your team win a cup, the Stars, it's going to happen.
Seeing the Rangers beat the Tigers tonight would be up there for me as well.
Yeah,
too. May 2nd
Comerica
baseball.
Park.
Comerica Park. Coming up next, Jared Sandler joins us here on The Fan.
Do you know how much your electricity bill is? And I don't mean the final amount, I mean your actual rate.
new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
We are back to Fan University, getting you ready for Rangers Tigers at 6:15. Brennan Baxter here with Jake Riepma, and we are pleased to be joined by the one and only Jared Sandler out there in Detroit. Jared, good to talk to you, man. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Jared Sandler, happy belated
Happy birthday, Jared.
I mean,
Thank you.
We saw the pregame on Rangers Sports Network, and you can hear it right here in your home for Rangers Baseball, 105.3 The Fan. Couple of things to unpack. I think number one, you took down that carrot cake cupcake admirably. My goodness, 2 bites. I was impressed.
I never like to back down from any sort of a challenge, and when they told me I had to get it done within 20 seconds, well, at that point, I had to get it done within 20 seconds. The only thing I would have done differently, I went top to bottom. I should have done side to side because the bottom bite was just
dry.
It was dry. So if I would have split it in half the other way, then I would have had a little frosting to help get it down because I really was concerned for about 3 to 4 seconds that maybe I was going to need some water assistance to prevent from choking.
I did,
but,
yes.
I was able to skirt that.
I was just going to say, that was part of, the comeback effort I was really impressed with. But I also had, I recognized there was a split second, I don't want to say panic, but just a moment of, this is a fun, gimmick on the pregame show too. I might need some water here. So yeah, the next time, attack it where you can utilize the moisture of the icing on both bites, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think my thought was probably that, getting, the cupcake is taller than it is wide, and so I went top to bottom because I knew that I could get my mouth around it by going that way. But yeah, I mean, I got to be smart and know that frosting is not a hard element of a cupcake, so I can always kind of push it down a little bit. But yeah, I was not expecting to do that, but like I said, if I'm way too competitive to just be smart and say no to any sort of challenge. A lot of times to my detriment, but thankfully I was able to survive last night.
Well, it was entertaining. It was enjoyable, like every other Rangers pregame show on the Rangers Sports Network. But Detroit, a great place to spend a 37th birthday. What were the postgame festivities last night after a Rangers win?
Well, it was a 3-hour game,
Cold,
and
too.
It was cold, and so the post-game festivities included going back to the hotel and getting a little prep done for tonight's game and watching episode 8 of Running Point on Netflix.
Is that the show with Kate Hudson?
Yeah, it's nice, entertaining. Like, if I'm going to try to fall asleep to a show, I don't want something where I got to pay attention to every little detail and maybe have on in the background while I'm doing some work, and that was that was the show of choice last night.
It's an easy watch. We just had Would You Watch That? Would You Eat That? So Jared Sandler is watching Point Break with Kate Hudson.
Running Point.
Running Point.
It's like where she's a sport agent or something,
right? That's right. What platform is that? Apple TV?
Yeah, it's still Netflix. Hasn't changed the last 20 seconds.
Oh, there you go. There it is. I'm
just kidding, Jake. I have to keep up my streak of being a smart ass to you on air every segment.
Yeah, get back to work, intern. Come on. All right, I got a Detroit Tigers question for you because you knew I'd ask that. The Friday night orange uniform. It's a very, very hotly debated topic on Tigers Twitter because they came out with 2 alternates this year. The navy blue ones with the script Detroit in the V-neck style. Much bigger fan of those than I am of the orange. It's too much orange for me. What'd you think in person?
Yeah, I've never heard of the color orange. You and Matt Hicks have both invented that color. It seems like you're missing a letter. So I don't know. I saw orange jerseys, and I think you guys have asked me about jerseys before. I still really just don't care much about jerseys.
Oh, that's right. We did. Yeah, shame on us. Shame on us.
I'm not the person.
Baxter, take it away. I suck.
Yeah, no, I just don't, I wish I could give you an opinion that, I have any level of conviction Behind, I really don't. And I think I probably already forgot that they had the orange or whatever
I guess
you want to call it.
Talk
jerseys.
funny. Orange? That's the color orange.
Well, if we're not talking jerseys, Jared, what can we look forward to tonight?
Come on, Rockers on the ball.
Let's talk ball.
We can look forward to better questions from Brennan than from Jake.
Well, obviously. It goes without saying. I've been demoted 10 times. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, Kamar Rocker's last 2 starts have been good. He gave up a couple runs in the first inning against the Athletics last Sunday, and then was really good after that and gave the team a chance to win. He's gone 6 innings, both outings. I think, something that's interesting to me is, the Tigers have had to really go deep into their bullpen the last couple games, and they're planning on a bullpen game tomorrow. And you can obviously make roster changes to, make sure you're prepared for that, but this is the type of game where if the Rangers can get to Kader Montero, not only are they helping themselves out in a big way tonight, but could really continue to help themselves out tomorrow. And I think that even though the Tigers also got Mackenzie Gore out of the game in less than 4 innings, the Rangers getting Jack Flaherty out of the game in less than 4 innings, a perfect example of how when you start a series, that first game is really important in a lot of ways. Not only the winner have a great chance to win the series, but if you can go to a bullpen early in a series, that really gives you an edge. And with the Tigers having a bullpen game planned tomorrow, it's going to be really critical for Kader Montero to go deep into this game, or as deep as he's able to. And so I'm curious to see how that all plays out.
Jared Sandler with us on Fan University, your college football fix, talking Rangers. The Tigers' starting rotation has just been decimated with injuries, so that bullpen day on Sunday after the Casey Mize injury will certainly be something to keep an eye on. We're up against it a little bit, Sandler, unfortunately, so my last bad question is an easy one. Do you have a pick for the Kentucky Derby that's set to be underway in less than an hour here? Fastest 2 minutes in sports. I've got my fedora on.
I couldn't name a single horse running. Give me a pick.
We've got Great White on the television right now at 23 to 1
Baxter,
odds.
of course you go with Great White. I like Further Ado because Will Chambers told us Further Ado's been scratched and not to pick him, but Further Ado is racing, so I think he's going to win.
Oh, so that Further Ado has not been scratched.
Correct. That was fake news, false information.
All right, I'll go with Further Ado.
How about
Great White seems a little too racist for me. I'll go with Further Ado.
Commandment's another one. That's a fun one. And then
Dane and Bourbon.
Yeah, the Bob Baffert horse I like is Litmus Test.
Okay.
So
like a good litmus test.
Exactly. All right, Jared, we appreciate you as always. Stay warm. Is the weather any better today?
No.
Yeah, that's the Motor City. That's that tough Midwestern grit that we fight through in May. But, hey, appreciate you, man.
See you, fellas.
See you, Jared.
There he goes. Jared
Happy
Sandler.
birthday to Jared
Happy
Sandler.
belated
37. Doesn't look a day over 32,
not at all. It's taking down
33.
cupcakes and 2 bites. Everybody knows the rules. Just getting after it.
Yeah, and that was an interesting description of how he attacked that cupcake.
No doubt. With an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Carrot cupcake, too? Is that what he said?
Carrot cake cupcake, yeah. I look good, dude.
Really?
You're not a carrot cake.
I'm not a carrot cake guy.
You just turned your nose up at it. Yeah, I love carrot cake. I love every dessert. Though.
Is that a northern thing?
Kev, you've had carrot cake, right?
Yeah.
I'll say this about the carrot cake though: the icing is important. If the icing's not absolutely delectable, it's not as
delectable.
Good. Is that a word?
That's a interesting word if it is one.
Yeah, delectable.
I like it.
It's like delicious.
Man, well, what a great show we had today. Fan University with you every Saturday afternoon. Jake, I'm gone next weekend.
Oh, we're going to miss you.
Our last show together for a while. But Kentucky Derby right around the corner. You get to watch the fastest 2 minutes in sport. Turn around, watch the Texas Rangers and the Detroit Tigers, 6:15 on national television.
Look at that. You got Kamar Rocker. Hey, Baxter, it's been a pleasure. It's always a great show with you, man.
Always a great
we're gonna
show.
Miss you. Get your college football fix. Sorry about Sorsby.
College football fix. Brendan Sorsby going to legal trouble. So for Jake Riepma, for Kevin Walker, I am Brendan Baxter, and we will see all of you guys next time here on 105.3 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she